started school, I think I was 5 years old. The teacher pulled out a globe to teach us the earth's a globe. I believed what I was told, embracing my education. Didn't know that globes were only created for decoration, not for scholastic purposes that make people feel purposeless. We're living on level surfaces covered by the firmament. I remember how absurd it sounded when I first heard of it, but our God is fervent and his word is perfect and permanent. We're programmed when we're children, our minds are kept in a prison. This is the work of the devil, the evil plan of a villain. We're taught to accept how we're living in these hellish conditions, and every day we're unwittingly being hexed by magicians. By Satan's hand they are driven, they're strictly sent to dismantle the population. They won't stop till your soul is stripped from its vessel. They claim your life is an accident and you're really not special. Don't be afflicted by their fiction, come and get on my level. They say the world's a globe, but the evidence doesn't cut it. They just give us cartoon pictures and everyone seems to love it. But the earth's a level plane, whether or not you want it. Take a look and do your research, I bet that you can't debunk it. 23 billion bucks, that's a hell of a fucking budget. Just to lie to everyone and successfully fool the public. If you wanna break away from your destiny as the puppet, research flat earth, but don't be upset when you can't debunk it. They clearly can't prove their theory. Come and get on my level. Something's fishy, these fools are shifty. Come and get on my level. They can't trick me, their lies are silly. Come and get on my level. It's a pity, they treat us shitty. Come and get on my level. Hurry quickly, we must get busy. Come and get on my level. Yeah, it's risky, but just stick with me. Come and get on my level. Can you hear me? Please don't be dreary. Come and get on my level. Don't be wimpy, you people really need to get on my level. ODD TV, I'm coming with a disruption. With all my flat earth homies on a Hitler production. Separate fiction from fact, we're gonna end the corruption. Letting people know the earth is flat, end of discussion. Dave Murphy is your teacher, boy, class is in session. And Eddie Bravo's in this bitch to teach your asses a lesson. Tanner Stewart's in the house, he's gonna show you the ropes. He's gonna school you on how NASA's just a joke and a hoax. Let me introduce you to the rest of my posse. We got Johnny G and Papa and Santos Panacci. We're at the core of the resistance and we'll never obey. And there's my brother from another mother, Eric Dubay. If he debates Neil deGrasse Tyson, he will rip off his head. I'll rap about it on a beat I made and rip it to shreds. If the earth's a globe, then how come they can't give an example? Their lies are flimsy, it's a pity. Come on, get on my level. They say the world's a globe, but the evidence doesn't cut it. They just give us cartoon pictures and everyone seems to love it. But the earth's a level plane, whether or not you want it. Take a look and do your research, I bet that you can't debunk it. 23 billion bucks, that's a hell of a fucking budget. Just to lie to everyone and successfully fool the public. If you wanna break away from your destiny as a puppet, then research flat earth, but don't be upset when you can't debunk it. They really can't prove their theories. Come and get on my level. Something's fishy, these fools are shifty. Come and get on my level. They can't trick me, their lies are silly. Come and get on my level. It's a pity, they treat us shitty. Come and get on my level. Hurry quickly, we must get busy. Come and get on my level. Yeah, it's risky, but just stick with me. Come and get on my level. Can you hear me? Please don't be dreary. Come and get on my level. Don't be wimpy, you people really need to get on my level.
Brutality. Flawless victory.
Have you ever looked away from Earth into the black void?
Because you can see the stars.
Oh, yeah.
You know,
We were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon.
It's not a black void. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of polka dots.
Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
There's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
you see the gas.
Big dumb man said the sky was not the limit. He fly to the moon in another second, but we haven't been back since 1972. Destroyed all the papers and blew up the Challenger crew, except for the twinsies. Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
Look out into deep space away from the sun, it's the darkest black you can imagine.
Hey, space boy, you broke my rocket man heart. Where are the stars? Is it bright or is it dark? The vacuum of space, oh, the tomfoolery.
What happens if you get a leak on that? You have a leak. Deep under my bubble. It's hard to comprehend.
Space is fake AF.
Two little bitty O-rings.
Space is fake AF.
It's not what you think, homeboy.
Space is fake AF.
It's all just start doing this.
Space is fake AF.
Research Eddie Bravo. You just have a leak, and what you would do is lose air.
And among the participants at the Jekyll Island celebration were current Fed Chairman Ben Bernanke and former Chairman Alan Greenspan, along with a host of other regional chairpersons. And we have Scoop Johnson on the scene with an exclusive. There actually was a hot microphone there, Scoop?
Yes, Gloria, there was a hot mic. We could actually hear some of what they were saying. Let's listen in. Good afternoon, Alan. Ben Shalom. Helicopter Ben, how you been? Not bad, Alan. Lovely. Beautiful day for November, eh? Yeah, I was quite surprised myself. Talk about the crime of the century, eh?
Like Aurora Borealis, so incredible to observe. We must ignore what they tell us about their Federal Reserve, because folks don't know the half about Jekyll Island. So if I was you, I wouldn't laugh or heckle, my friend. When they control both sides and they can disguise the opposition, maximize profits and minimize competition. If they're in the wrong position, then the belief backfires. Some of the unsung have swung and hung beneath the Blackfriars. Bad liars search the lost files in the pocket dwellers. Even the blind would find the Rothschilds and Rockefellers. They forgot to tell us, so maybe I made a mistake about the 7 men on J.P. Morgan's private estate. To survive and create A bank that's being centralized by a crooked cartel, an unseen enterprise at the center lies the deepest secrets of the mystery. Only a few been taught the sinister plot and what it is to be one of them. Disregard the fables you've been told. They've been dealing under the table and they've stolen all your gold. Won't hesitate to leave you in the cold. Badass banksters. Disregard the fables you've been told. They've been dealing under the table and they've stolen all your gold. Won't hesitate to leave you in the cold.
They went back to the scene of the crime, where they snatched a dream from your mind. To celebrate their money machine remains supreme and sublime. A gaggle of criminals many can't seem to define, who've essentially ripped your spleen from the scene where your spine used to be. Now you have little immunity. They don't just own the printing press, they operate the news you see. This is how they were able to move elusively, cause nobody heard the words of those like Lindbergh or Louis T. Many have lucidly taken apart their schematic, able to poke at the heart, making them start all the panic. Ceremonies commence with a mystical enchantment as they suck your life's blood in a ritual satanic. Yeah, yeah. You want a revolution? I'ma say how. March into their institution, say I ain't your slave now. International money changers need to pay now. They've been robbing you blind, time to make the banks to lay down.
Disregard the fables you've been told. They've been dealing under the table and they've stolen all your gold. Won't hesitate to leave you in the cold. Badass banksters. Disregard the fables you've been told. They've been dealing under the table and they've stolen all your gold. Won't hesitate to leave you in the cold. Badass bankster.
Bankster lay down, bankster lay down.
Bankster lay down, I ain't your slave now.
Bankster lay down, bankster lay down.
Bankster lay down, I ain't your slave now.
Bankster lay down, bankster lay down.
Bankster lay down, I ain't your slave now.
Bankster lay down, bankster lay down.
Banksters. 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 Banksters.
through, living there without a view, asking why we missed our chance, and now I'm looking for something to get by, high and dry, everywhere in myself, I'm looking for.
They make sure to photograph you standing there with the really wide angle lens, which curves horizontal lines.
High and dry, everywhere, I'm looking for
How can I even know what lies ahead if I don't go? I see a chance to take it slow, and I know I just can't leave these things behind. Trying to feel satisfied in my world. I'm looking for high and dry, everywhere.
Look into a lot of the claims that is made by the quote, and you'll find that it's either just an assumption or just straight up lies. Straight up, straight up, straight up, straight up. Lies, lies, lies.
Get where you at? Slimcio.
Good morning. This is KGTL Flat Earth 24/7.
Oh, everyone is back.
Finally, took them forever to get here. Where are they?
Took you forever.
Mentally deranged research flat Earth is being like a little punk in certain areas.
What'd you just say?
There's one of the silver FTs who's being playful with mentally deranged, and she was like, "I would have banned you a long time ago." like damn.
Where's that to?
Anyways, good morning, Crackbill.
Morning, brother. How you doing?
I'm good.
Morning.
It's not quite. It's not morning, is it, there, bye? You know what I mean?
You're right. It's not.
It ain't morning where I am either. It's afternoon. How you doing, though, dude? You right, bro? Oh. Can you hear me, alright? Am I coming through, alright?
Yeah.
Alright, sweet. Yeah, old dude, how you doing, mate? Slim C, I'll unmute you. Wait there. There you go. You're muted, mate. Slim CO.
Do you think the Earth is a ball, Slim Seal? He DMs me. Yes.
Fuck. He's DMing, mate. Why is he DMing people? Slim CO, you can talk in it, you know?
He's straight too scared to talk.
Oh. Yes, Lemon.
Good morning.
How you doing? You alright?
Morning.
Good. How are you?
Can I have my screen name reset? My nickname?
Yeah. What, you want to be Flat Funky Monkey?
It's just the little thing.
Huh?
Yeah.
Hang on a minute.
If you could see me, I would tip my hat to you. Not English isn't his first language, and so he's worried about judgment, I suppose.
About judgment?
Nolan, that's not an issue, remember?
What's your first language? What is it?
Polish.
Polish. No, I love Polish people, so just talk away, mate. Polish people can always speak English well. Well, it's true.
Slim, so don't worry about it. Maybe you can hear us.
But it's true, though, man. All my friends are Polish. Like, a lot of my friends are Polish. Love Poland. Great country, mate. It's one of the only countries that hasn't fully, like, cucked to the government, if you know what I mean. They're still pretty based. Oh, I need to get outside. It's getting the sun. Ugh. Right, Keenan. Yo, brother.
Well, Keenan, what do you think the shape of the Earth is? Do you think it's a ball?
I think it's a circle.
I don't think it's a circle.
Oh, like a penny or... There you go.
I think it's a circle.
Yeah.
Why would you think it's a circle, though? Like, so you don't think it's a ball?
Well, myself, I remember climbing a mountain once, and obviously when you look at the horizon, you can't really see a curve, but you can almost see it like circling around you. And I kind of just
see what circle?
But I don't know. Yeah.
The actual
Pardon?
sky. When you say circling around you, do you mean the actual sky itself circling around you? So the celestial bodies, or do you mean like the sun in relation to where you are, or do you actually mean? What do you mean? What's circling around you? I'm just genuinely interested in that as well.
No, I'm just like just based off like what I see and just what I think. I just reckon it might be a circle, but I'm just here to learn, I guess, learn about.
Mm-hmm. No, I'm just saying.
What shape do you reckon it is?
I'm not making a claim to the shape, mate. I'll be honest. Like I know that it's not round. It's not curving anywhere. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's how much I know.
So you reckon it's a square?
No.
Or like a rectangle?
No, because it doesn't need to be any shape. I don't know what shape it is yet. Do you know what I mean? I've not explored that yet. just because something's flat, right? Does that tell you the shape of it? That's just a descriptor of the surface.
Yeah, but when you mean no curving, obviously a circle has a curve, so you don't reckon it's a circle.
Well, I mean the descriptor of the surface. That's what I'm talking about. The surface isn't curving. And I don't know that the whole thing, when you go and move away from it, or orthographically speaking, isn't a circle that's flat. I don't know that. I have no clue. Neither do you. We'd be lying to each other if we said we did.
Yeah, true.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you mean.
So, obviously, this is the thing that we saw. Like, I don't know. Let me ask you a couple questions quickly, all right? So, have you ever actually seen any measurement of curvature? Like, just simply put. Never seen any measurement of curvature?
No.
Okay. Have you ever seen any detection of actual rotation? Detection?
Well, yeah, I guess. Well, the sun?
No.
Like, I guess that gives a bit of evidence based on what people tell me at school, but like...
The sun doesn't really tell you much about what's going on beneath your feet, though. Understand what I mean?
Is the Earth itself moving, or do you reckon like the Earth, like the sun and whatnot's moving around it?
Second one. So the Earth itself is still. This is clear.
Yeah.
We've never detected any form of motion, right?
Yeah.
If there was motion, what do you think that would feel like? Or do you think you
would be
wouldn't
like,
feel it?
Be flung off, wouldn't you? Be going everywhere. So the Earth itself would be moving.
Yeah, but you know why they say that it's not moving, right?
Yeah.
Why
gravity,
you?
But like,
Yeah.
but like, well, I reckon be moving that fast, like they say. I don't know how fast they'd say it moves, but like, I don't really get how any force.
Yeah, 1,040 miles per hour at the equator, and then it's also orbiting around the sun at roughly 75,000 miles an hour. Then the sun's in its own orbital trajectory, and then the whole solar system's flying at over 1 million miles per hour in one direction. So it's pretty quick. All the
Get out
vectors
there.
added together. Yeah, a little bit nutty, right?
Mm.
So that's kind of the issue, right? So also, have you ever seen gas pressure without a container?
No.
Well, as well, that's the other thing that's needed for the globe to exist. Is gas pressure without a container. This is the other thing that we need for the globe to even exist, for it to even have a chance. Secular thermodynamics violation, that is space existing next to this high pressure system of Earth, right?
Yeah.
So, second law of thermodynamics dictates entropy will always increase, meaning higher pressure will always push the lower pressure.
Yeah.
So here on Earth, we have a high pressure, right? We have a 40.7 psi on ground, right? We have a gas pressure gradient, okay? We apparently have an atmosphere. Well, for this to be true in any way, shape, or form, right, it cannot exist next to a vacuum. That's 10 to the 17 negative torque, right?
Yeah.
Because entropy will always increase, okay? And I know they state that gravity is the thing that keeps in our atmosphere, but gases are clearly unaffected by gravity whatsoever. They do whatever they want all the time. They move about in their relative positions based on their density.
It doesn't make sense.
They don't care.
Yeah, so it doesn't make sense for like all this high pressure to be next to a massive vacuum of space without like.
No. Well, you'd need a force that would be able to hold said atmosphere in. But you were talking about a force that pulls, and there aren't really many forces that pull. The only other one I can think of is magnetism. And magnetism pushes and pulls. And not only that, magnetism is described as like 10 to the 29th power stronger than the weak force of pseudo-gravity. So, You have to bear with me. I've got a bad throat, bad chest at the minute.
Oh.
But so with that being said, if you know, if we sort of put that into perspective, the point is you need a force to be enacted upon the actual atmosphere itself to be existent, adjacent to a gas pressure vacuum, right? A gas pressure vacuum, a pressureless vacuum. So you have to have a force that would keep it in. The force that is told to keep it in wouldn't work. We've also got the moon itself with the same force, effectively. We have the sun with the same force. We have lots of different vectors that effectively would pull onto that atmosphere, right? The sun itself in relation, the moon itself in relation to distance to the top layer of the atmosphere itself, would effectively aid entropy anyway, right?
Yeah.
So, alright, wait there, Flat Monkey dude. Wait there. Let me just give Slimco a VC verified tag, so then, so he can see the VC so he can see the live stream voice text, mate. Slim Zero, if you want, mate, you can look at what's being posted now in the live stream voice text.
He sent that to me and asked me that question. DMs. He's so far been scared to. I guess he can't see in the live stream, but like he's been DMing me. He's not wanting to talk for some reason.
That's alright, isn't it? Yeah, so Keenan, what I'd say is, mate, is that have you got any videos about this yourself?
No, I've kind of just joined here to learn most stuff I want to learn.
Well, if you stay pretty objective about the information, you will start to learn stuff, believe it or not. Even if you don't at the end of it think, oh, the Earth's flat, that doesn't matter. You know, we're still in here teaching, you know, we're basically teaching things about the globe model all day. So you're going to go away with a better understanding of both ideals at the end of the day. So,
yeah.
No, you're not really wasting your time, is all I could say.
Yeah. Oh, I got to go. I'll probably join back a bit later, though.
Alright, dude.
Yeah, dude.
Have a good day, mate.
You too.
Not very argumentative, was he? Boring twat. I'm joking.
Oh, the flat is spreading.
The way you say stuff sometimes is so funny. The flat is spreading. Alright, Lulo. VC verified. Welcome to speak if you want to. Don't have to if you don't want to, obviously. Lemon, I still can't call you Meadows Lark. I just can't do it. Or Meadows. Meadow Larks. I can't do it. It's not happening.
Mine
When
probably
life gives you
change
lemons.
pretty soon anyway.
Yeah? You reckon you get deleted soon? Flat Funky Monkey, it's so hard not to change your name to Flat Silver Monkey. We've got Emerald Monkey. We need a Gold Monkey, we need a Silver Monkey.
We have a gold monkey?
No, I don't think we do. We need a gold one and we need a silver one.
You should promote me to gold.
Yeah, I knew you were gonna say that. I knew you were gonna say that. Yeah.
That's what a smart man would say.
Yeah. Indeed. You're right.
Think about the silver thing. I was thinking about this. He did a song. He like totally wrote a new song about silvers, I think. Well, I do parodies on other ones. You know that Christmas song, Silver Bells?
Yeah.
Oh, there you go. That's the beginning of the song right there. Except, I don't know. I'd change it. But yeah, it's just already got the first word.
I need to plug my tablet in. I'm gonna have to turn the screen. I always hate myself when I forget to like plug in my devices before I go to bed.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I do it every night, mate. So it can't be the worst yet, you know what I mean?
It's not the worst till the next day.
Mm.
It's dead.
Damn straight. Damn straight, exactly, brother. Oh, I need to make a drink. Oh, nice drink there. Alright, brought back.
So I am not totally a genius with all of this, but Slimcio wants me to answer why we see the same phase of the moon over the entire surface of the Earth. I would assume
Why we see the same phase? Whoa.
Why does everyone on the Earth see the same phase of the moon all at the same time?
How are the phases of the moon created, Simsia? How about that? Let's ask you that first. Let's see if you understand why they even exist before we answer that part. Makes perfect sense why we see one phase on a flat Earth, but it doesn't make sense on a globe Earth.
The sun illuminates them, he says.
Huh?
The sun illuminates them.
Right, okay. At least you're not saying that it's the same causality as eclipses like some people do. I'll be right back. I need to make a drink.
I guess you should check it out now because the funk is so brother. I'm not able to unmute anybody in this server. They might be muted. MCO won't talk. Nobody else will talk. And Crack Villain's making a drink. I guess this is where I could say that I'm all alone. There's no one here beside me. My troubles have all gone. There's no one to deride me. I'm not gonna sing anymore though. We all get. Crypto, good morning, sir. Flimcio, I see you're unmuted on your own side. Are you going to talk? You can talk shit in text, but you can't actually say anything, Slimcio. You're just gonna add on though, Slimcio, you should like prove your globe. Because well, we've all around here been waiting for proof of the curve. If you bring it, as I've heard said before, you will shut down the server. No one has brought that proof yet. And well, if you think you can do it, you should. Otherwise, what's the point? Otherwise, you're just talking.
What's up, everyone? It's so Slimcio. You prove the Earth is a globe by looking at something in the sky? And no, Australia isn't fake. Keenan, what made you think that? Pretty dumb remark, right? So Slimsio, how did you prove that the Earth is a globe? By looking at the sky. Anybody hear me? No, we don't say it's fake, Keenan. I mean, what a straw man. You get banned for saying it's fake, right? Look up chat. Yeah, I'm looking up, but I want you to tell me. How did you prove that the Earth is a globe by looking at the sky? Yes, Australia is not fake, Keenan. This is misinformation brought to you by the Flat Earth Society. So whenever people want to do some research into Flat Earth, one of the first hits will be the Flat Earth Society. And this is an organization put in place to spread misinformation about Flat Earth. Nobody here claims that Australia is fake.
Well, I was in a call with the guy before who asked me that I live in Australia, where I live, and I said Australia, and he said, funny enough, because that doesn't exist.
Who said that
So,
to you?
I believe it was an old fella. Can't find his name. I think he was one of the gold dudes.
Nobody here says that Australia is fake, man. Nobody. So I don't know where you got that notion. Again,
He did, mate.
Flat Earth Society is controlled opposition. It's put in place to spread misinformation about the truth, right? That the Earth measures flat. So these are the guys that claim we are a flat disk flying upwards in space, and that you can fall off an edge, and that Australia doesn't exist. We are not affiliated. We are
you can
not
fall off the edge.
affiliated with them. Excuse me?
You can fall off the edge
Which edge? What edge?
of the Earth.
Where? Who claims an edge, Keenan?
Me.
You. So
Yeah.
do you have any proof of this edge you talk about?
Once, when I was, I had a vision.
Right, before you carry on, we've got a rule in here. If you're going to troll, it has to be funny. So I know you're trolling, but it's not funny. So maybe make it funny, and then you won't get banned.
Careful what your next sentence will be.
You're
No.
dude, you're obviously trolling.
I'm obviously not.
All right, yeah, you can just go on mute then. Whatever.
Bye, Keenan.
Start
So
being more
Slim
honest,
Shio.
and I'll. One second. Keenan, if you want to come off mute, be more honest.
So no, Slim Sioke. Come in VC. I'm driving. I can't chat.
Yo, what do you need, bro?
I need this guy Slim Sio to stop arguing straw mans.
Alright.
And I need him to come in the VC. He's arguing Dave Strawman that we would see different sides of the moon in a. So there is no flat Earth model. The moon does what it does. We only see one side of the moon always. So you have no clue what it is, Slim Sio.
Slim says stop arguing straw
No,
man.
you
About the
don't.
photo.
You don't, Slim Sio. Have you been to the moon? Have you tested the moon, Slim Sio?
Do you know the medium in which it presides in, even in your own model? Where is the moon?
Always when I come in this this time, the globe is lying.
Yeah.
Straw manning. Yeah, you saw something. So seeing something isn't testing it, right?
He won't, Crypto. He says he's
You won't.
yeah.
Seeing something does not provide information about its physicality. So you don't know what it is. You can speculate about what it is. You don't know.
You ain't got a clue, brother. Slim CO. Oh, you're open to science. Tell me how science has confirmed in any way, shape, or form what the moon exactly is. For one, is that even a science question? So you're talking about astronomy, right? So the study of the celestial bodies themselves, and you're quoting and stating science. You're saying science afterwards. Are you an idiot? Come on, Slim CO. This isn't even in the field of science, is it, buddy? Tell me how the scientific method is applicable to the celestial bodies that are in the sky. Come on, Slim CO. Tell us how science is applicable to looking at things through a telescope, buddy. That would be nice. Start there. Start there. Start with your pseudo-scientific rhetoric there.
Yeah, so Slim CO, or you're gonna talk in the VC, right? Or you're gonna stop chat skanking because nobody wants to rebuttal your chats. I want to talk to you, right? And I'm just gonna deafen you.
Telescopes don't tell us how far stars are, mate. They use parallax, apparently.
I'm not gonna entertain this.
Isn't it?
Sup, Craig?
What's up? How's it, brother? You all good? Oh.
Yeah. Lovely day today. Sun is shining.
Wow, nice weather, isn't it? It's very, very nice weather.
So we have this.
Cut out.
Oh, he's complaining.
Keenan's in my DMs pissing and moaning that I banned him when I didn't ban him.
Yeah, Slim CO, I server deafen you, right?
No, Keenan, I banned Keenan.
We are not ignoring you. We are asking you to come into the VC, right? Discuss this like an adult, right? I've asked you multiple times to come into the VC and then you complain about ignoring you. Baby now. I gave you rebuttals about you claiming seeing stuff and then you declaring that you know. Jump into the VC.
See, the reason I banned Keenan was because he come in here and had a cordial conversation with me. And then, as soon as I left, and I was like, right, I'll be back in a minute, he's writ about how we say that Australia is fake, when we clearly state that saying so will actually get you banned.
Right.
Anyway, how was it, Crypto? You right, bye?
Alright, mate.
How's it going, me bye?
It's fucking hot.
boiling, isn't it, bro?
Oh. I'm actually sunburned.
Same.
Oh.
Like
Pretty
proper.
sweet. Yeah, that's cool.
Yep.
I like it. Love it. Hot weather's good.
Damn straight, bro. Different kind of heat in the UK, man. Like, I didn't even burn in Morocco. Like,
Oh, is it?
I didn't burn in Morocco, but I burned here. I think it's the moisture in the air, mate.
I think it's the atmospheric lensing.
It's gotta be, mate. It's gotta be.
Couldn't be anything else.
It couldn't be. Oh, what temperature is it in London? I bet it's hotter up there than it is down here.
Actually, I haven't looked, but it's at least 20. Has to be at least 20.
Oh, I reckon it's hotter than that. It's hotter than 20 here.
Yeah, I reckon it's a lot hotter than that. But
It's 23 in my house. It's 23 in my house right now. Just walked in it. It's 23, yeah. 23 and a half degrees. I reckon it's hot out there.
Okay, gonna believe Google. It says it's only 15, but I don't believe that.
What? 15
nonsense.
degrees? That's nonsense, mate.
Yeah, no chance.
Nah. My thermostat in my house with its own, like, magical eye that literally tests the temperature locally is going to be a little bit more accurate, I reckon.
Could be.
Oh. Well, I know what 20 degrees feels like, and it's definitely above that. I can't remember who it was I spoke to yesterday, and I told them how many degrees Fahrenheit it was, right? And they were like, that's not even that hot. And I was just like, alright. Doesn't seem very... just like, had a go at me, they did. I was like, alright, leave it out. I know it's not New York hot, but still quite warm.
Well, New York doesn't get that hot either.
That's what I said. I was like, New York's not that hot.
No. We like
I think
man's
it
not
gets-
hot.
Man's not hot.
Yep.
I said, take off your jacket. Mate, that song was hilarious because there's a lot of Americans, in fact, that they didn't realise that it was actually a joke. They enjoyed it as well. So all those reaction videos and shit going on all the time.
Yeah.
What are you doing? You're making drinks.
No, I'm just eating some lunch. What are you?
No, I just thought it sounded like you were like getting drink cups out and being like pop, 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 just like slamming them down, serving a table of people or something in your garden.
Oh, I wish.
Exactly, that's what I thought was going on, mate. I had wishful thinking for you too. Why? What are you doing today? You at work?
No, I've actually got a day off today.
Ideal. Yeah,
No.
I have as well.
I worked for the last week
Nice.
solid, so just have a few days off.
What are you doing, Roger?
Driving
Roger?
home.
Roger, Roger.
Roger, driving home.
Roger Petit. Tom Petit.
I will go to the moon in a nanosecond. But we destroyed the technology, and it is a painful process to build back up.
Don, why was it so painful?
Because we destroyed it.
There's a lot of emotionality there, I'm imagining, right? They were so invested. How old was Don?
He's just so weird, isn't he? Such a weirdo. He's so thick. He's like so thick it makes him weird.
Yeah.
There's moons. There's planets. Fucking hell. That sounds about 6 years old.
Well, we were saying the other day, like, you know, because someone was saying about muscle atrophy, and they just kept harping on it. Like, well, how do you explain muscle atrophy of astronauts that have claimed to go to space? I'm like, what about proving the fact that they went to space first before we assert that you even validated that they had said muscle atrophy?
Yeah.
And like, it's like, yeah, they've got to work out when they're up there on the ISS, you know. We're like, do any of them look like pinnacles of fitness or health? Like,
Nope.
let's be real.
Well, they all look like raging faggots, to be honest.
Exactly. Yeah. They all look like they're taking like steroids, but hormones instead. They're taking they're not taking testosterone. They're not taking HGH. You know, they're literally taking all of the feminine ones.
Honestly, though, of the astronauts that go up to space, like, I know I live in a quite nice area, but I see a lot of women around, a lot of men around. They generally look like quite feminine or masculine based on their. There's like loads of these guys and loads of these women, like a really good sort of example of femininity and masculinity. But when you look at these astronauts, they just look really androgynous and kind of dumpy and kind of pathetic. You just think you couldn't find a single person who didn't look like that.
Yeah. That's my whole point. They all look like androgynous SJW types, and it's like, oh yeah, they're going to be pinnacles of physical health. Yeah. And maybe that's why they probably get muscle atrophy, because they're sat in fucking rooms with screens in front of their faces, believing they're on the ISS for one. Yeah, it's like I can't find anyone like who looks like that where I live.
Yeah, probably for good reason.
Yeah, everyone's clearly defined, either male or female. Space babies next. I'm telling you, right? You listen. Watch out for it, right? First woman to get pregnant in space.
Well, you've already had the first space criminal.
Oh, have we?
Yeah. There was a lady astronaut that allegedly stole money from her husband's bank account on the ISS. So she hacked her husband's bank account on the ISS and stole money.
Brilliant. What a rebel. Doing it all the way up there where the police can't even nick her. What a rebel. But no, yeah, I guarantee it that we will see a lady get pregnant soon on the ISS. That will be the next thing. And you know, she'll
I'll be
stay up there.
surprised. I mean, who would? What self-respecting woman? I don't need to finish the sentence. You know. What Have you seen the men on the ISS? That's all I'm saying.
You started saying it, and it was just started all slotting in straight away. I was like, "Yeah, what did I just say?"
I don't know. I mean, would be rather unethical to do that, right? Nobody knows what will happen. Nobody. I mean, of course, it's all fake. It's all fake, but people say, "Well, why would you do something unethical like that?"
Well, the thing is I believe she'll probably get pregnant before she goes up, and she won't have known she's pregnant, and they'll discover it while she's up there, right? That's sort of more what I'm thinking, because like I don't believe any self-respecting woman would have sex with someone on the ISS. You know.
Yeah, but if you've seen some of the women, you probably realise they're quite desperate.
Right, I was sticking to your point. All right, stop disproving your own point that I'm now parroting. For fuck's sake.
Yeah.
Oh, that's funny. But no, yeah. I don't know, man. I just feel like it's got to happen. For their narrative, anyway. You know, I feel like they need to have people understand that you're capable of having babies in 0G. You know what I mean? Like, so I'm just imagining that's one of the next things in the pipeline.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Yeah. Accidental baby birth on the ISS. The baby fell down the $60 million toilet, in which we call the shit chute.
Yeah.
It was
They have
lucky we were in it.
They have shitty genetics if it's born to one of them anyway. So
Yeah. The only reason the baby survived was because of the zero-G state in which he was born in. The fact of the matter is, in a normal toilet, the baby would have fell down the toilet and been flushed away. Here, though, on the ISS, the baby rose to familiar famority next to its astronaut mother. Or father, we do not yet know the sex of the birther.
the birther, yeah.
But yeah, man.
I'm sure it's sexist and racist to call it, you know, the mother.
Exactly. I can't wait for that to be the next one, you know, the mother. It's going to be birther. Like every woman's going to have a thing on her file name in the NHS called birther. Not like not BIR, THER, like BETH. A birther. Front of that will be the size of baby, and it'll be like small, big, medium, because they can't put the exact weight, because that might people feel, you know. So it'll be like small Bertha, medium Bertha, and big Bertha.
Isn't Big Bertha the name of the one of the ships or guns they used in World War II?
So that Big Bertha, yeah, Big Bertha was, yeah. Well, Big Bertha was not necessarily a ship gun, but was one of the huge guns that was created to be used on railways, right? So you've got Big Bertha, but there's an even bigger one. I don't know if Big Bertha's barrel and breech was used on the ship. It probably was, to be honest. But there's also that German gun, right? That was like so fucking big that it took 2,000 people and it took 4 train tracks for it to be moved, right? And it could literally like, I think from France it could hit like, pretty sure it could hit London, like from France, like from the coast, or is it it could hit France from Germany? I'm not entirely sure. I can't remember. I know that they had the coastline guns that were the centipede leg guns that were inside of the actual cliff. And when I say centipede legs, it's like charges that are placed 45-degree angles. So imagine a barrel with 45-degree angle barrels coming off of it. Do you see what I mean? Like backwards. Yeah. So that as the round travels up and that expansion from the first explosion goes up, it sets off 2 new charges in 2 new breaches that are facing in toward the barrel at 45 degrees. And they were all set on the set trajectories to like hit like Leicester and like London and places like that. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that's what you're saying.
Pretty useless, really, but like still a good weapon of terror. One that don't get spoken about much. But Big Bertha, have a little look.
Pardon me.
Bless you. Yeah, Big Bertha was the stubby 42cm cruise monocon. It's the 14L12 or the Minenwerfer, popularly known as nickname as Big Bertha, was a German siege howitzer built by Grupp AG in Essen, Germany, and fielded by the Imperial Army from 1914 to 1980. So it was more a World War I gun, really. 20-ton gun. 8 shells an hour or 1 shell per 7.5 minutes. Fucking hell. 420mm in size. 17 inches. So it is the size of a ship gun. Because the Bismarck's guns were like 18, 20 inches. Which were like huge. Yeah. Yes, Flatman Can, how you doing, brother?
Just waking up, bro.
Good.
Actually, I've been up for a little while. I just finished my first morning doob.
Who's over there? Then? Nathan Oakley's. Who's over there?
That level yesterday was a good doc.
I haven't watched it yet. I got told it was only a 7 out of 10, and I've put off a bit.
I enjoyed the entrepreneur guy. 200,000 up for grabs. Anybody that can prove the bullshit. And then there's another gentleman in there, like some sort of legislative thing where he's saying we have to make it official and stop teaching the lie, start teaching the truth.
Well, this is something I've been looking into. It's actually something I've been looking into. It's like, so the laws in the UK, the propaganda laws, right? The state, making people regurgitate rhetoric that might not exactly be true, right? That hasn't been fully proven to be factual, right? These types of laws that, and I'm trying to fit them to the school system. So exams stating that gravity would be the cause of keeping the atmosphere, for instance, in a GCSE exam, right? Making kids regurgitate that and letting them gain points based on said answer. Would that be a form of propaganda? Would that be, you know what I mean? So trying to look into it, it's actually harder than what you think to look into this sort of stuff. It's like,
I mean, you just need to look up the definition of propaganda, right, and see if it... Problem is, though, is that they've been changing definitions of words as well.
this is it. This is why it's harder, because like propaganda doesn't just entail, like, you know, some people think it only fits or is attributed to war situations, but it's clearly stated, obviously, because they had to change the laws due to obviously all of the you know, you had the kids in Germany, right, that were going to Hitler youth camps, right? So they had to outline laws that would make it harder for countries like the West, or countries in the West, France, Germany, England, make it harder for them to send kids into school systems that would make it easier for them to become political propagandists in the future. So, like, there are certain laws that are attributable, but to find out how you fit it to theoretical answers answered in an exam, or whether or not that entailed as theoretical in the description or not, is a bit more difficult.
Yeah. I mean, let me have a look at the actual definition.
Yeah, do it, bro.
Propaganda. Information, especially of a biased or misleading nature, used to promote political cause or point of view. I think that's actually a fair definition.
Same.
Which means that when they promote the globe earth in school, that is propaganda. Definitionally
That's my
so.
point. Yeah, that's my point. Yeah, that's where I got to as well. I was like, yeah, that's definitely right. And then I was looking at, so I started looking at what you're allowed to teach children in terms of whether or not it's true or false based on it's the definition of the field it's in itself. So theoretical space physics, for instance. But that's one way that we could start spitting the truth out, is actually by making sure that we define terms, like, already. You know what I mean?
Sure.
Parents making sure that they tell the teachers, like, that you're not going to grade my student or my child, sorry, should I say, down for answering a question about something that's theoretical in an exam, because that then poses it as something that isn't theoretical. First, you would have to prove the theory.
Yeah, I find a lot of them seem to think theories are real.
It's because the word theory is used in a colloquial sense incorrectly.
Yeah,
exactly.
So they'll say something like, I've got a theory that Dave is dating Barbara, right? And then they think that when someone says scientific theory, that it has the same meaning.
That's the bit I'm fucking stuck on, because obviously theory versus scientific theory are completely different. So and they don't often define what they're calling said theory, whether it's scientific or whether it's just a theory. You could say for certain the theory of gravity, for instance, right, is not a scientific theory. I'm pretty sure that's easy enough to outline.
The only gravity I'll concede to in a convo with a baller is man-made. So like the G-forces in an airplane or in a vehicle when it accelerates, but other than that, it's all just theoretical.
Yep.
Non-proven.
Well, I've noticed they use language. They use language quite a lot. So like G-force, right? The globe itself beginning with a G. It's like how do I put it? It's like they add legitimacy or an air of legitimacy to something by adding a similar sort of, I don't know, not like a similar sound, but a similar, like, you know, letterhead to most topics.
Yeah.
Or they elongate words, for instance, like Coriolis.
True.
Well, it's true, isn't it? It's like it's the same with like evolution as well. The way that they use terms and phrases, a lot of the time it's just sort of like, I don't know. A lot of people that bring these topics up, they're just feigning intellect a lot of the time as well. It's just pretending to know something you don't know anything about.
I like to point out how GPS means ground positioning system, but they, being the brainwashers, love using the word global positioning because it reinforces that ball.
Well, that's kind of my point of like the thing of, you know, gravity, the globe. You know, it just makes it easier when you're like making acronyms and stuff like that for other things to switch things in and out at different times when it's relevant and serves you best. And it's like, are these systems that exist, are these purposeful? As in, like, did somebody purposefully change a ground positioning system to global positioning system? Because I've literally seen it written on boxes, as in, like, when you buy a GPS unit where it says global positioning unit. There's probably a test somewhere in a school that states, what does GPS stand for? And if they give a child a tick mark for stating global positioning system, is that a form of propaganda? That's sort of the questions that I'm trying to figure out whether or not these are yeses or no's.
Fucking right.
It's a lot harder to figure out there than what I thought it would be.
Huh.
Yeah.
I don't doubt that. They're not going to make it easy.
It's whether or not people would even care. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's where I'm at. It's like I kind of, in a way, I sort of get that you don't care, but then the other side of me goes, they're wasting money. They're lying to everybody. They're ignoring the homeless issues. They're telling you, you know, donate $30 a month to feed this starving kid over here that they bombed.
Mm.
You know? Like, you should care what's going on. You should know. But some people that, like I say, they like to have their head in their ass and struggle for air.
That's also true. It's hard to blame non-success on anything if you fix the ills of the world. And it's hard to be a victim when you get rid of victimhood.
Exactly. Yeah, that is true. And when you start taking responsibility for things, people start looking at you different too. They're like, oh my God, I wish I could be more like that. So it's not very hard.
Did Jordan Peterson just join the chat?
That'd be something. We had no water for almost 24 hours. It just came back on. They're fixing a leak in the basement.
First world problems, dude.
I know. No, I'm a bit of a prepper. I had potable water stored. We had tea the whole time, and I'm always trying to be on guard for my mom and my family and my neighbors and shit.
Yeah, same.
I buy these jugs. They're good for like a 2-year life shelf of water. Shelf life, sorry. They're always good to have laying around just in case. We had the hurricane went through and we had no power for like almost a week, no running water for a week there a couple years back. So that was a bit of a wake up call.
Yeah, I bet that was, mate. You know, my area flooded quite badly. That was a bit of a wake up call and all. Obviously we didn't run out of water, but you know.
Do you mean like it was a wake up call when the water literally slapped you in the face?
Yeah.
I was sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, I was saying the first wake up call in fact was when I tried to turn on my cooker, bro, on the live stream and it blew up, electrocuted me. My heart nearly exploded in my chest. My Bluetooth headset blew up. Battery vented out. I don't know how it didn't kill me.
Holy shit.
Yeah, that happened on the live stream as well. People were like, Cracker, you alright? Cracker, you alright, mate? And I was like, yeah, I'm alright. But fucking hell, it sorted my back out a bit, actually. I've noticed that since. Like, been tempted to do it again.
Wow. We were just about to have a generator brought to us the day after, like the 5th or 6th day without power, because we didn't want the frozen food in the freezer to start thawing. And the power came on at like 10:30, 11 o'clock at night. The night before the next day, I had a friend lined up to drop me off a generator, but I didn't need it. I'm going to go buy one anyways and have it on standby.
And you know how to plug a generator into your whole house, yeah?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, a lot of people don't know that in the UK. Like, I've been to people's houses before where they're like, or like out in the middle of nowhere and they're running like a Jenny, and I'm like, right, cool. Why haven't you got power in your house? And why you've got extension leads plugged into it and the only lamp? Like, what do you mean? I'm like, just plug it into the main socket of the house and power the house. They're like, no. I'm like, yeah, it will.
I know my brother just bought a little shack out of town. It's a nice little town. There may be 25 people that live in the town he bought the house in, and we were running the generator for months just because it was a total gut out and rebuild. But after we had the lights and wiring ran, we just plugged it into the plugged it into the panel, and all the light switches worked and everything.
Well, my friend's house, he lives like in an old pub in the middle of nowhere, right? And it's got like one building that's like the pub, and then there's like a annex building next to it, right? And we got like a massive generator out there. It is fucking huge, mate. It could probably power a factory. I'm not even lying. Anyway, so it's a big generator, and he was gonna once he'd hooked up all the wiring and that, he was gonna actually just like get in touch with the power company and like hook up to it. And I was like, mate, how much is it actually costing? Worked out the cost, and it was like only about 10% dearer for him to carry on running this like big diesel generator.
Yeah.
And I was like, mate, for like, I know it's a little bit extra or whatever, but like the tax that you're gonna have to pay on the power and that, you don't really know like how much it's gonna end up costing. I said, like, you might as well just leave it how it is. like after you've paid for someone to come in and check all the wiring and make sure the wiring's all Corgi registered and everything, like, then you might as well just leave the wiring like done by us, and then just like, you know what I mean, like use a generator and then be off grid so that you don't have to like worry.
Yeah.
So he just kept it on the diesel generator, mate.
Yeah.
And yeah, like when it flooded, like he had power. You know what I mean? Like
Beautiful.
exactly. His house didn't get flooded at all.
Well, when my brother was looking for a house, we went over to Quebec. Like, we were looking all over. He only had a small budget. And we went over to Quebec to look at this one. It was within his budget. Might have had a couple bills left to work on it. And I pulled this styrofoam away from the wall in the basement, and it's just the crack in the foundation was retarded. I'm like, I guarantee you this area was part of that flooding that happened last summer or whatever.
Yeah.
And then we drive into the town and we go into this little corner store, and I chat up this woman. I'm like, by chance, was this area flooded out last year? And she's like, yep. And I was like, I knew it. But the realtor was acting like, no, it wasn't in the flood area.
Yeah. Cheeky pricks, aren't they?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, he did not, he could have bought it, but he didn't have the money to get it livable. And then I'm like, if you do this, and even if we hustle our asses off to get the money and get it livable, it could flood out next year or 2 summers from now again.
Yeah.
Like, what's the point?
Well, there's like
got
flood
me-
protection. You know, flood
Yeah.
protection, people always use sandbags, don't they? And it's like sandbags just literally do not work for flooding. They stem the flow, and you can change the path of flooding, obviously, to a different path or whatever. But like, we have these flood barricades in the UK now that are like just made out of like metal at the back to ballast it up, angled poles, and then like these collar joints or whatever. And then we've got like these massive plastic things that like interlock across one another to make like a wall almost, and they work, mate. They really do work.
Well,
Build up
you
the
and I
river
know
embankment.
water moves. You and I know water moves mountains, so
Exactly.
it's like I've been thinking, why don't we do some flood preventative measures? Like, we know we've been 8 miles deep.
Yeah.
We could make some big holes that would accommodate water if it came, you know?
Yeah. And then you've also like, yeah, it's like people keep talking about running out of water, and I'm just like, what the fuck are you on about running out of water? Like, I get the idea behind it, but like, it just seems kind of stupid. Well, especially
had
in the water.
Same amount of water since day one, right?
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, with all the chemical procedures and stuff that we've got now, like, even the sea itself, like, you can make seawater drinkable. Like, there are
Yeah.
ways around it. Like, you
Yeah.
can remove salt from water, for fuck's sake. You can filter water. Like, I just don't quite get that.
Have you heard of bull sharks?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's
Yeah,
pretty
man.
wild.
Have you, wait, there, Crypto, are you there?
Yeah, but I'm only half listening at the moment.
I was just wondering if you'd ever seen a basking shark. Because we have those off the coast of England.
I don't think so, actually.
They're more off the southwest coast because of like the Gulf Stream that runs there. But yeah, man, they're huge. Like, I've been in like a boat going to like a small island and like had them next to the boat, and like, yeah, I'll post an image in a minute. I don't know if you've seen those, Flatman can. They look a bit like bull sharks, that's why I said it. But they're the size of whale sharks. They're huge. Like, yeah, I've been in the water before and like literally like seen one. Do you know what I mean? And the fear of God that gets put in you is insane.
Yes. I've swam in the Pacific Ocean a lot, and it's definitely an interesting feeling when you're in that water. It's like And my parents would, or my mom at least, would be like, careful, because if you get caught up in the current, we won't find you till you get to China. And, you know, things like that in your head. You're like staying pretty close to the shoreline.
See, I would have been like, you bastards, saying that shit to me.
The West Coast Trail on the island is just beautiful, like Tofino and stuff. Oh, yeah. I've done some traveling. Like, I had a rough, like, you know, not exactly the most stable childhood, but there was a lot of good memories as well, you know?
Yeah, I didn't really travel much with my family, but I did travel on my own a bit. And with my school and stuff as well, luckily. Which is always good fun.
Yeah.
The best holidays I've been on have been it's like snowboarding holidays. Always been the best.
And Mum always made our house a home. We always had clean clothes and a full stomach.
Yeah, me too, bud. Yeah, same.
My dad
well,
was
not always, but to be fair, actually, that's not entirely true.
my biological father was a bit of a Rolling Stone, so I didn't really know him much.
Yeah, it's kind of similar with mine. Yeah.
Passed in 2013.
Don't remember the year what my dad passed away was actually. I can't even remember if I was 17, 18 or 19 when my dad passed. Like, I try not to remember like the dates. I try not to give myself any excuse to become like the depressed person at that time of the year. Does that make sense?
That's why I have a retarded memory, and it's like both a blessing and a curse, because like all the fucked up shit I don't want to remember, you know?
Exactly.
But yeah, the same day my father passed, the lady I was dating at the time, the father of her kids, a set of twins and a son, he passed the same day. He was one of my mates back in the day. Like, we hung out in the hood, and I didn't even meet her, and they had the twins and the little boy at that time. I didn't even meet his lady and the kids back then, you know? And then many years later, her and I hooked up, like after they had been separated for a while. And then my buddy, he was in the joint for a long time, and he wanted medical attention. They refused it. When he got out, he got the CAT scan, and the tumors that were there, and they did a surgery to remove them. But 6 months later, he ended up in a wheelchair, and he ended up passing the same day as my dad. Crazy.
Yeah, that's pretty shit.
Royce, I'll never forget him. He was a really cool shit, man. I remember he had a T-shirt.
Cool shit.
Oh yeah, no, for real though. He had a T-shirt. It was Bob Marley. It said, "I had a dream. One day it would be legal, and one day it will be legal." And like, it's sad because Royce passed away before it got legalized here.
Nah, but he's, you know, his dream came true. So regardless.
Yeah. I have good memories of him. He was a good lad for sure. And I'd never let his kids go without. Like, if his ex got a hold of me and they needed anything, I'd be there, you know, like, even though we're not together no more.
Yeah, I've got a friend like that. Not that I was ever with her, but a friend that passed that if his ex ever got hold of me, I'd definitely proud. Have to.
I've been single for a while. I'm going to stay that way. The next lady, I don't want her to have had any kids. I want her to have her poo-poo together a little bit, you know? She's got to be aware of this and other things, or I don't see us getting along for long.
Yeah, I know someone.
Hey, imagine dating a chick. What do you mean we didn't go to Mars? Oh my gosh, just please.
Yeah, I literally know someone who's in that predicament at the moment, where the person that they're married to, and he's a full-on fucking flat earther, and he's just like, mate, he's like, I'm tempted to sign the dotted line. I'm like, mate, what over this? Come on.
Yeah. If he truly loves her, just give her time. She'll either come around or accept him for who he is and just not even, you know what I mean? I've heard it said if you're in that situation, it won't last, but I don't know. I think she could come around in time once she sees they're not taking citizens to the space hotel and shit, you know?
Exactly. Well, that's it, really. It's like, what is it I was going to say? Is, well, it depends if your partner is going to be, like, ferociously on your back about the fact that you know the Earth's not a globe, then there's a big difference, obviously, compared to if they just don't care and they just sort of leave it. Big difference.
Yeah.
And it's whether it's going to affect raising children, right? You know.
Yeah.
So that's kind of what people have got to think about. You know, the flat earthers that really know their shit have sort of got a responsibility to end up with other flat earthers so that, you know, the next generation of kids aren't being taught the same bullshit.
Correct.
That's sort of what you got to think about. You know, if you end up with a woman who's a glober, then, you know, she's got to at least agree to allow the children to be taught the right way.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it might be a bit of a pointless pursuit. That's the only thing I would say, really. And literally, this tablet will not charge. I'm going to have to run an extension lead into my garden. Because I want to go out and get back out there. But we're still going to stay on here. Can't find any vests anywhere. I've used all the vests that I've got. Alright, 1 sec. I just got to take this headset off.
For sure. You're very quiet if you're trying to say something. Do-do-do-do.
Have you guys already talked to Saizu? No roles here.
I can't say I. Is he unmuted or are they unmuted?
I think he's still on mute. Has anyone
Just
tried
about
to
to-
present that? Sorry, Flatman. I didn't mean to cut
It's all
you off.
good. I didn't know we were both about to start at the same. I was just gonna say I'm about to start a QE numpty clips here. See what I love these things. Go ahead.
The last one was great. I don't know if you guys watched the most recent one, but I couldn't stop laughing. What I was gonna say was, oh yeah, I was gonna say, has anyone tried to present the Blackpool thing here? I don't think I've heard anyone try to champion that Blackpool White Swan thing here.
What are you calling it?
Oh, they've been talking about this in the past couple of days. That ranty Ruhiv conspiracy cat's picture from the Blackpool Tower. They're calling it a white swan. Ironically,
they'll never give up.
Wait, where am I?
yeah, that's the latest hotness.
How are we today?
Oh, good. How are you?
I'm pretty good.
Welcome.
You made it. You got your VC role.
I did.
Welcome.
Yeah, that's all I wanted to say.
Nice, man.
Few chords.
Oh, a few chords. I got you. This is, I started learning today, so I'm pretty bad. But this is like a D, I think. Is this?
You need to start dropping some flat earth bars over that.
Wait, sorry, what? But this is another song I reckon you guys would know.
It's where everyone starts.
Who's playing the guitar? Who's playing that guitar? I'm gonna say,
Yeah, who is it? It's really annoying. Can you please stop?
shut up. It's all good.
Is it? Am I not? Am I not allowed to play the uke in here?
You just gotta spit some flat Earth bars over top of it.
Okay, so the Earth is so flat. It is not round. If you think it is, you're stupid. How was that? Was that good? Was that better?
The Earth is not flat, and I know these. We know it.
Okay, how about this? How about this? Ready? The Earth is so flat. I'm really, really fat.
Yeah, bro, I'll take over. It looks like you're struggling with that. Right. So you just play and I'll do the lyrics, alright?
Okay, yeah, that sounds good.
We would like to know what the globe is. Can you show us where Coriolis is? Oh, this is the oldest trick. They're teaching us kids that the globe is what the world is. I've lost my voice this week and I can't really spit for a seek. I'm a shit, but I'll fuck it up, I'll take it to the peak of the mountain. The land stretching out like a fountain. We've got a descriptor of the surface, we know that it's flat. Laser test levels will prove that. If you think the Earth's a globe, then you're a fucking twat. Looking at me, say I'm a flat earther and I'm a prat. See, you believe you live adjacent to a vacuum while existing in a pressurized system. So who's the real prat? Who's gonna look like the twat when we're flying off the water ball? The water ball is always there for all. It's your religion. It's your standing pride. Your NASA, they lie for 60 mil a day, and we know that we hide the Antarctic.
Oh. That was great.
That was epic.
That was mint, man. Fuck yeah. Off the top, too.
Off the top of the dome, mate. Oh! Ricochet.
Ooh. Yeah.
Shots across the bow. Bap, bap, bap.
Nice.
He came in with a ukulele trolling. I don't even know who it was at the venue. I've actually lost my voice, though.
Let's do it one more time, and let's hear some more bars from you, okay? Okay.
No.
Okay, let's go. Yes.
Meet a random stranger on the internet with a ukulele. Tells me spit fire bars or he's gonna slay me. I said, mate, what's your name? Is it Jamie?
Yeah, it is.
Are you really? See, yeah, it is. The only open closed system we can think of is a fridge.
My parents
refrigerator.
Oh, sorry, my bad.
It's alright, mate. It's only a fucking right. I have actually got to get my shit together. This outside. Don't worry, I'm not going anywhere. It's alright, dude. Say thanks to the ukulele dude too.
Dude, that was great.
I get in the car. My wife asked me to put music instead of Discord, and when I turn into Discord, you're singing, bro.
Yeah, I've
bro,
lost
it's
my voice
full
there.
in here.
It's full in here. What is that? What is that little melody? Recognize it.
It's the song. It's a song by.
You
by
don't have to
Passenger.
go out with a lot. Yeah, I think Na, 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 na,
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah.
It's when you only need the light when it's burning low.
That's the one, brother. Mm. How are you anyway today, Gem C? My G, my brother from another mother, but from the same
I'm
mister.
doing alright, brother. Thank you for asking.
Yeah.
How about yourself? Everything okay?
Yeah, man, it's all good. I'm currently trying to plug 2 extension leads into one another so I can go outside, stay on Discord. Like, what's more important, the suntan or Discord? I can have both. I'm in the home of the brave and the land of the free.
Just driving, having breakfast, and on Discord all at the same time.
All at the same motherfucking time. Crackvillain's gonna come in with about 75 lines. 75 lines just to split you apart and understand that the earth is flat. I'm about to impart this wisdom, this truth. I know that I spit the truth on the roof. I've got a serum, it's called Crackvillain. I juice them. I know I'm about to produce them. Scientific methods got them elucidate the point that I'm elucing. Alright. Play some more fire in the booth then. Come, let me Crackvillain, let me do them.
Let's go.
Let's go. You could get it if you know. Gemsy's out on patrol. Straight out on the road. He's gonna take control. So, Flatman Can't, you still there, bro?
Absolutely. I was muted because I didn't want to, like...
Yeah.
For the flow good, I didn't want to add any sounds, you know? Not saying you were flowing bad, but he was like, kick it again, and I thought you were going to redo the same thing. I was like, I wonder if he'll remember what he said the first time.
Yeah, I can remember it quite easily. I wouldn't really need to just make up some new shit that was better.
Yeah, that was nice. Ukulele or He'll Slay Me, like that was fresh for sure.
He was like, sing along to my ukulele or he might slay me. I was like, dude, the earth's flat, so don't play me. Always want to portray me.
And then you see when the troll or globers, theirs is just complete garbage.
Yeah, I think me and Crypto mentioned it before that like we noticed that a lot of the people that end up coming here, it's either that they're even more talented or they just don't listen to authoritarian positions that tell them they can't be talented, so therefore they end up becoming more talented just because they believe they can do.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean by that, don't you, Flatman Can?
Like I got my mom into painting. She didn't think she could. I'm like, just keep practicing every day and
exactly, brother.
Getting quite well.
Yeah, you know, you can do anything really if you believe you can do it. Then
I've been teaching myself to use write with my left hand for a while now.
When I was a kid, I used to color in with my left hand while I drew with my right hand.
Nice.
Aided me pretty well in boxing. I mean, if you can use both hands pretty well.
Yeah.
Get me good at boxing. As well, if you ever end up in a match, like if you ever end up in a boxing match with someone that you just simply cannot beat, they're just outboxing you, you can always change from orthodox to southpaw then as well.
Mm-hmm.
Like if you're an orthodox boxer out there, if you can learn to box southpaw, my days, yeah, you know, that is a skill to have. To be able to be ambidextrous in boxing is like, that's a skill and a half to have.
Mm-hmm.
Couldn't find the vest, mate. I've managed to find a high-vis vest. It says COVID on it.
Orthodox fighters, since there's not that many southpaws. I mean, they're not that common. Many times the Orthodox have some issues with the southpaws.
100%.
Right.
That's what I'm saying. That's literally what I'm saying, Jamesy, is that, like, you know, if you end up in a fight with someone who's Orthodox and you're Orthodox, but you're ambidextrous and you can't beat him, and you can change over the southpaw in an instant, you know, you're gonna flatten him. No.
Yeah, don't let them start a boxing club, Flat Earth versus Globers. Shit.
I've already tried that, haven't I? Started offering them all boxing matches and UFC fights and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I have, mate. I've already said all that. I'm like, come on, then, come, let me do this. Oh. So I should be able to just go in my garden completely naked. It's my garden.
Batamol versus the how do you call these guys? The Paul. Remember the fake Flat Earth boxer guy? What's his name?
I don't know.
The guy that's really famous and
Jake Paul.
Jake Paul.
Hey, Jake Paul's not a bad little boxer, to be honest. Him and his brother Logan are actually, both of them are pretty athletic, I'll be honest.
Yeah, they're decent. Yeah, they're decent boxers for sure.
Yeah, they're not bad at all, mate.
Yeah, well,
It's like,
when you fight friggin' tomato cans, you can be a good boxer.
yeah, that's true. That's true. Their promoters really got on the fights for easy.
But just fighting, I mean, just getting to that step, you gotta put a lot of work.
It's harder than what people want to make out it is, for sure.
Fighting for 3 minutes, one round, fighting against someone else, just that, you gotta put some work.
Exactly,
Then if you do it for 5 rounds, or 8, or 10, 12.
Yeah, there's nothing.
The aspect I like is that there's no charges. Like, you know what I mean? I'm not facing assault charges. Like, this guy wants to get in the ring with me or the cage or whatever. So whatever happens, happens. Whatever happens to me, happens to me. Whatever happens to him, happens to him. You know? That's the aspect I like.
You signed that waiver?
Oh, fuck. Why not? I did to jump out of the plane. Why wouldn't I to get in the cage?
Yep. Damn straight, bro. I love signing a waiver. It's the funnest bit.
Somebody asked me that once, like, when I was at a job I had it on the telly and watching it and fucking like, right on. I'm like, look it, he could hit him there, da 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 da. And somebody comes up to me and they're like, what would you think about doing that? And I'm like, what? Be awesome. And they're like, you're fucking crazy.
I'll be right back.
I'll be back.
We'll be here. I'm giving Level another look. I watched it last.
Oh yeah, I got that today.
Watch it last night with Mom. It was good. It is good. Very well put together.
Come on, it's decent. But it's more like an overview, like a window into the topic, because it's not very. How do you say? I mean, it's 1 hour, so you can't put that much information so many topics to talk about. They did
think
they threw in a lot of different pieces, but it wasn't very specific on any of them.
Yeah, I think the biggest takeaway I got that I appreciated was how they pointed out how they bury it on the internet and stuff like that, you know?
Yeah. But when you talk about documentaries, right? I mean, many documentaries go very specific into, you know, topics and information.
Yeah.
But no, it was good. It was good. It was like a good introduction. Maybe new people, you know, they'll get curious with it. They'll be like, huh, this is interesting, you know.
Yeah.
I also really liked how they put Neil deGrasse Tyson on blast for not debating Eric. That part was sick. And then challenge him at the end. Let's go.
Yeah, that was good part too.
I genuinely feel like there are better people to debate Neil, though.
Well, that guy's such a tool anyways.
Yeah. Oh, I just broke my fucking visor.
You
say
might
that
as well
Eddie Bravo is a legend.
Yes, Eddie's a legend.
You could let Neil bring his buddy Bill and they'd both fail.
Oh, damn straight. But it's not going to be hard to beat him in debate.
And then they point out, I guess, some of the shit Neil used to do in his younger days or something too, eh? Like referring to the... Did he have like a bike theft ring going on or something?
See, I don't know how I feel about like bringing up people's like past for that.
Ah, fuck. I own my shit, man. Yes, Your Honor, I beat the motherfucker with a baseball bat. What about it? You know?
Funny fucker.
I don't know nothing about that, Your Honor.
Anyways, yeah, if you know,
Muted.
it is what it is.
What do you think about the clips that Eddie Bravo had in the documentary? It was pretty. I mean, he's kind of like a legend. He put his face. He was very direct about things, you know. And the clips that they put about Eddie Bravo over there, it was pretty good.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, mate. I've got a lazy boy outside. You should see how I'm sat, boy.
You're set up. You just need a cooler and a 6-pack now, brother.
Oh, I got that. Anyway.
Right on.
The 10th planet.
Yeah. Eddie's awesome. He's definitely well-spoken and straightforward, too. Gotta respect that.
That's who I want to try and get hold of for like us guys to get out there a bit more, because my family, I'm afraid to like talk to my family about it. Because obviously we run Gracie certified gyms. I just want to get hold of one of the Gracies, like one of the flat earthers that are a Gracie. You know what I mean? And then just contact him, and then he's gonna see my last name and know that our families run gyms together. And then be like, look, get us on a fucking Eddie Bravo. Get Eddie Bravo streaming our Discord like all day, every day.
Oh, wow, that'd be nice.
Just send him links. Someone send him a link.
I've emailed him links before. He's mentioned us like once, hasn't he? He's mentioned Nathan Oakley's a couple of times.
When he points out about thinking like a prosecutor and putting the people on the stand and you know, like if you're gonna prove the globe, you gotta give me proof.
Yeah.
And he's like I gotta think about this like a prosecutor. The way he points it out, it's a good way to put it, I think.
Yeah.
Why will I take all this fake stuff and think it's real? I need proof. Like
Yeah, that part in the doc too, how they showed the images and stuff, how they're all fucking computer generated, and then only the one supposed real one from way back.
Did he cut out?
Sorry, did you say I cut out?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah, I was just saying how they point out how all the images are fake except the one supposed real one from way back of the Earth. 70, was it 70 something? First one supposedly?
Can't remember the exact date, but I've just found my back brace. Oh, yes, mate.
I've always loved that idea of like the court setting, because we try to set. I feel like we try to set that up here too. Like, present your evidence, sir, and then they just go, "Well, I assume this, and I assert that." It wouldn't work in a court setting. It's silly.
Yeah, it wouldn't work
just-
at all.
I know it's not going to happen, but I kind of love in ladies' night when they're like, "Okay, fella, go off and find us the curve and come back then," and you just know they're never coming back. Fucking curve shit, like on any ladies' night or otherwise.
Oh, yes, that's the spinal lumbar support I need right there. Fuck it, I might just take this vest off. I thought it'd be a bit like windy, but it's not windy at all.
Yeah, like this just gave me an idea. Like, what if we rehash the arena into like the courtroom, and we have a judge role or something like that, you know? And we try to keep people away from the assumptions and assertions and stuff.
Yeah. Well, that was kind of what it was about anyway, but like, it's just that they can't keep this shit out of their mouth.
Yeah, that's true.
That was the whole point. It was like, you know, when someone spat out a fallacy, you'd be like, objection, referee, fallacy. I think the moment you start calling people judges and stuff like that, they're going to be like, what's your credentials, you know? It's true though, isn't it? It's like...
Good point.
Yeah, I find that's a classic. How many of you went to university or high school even? And when they come in, the Globies,
they hate it when me and Crypto there, because we're like, yeah, we've been in education our whole lives, and
yeah. I could be like, look, I dated chicks in university and got them A+, but I'm a high school dropout that's been in and out of a few colleges. What's your point? Like, fuck.
Yeah, I left high school as well. Didn't affect me.
Meanwhile, the dudes that are asking are in like 6th grade or something.
Yeah, innit?
Still doing 8th grade math.
Some nice healthy bees in my garden.
Wow, the repair went well. The neighbor used to turn on their tap and we just hear tick, 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 tick. The pipes would just be slamming in the walls. No more. Thank you.
Oh, mate, there's nothing worse than pipes that ricochet around the house. Like, annoying shit, that is.
I'm in a 17-story building. I'm on the 15th.
Oh, mate.
Beautiful view from my balcony. I can see Quebec from my balcony. And the mountains are amazing. I skied them all. Well, maybe not all of them, but most of them.
Most.
I gotta go back where I wiped out and conquer the hill that fucked my leg up someday.
Gotta be
I'll
done,
see
mate.
commercials of dudes with one leg skiing. I'm like, come on, Chris, you gotta get back on the hill someday. You know?
Yeah, I mean, maybe an encouraging story, but a high school buddy of mine like had a really bad ski accident, like had to have surgery on his head, like brain and stuff. But he's back out there skiing, so you can do it.
What I want to do is I want to like let go, jump from a heli, and like basically land on top of a beautiful mountain with fresh snow, and then ski my way down, and maybe even hit a cliff with a secondary chute and a wingsuit, and then land somewhere after that. That'd be the mintest fucking run ever, man.
I'd
Better
do
get
that shit.
GoPro.
Dude, I'd do that shit even if I knew I was gonna die doing it. I don't give a fuck.
I'm telling you, the first time I did a couple jumps from a plane, I wanted to go again and again and again, but
Yeah, I'll tell you though, a skydive.
is what it
I
is,
feel like a bungee jump's more frightening than a skydive.
I want to do that where I'll dip half my body into water.
I've done it, mate.
Beautiful, beautiful.
Good fun.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like they always play that prank on you, like when you jump off it. Everyone just screams like, "No,
oh shit,
it's not attached." Oh, fuck off. They throw the end of another rope off as you go down as well. You bunch of pricks.
You're like, I didn't wear a diaper today, but I should have.
Nah, bungee jumping is good fun. Oh, in the UK, fucking hot.
It's like the opposite here. We're nice and cool. Feels like the UK here.
No, the UK is either freezing or boiling. There's no in between.
Tragic.
I'm at that part too now where they're selling the public property and even signing the photographs to, like, the sheeple are like, bah! Getting an autographed fucking photo of space shit from the astronaut guy. It's like, it's all owned by taxpayers. And the dude's like, you could sell them too. And he's like, trying to, you know, the chick's okay, you could leave now. Remember that part of the doc? The level? Sorry, I might have.
No, I didn't watch it.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah. The
I
guy
watched it.
was saying, "Oh yeah, can you sign for me #space bubbles?" To the astronaut.
That was so funny.
That was funny. Yeah. And the lady was like, "Ah, yeah, you gotta go," or something like that. Like,
Yeah,
hey.
there's okay, come on, trying to get the next.
Oh, she
person
already
on
knew.
board. Yeah.
The guy lied. He said he doesn't remember someone asking him about space bubble. He's never heard that before or something. Dude, so they've been asking you like three
Come on.
people asked you. He said, "No, it's debris from the space station. It may look like bubbles, but it's only debris." That was his answer, right? That's what he said. Right?
Why the
Debris?
fuck have you? Why have you got a snorkel then? You twat.
There's a video by this band called OK Go, and
Oh.
it's all on a plane where everything's floating because I guess they're doing the parabolic dives there. It's amazing, that video.
Good video.
Yeah.
Post it.
Okay, I'll do that. Hold on. Good.
Just so the live stream they'll see the title and that anyone watches this video then. Forgot about that.
Oh yeah, here.
I was just talking to my girlfriend this morning
idea,
about some of
Bill.
this stuff, and I was telling her, I was like, man, you know, it's so hard to take politics seriously, especially given like these lies. Like, I don't know, it's just a lot of people are biting into like the divide from the media, and
buying into the politics, but how do you truly take them serious? Like when we're being lied to on a much grander scale, you know?
Exactly.
Yeah, you gotta.
Does anybody else feel that way? I mean, it's a joke, really. Like,
back.
I do. I know exactly what you're saying. When I have guests come in, I'm like, I don't want to know anything lamestreams telling you. Like, if it's important, if it's in the neighborhood, let me know. But otherwise,
Exactly.
I don't need to hear it. Yeah, if nobody's checked out that video yet, it's a really good one. And the band is really interesting too. They have some really neat videos that they do. There's one with printers and one with like these sort of Segway things. And some of them are massive, like a lot of people, a lot of coordination. But yeah, it's a pretty interesting group there. Okay, go. But that particular video I posted in the live stream, that'll really show you some like floaty stuff.
Guys, we have a couple new people. Flying Cat. Flying Cat, welcome. Are you there?
Yeah, so you light up.
Fred. What? Bug bread. Oh, I had water. Yep, fixing your ends. Make sure when you put them in there, cross that.
Hey, Flying
Flying,
Cat,
you are
are
live.
you there?
I know they're all
I'll mute him. I'll mute him from now because I think he's having a conversation in the background. We don't want to, hear that. Zaizu.
Welcome to the server.
Zaizu. Arigato gozaimasu. I think it's like Japanese. That's the only thing I can say in Japanese. So, Zaizu.
I've been trying to learn Japanese for some time now. Got a few words down, but not.
Zaizu Sensei, are you there? I think he's busy. He light up, but he says something. Anyways, guys, welcome to the server. If you're busy at the moment, it's fine. If you want to open up your mic, you will need PC verified, and the only way to get that is by speaking.
Mm-hmm.
004, we spoke yesterday in the, I think it was in the Cog This.
Yeah, I know. What's up?
Glad to hear you again, sir. Yeah, welcome back. Have you thought about the information? Come up with any conclusions? More questions? New ideas? Comments about stuff?
Yeah, I have been thinking lately, but I haven't got to a conclusion yet. So I'm just thinking.
Great, you're thinking. That's good. I do that sometimes.
Sometimes.
Well, welcome to the server.
004, I'm gonna say this, right? La tierra es plana.
Ok, pues no sé, ¿qué quieres que te diga?
Hell no.
Spanish moment.
The earth is flat.
There you go. He got it.
You got it.
He translated for me. I don't know how to say in English. La tierra es plana. How do you say it again, guys? In English?
In Paris, it's
La
called
tierra
La
es
Flat.
plana. The earth is
How do you
flat.
say it? There you go. You got it.
Paris, it's La Flat Earth.
.004, you understand that, your senses are very important and they indicate that we are in a motionless plane, right? You don't see, experience, you cannot measure any curvature. You actually measure level, flat. If you go out there and do it yourself, you can go to water and measure the waters of the earth, which is 70%. This is what people say, right? 70+% of the earth is water. At least at the bodies of water, right? Like lakes and sea level. And you go out there and you measure those, and they measure flat. Water is level and contained. And also, those are observations and measurements, right? And if you think about movement of the ground that you're standing on, there is no movement detected. So the ground that we all standing on, it's motionless.
Yeah, but isn't that
Shit. Here's
like
an easy one.
the
Cups
same?
hold water, not balls.
Go ahead. He was. You're gonna reply. Go ahead and reply.
Isn't that like the same logic as if I can't see my brain, it doesn't exist?
Yeah, but we can do autopsies, or you could open up a head and you'll find the brain, and it will be there, right? And then when you go out there and measure the earth, and it measures flat. But if someone is claiming that the ground it's curving, you will have to provide the methodology and the measurements that will show that the ground and the waters are actually curving or bending, right, into a sphere.
Yeah.
Cups hold water. You got to bend around the water to hold the water. You can't just sit there and the water is held by the edge of you, by the outside of your turkey or your duck or your ball. Not how it works.
Yeah, when you come to the microcosm, right? You every time you experience water, it's, if you're gonna manage it in a way, you have to contain it, or you cannot have the water on the outside of a container, can you? 04?
You can't even have water on the outside of a duck.
on the outside.
I'm just saying.
Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, well, at low scale, like inside Earth, you can't just move water without.
That's called a lie or excuse.
Without a container.
Yeah, it's called a good excuse. It's like Dr. Seuss.
Yeah, because you're saying that once it gets to a certain size, then the water will be attached to the container from the outside. But since you're saying that since the containers that we are managing are too small, every time we experience water as contained, it's always contained within the container, not on the outside, right? But at what size, at what moment, at what size does water actually start being attached on the outside of the container? Can you be specific on that point? Because that's what you're saying.
Okay.
How big?
About, I don't know, as big as the sun, as big as Earth. In outer space. But
So listen, let's go small, right? You got a cup of water contained, and the water at the surface is level, right?
yeah,
Then you go to the bathtub, you know, and if you fill up the bathtub, it's contained and level, right? You go to a pool. The pool needs to be contained, and it's gonna be level, right? You go to a lake. You go to a pond, to a lake. You go to a sea, an ocean. When are you saying that it's gonna start curving and attached to the outside? As big as a planet, you're saying. Go ahead, guys. I'm just rambling.
Crack on, Gemsy.
I spoke to him yesterday. He was pretty cool and very polite. And
Who is it? Who have we got here? Who is it? Who am I fighting?
I am
004. He's
I
Alright,
just
brother.
don't want to
Get him.
disrespect anyone because everyone has their opinion and everything.
Ah, mate, you're alright, brother. If you're worried about disrespecting people, you more than likely won't. That's one thing I'll say. Yeah, intent matters as well. If you're not trying to disrespect somebody, then I'm probably going to be pretty lenient if you did. So don't worry, I'll stick up for you if you actually offend someone. So yeah, bro, you think they have some bull, right?
I mean, I'm a little skeptical about it now. You know, I just trying to see what. You know, I'm right now. I'm just listening, and when I come to a conclusion, I will decide.
Yeah. See, it's not really like a decision type scenario anyway. Like that, I don't think too much. Like I wouldn't put too much weight into that side of it. Like, weighing up both sides or this sort of stuff. Like, realistically, the way you've got to look at it right now is, what evidence have you already been provided for a globe?
Well, I mean, I just mentioned every single evidence for the Earth being a globe.
I've just got it, mate. Sorry.
Well,
Literally, I was away dealing with my household. God, I look sexy up off today. Nah, but for real, mate. So what I would say to you is this, yeah, is the idea that the Earth is a globe is probably something that was never taught to you. It's something that was probably just asserted. It's true, right? Or would you say that, you were provided evidence for such things as curvature or rotation or, just something to think about, Was it an education that derived your current viewpoint of what the Earth is? Or was it simply an asserted point of view that you have? Was it asserted to you by people older than you?
well, it was more asserted by the internet, while growing up and everything I saw, just minding my own business, I just found the knowledge. I mean, also school always assumes everything and then just tells you.
So
Yeah,
that's what we sort of have, yeah. Carry on, Jamesy.
Yeah, if you go and let's say brush away whatever someone told you in school, right? They give you a book, they show you an image, and they say, hey, this ball right here that you see right here, this is where you live, right? That was the introduction that they gave you, right? On a book, on a globe that they had in the room, whatever, and they pointed out and they told you this is where you live, right? And since you trusted the person that was telling you, let's say your teacher or whoever, you said, okay, my teacher said I live on a globe, therefore I live on a globe. Would that be like a good
Fair
assessment of
assessment.
how you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Basically.
Yeah. That's very. That will be pretty common to many people because I was told the same thing. I was even told that Christopher Columbus, he navigated to the Americas and therefore he proved that the Earth wasn't flat. That's the first time I ever heard something about flat Earth. That Christopher Columbus proved that it wasn't flat because he navigated to the America on a boat, right?
I mean,
and he used the globe as well, right, Gemsy? Christopher Columbus used the globe to navigate to the Americas. Bear in mind the globe he was using didn't have the Americas on it. I guess that helped prove the globe.
So, like everyone in that time just guessed that the Earth was flat because nobody knew about the existence of the Americas.
Well,
but then when they discovered it, Christopher Columbus didn't just go to the west coast of the US now and keep going until goes either.
Think about the credibility of the story that was given, right? Christopher Columbus discovered America, but think about it. There was nations and civilizations already here in the Americas when he made it.
I mean, he discovered it to Europe, the world.
Oh, listen, wait there one sec.
He did what?
Wait there a
Hold on,
sec.
what
My
was that
friend.
word? He discovered America. He discovered a flat thing on a flat. Okay.
Well, listen. Let's not get wrapped up in that. Let's just wait there a sec, dude. 1 second. So, I think a better way of looking at this is to see if actually does that claim hold up to be true now, right? So if you type in the terminology Phoenicians before Columbus, type that term in Phoenicians before Columbus. My friend was actually involved in a project where they were attempting to prove the Phoenicians, in fact, could have sailed to sunny Florida way before Columbus could have. And if you look at the Phoenician flag, and especially the Floridian flag and the American flag, there are some similarities right there. But not just that, I would just say that the Phoenicians, it's been proven archaeologically speaking by an archaeologist and a historian that my friend literally works with, that the Phoenicians were dealing tin with the Cornish people of the south of England. And then also that they did in fact prove that the Phoenicians could have quite easily sailed on an original Phoenician ship. They sailed to Florida on it there and back using all traditional and old methodology of navigation and also eating, as in like preserved foods using salt and pickled and all this sort of stuff, right? And they've ticked, I think, about, I can't remember how many on a tick list. There was a tick list of like either 11 or 21 things that they need to sort of prove to be true in order to sort of say this is a historical fact by today's
standards.
Yeah, by today's standards, and they're pretty far down the list. If you fail to find it, then let me know, and I'll just send me a DM, and I'll find it on Facebook, the group in which they post most of their findings to, and I can DM it to you. And it's just Phoenicians before Columbus is what it's called. So yeah, that's something to look into, because in my opinion, they've already unequivocally proven that the Phoenicians went to America way before Columbus even did. But the fact of the matter is that Columbus navigated to the Americas using a globe already.
I mean,
so yep.
The Phoenicians were like really, really good sailors, and so they could go to the Americas if they wanted.
Exactly. That's the whole point. And the fact that there's Phoenician ships that still exist today that have gone now to the Americas. Do you know what I mean? They literally went to the Americas using said Phoenician ship. And, my friend and, his colleagues, they're not world-class sailors, not in the sense of the way the Phoenicians were, right? And they did so using no modern navigation techniques, just literally using rudimentary and available techniques that were available to the Phoenicians also. So when we sort of look at that, we're like, we got to sort of think like these men of yesteryear. Well, I feel like they would have found it pretty easy. Like people think the Vikings struggled to find England. I don't believe that at all. I think they just simply sailed west and they got there.
I think they use sound for a lot of stuff.
And smell.
Phonetics.
Well, I've been many, many miles off the coast of a country and smelt food and barbecues and fires and gas stations and all sorts of stuff.
So the point that I wanted to bring to him to 004 is that besides the story that we were given in school, right? When you actually go out there and put your senses into application, right? Like when you go out there to the real world and you experience the earth for what it is, you will never in your lifetime, or anybody no one, yourself, you will not experience this globe that you were given in a conceptualized idea in paper, right?
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
So your senses are very important, bro. Right? Will you say that's fair to say? Your senses very, very important.
I mean, yeah, they kind of are important, but senses can sometimes trick you. I mean.
Well, that's what you've been told, yeah. Like, how often have your senses failed you? That's my question that I'd like to ask.
Yeah, tell me from this whole week or this whole month, one instance that your senses were tricking you and lying to you.
I can't smell anything.
Well, okay, so I was like about to sleep, no, and okay, so I was like feeling like I was watched, or like that feeling, but I wasn't. Like I checked, I wasn't.
How do you know? How do you know you weren't being watched? And that's not one of our senses being watched. I'll be honest, that's not actually one of our senses. It's a combination of our senses, and probably a thought pattern issue. That's probably your brain tricking you, which is the thing that's hooked up to your senses more than your actual senses. Do you know what I mean?
I mean,
like your senses. Like, how did you verify that someone wasn't watching you? Just let me ask you that. How did you verify? Because this is interesting.
Literally,
did you go and look?
My room is like kind of small, no, and the windows were completely closed. I revised all of the room, and the door was also closed.
Right, so you went and you felt the door with your hands, right? Touch. You looked. So how do you know your senses weren't tricking you into believing that your windows were not in fact closed? So you trusted your senses to tell you whether or not some other part of your sensory apparatus was in fact lying to you. So the point is our senses actually are something that we rely upon and trust, because if you didn't trust them, you wouldn't have been able to verify, in fact, that you weren't being watched. Do you see my point?
Yeah, I see the point.
So with that line of logic, right, like this idea of someone watching you, that feeling that we have, this ominous feeling, right? Yeah. It's not something that's directly outlined. We don't have a direct apparatus that tells us this. We have an overall sense and understanding of what that could be. For instance, like a heat source at your window, right, could create a different level of pressure between you and the person. As in, like, they're filling some of the space, their body heat is heating up some of the gases. So they could, like, we sort of have a rough and rudimentary understanding of why it might be that we might feel why someone is around us, right? That's just from my own understanding. I could be wrong if someone wants to correct me, but I would say that's not one of your senses exactly. That would be a multitude working in tandem while you're in a sort of state that is, should I say, as you're trying to go to sleep. But it was your senses that allowed for you to alleviate the worry, or should I say the thought pattern that there was someone watching you. So your senses are what you relied upon, bro, and that's sort of what we're asking people to do more prevalently than what they're currently doing. Rely upon your senses. How does the world present itself? Because it's antithetical to the globe. This idea of a globe is antithetical, shall I say, to what our senses allow us to experience on a daily basis.
Wait, so do you people actually think the Earth's flat?
You people.
Yeah.
We know it's flat. Yeah. Mr. Bean, I know it's flat.
Round.
It's round.
There's a
Why do
difference
you-
between thinking and knowing.
Why do you?
Let's
why
go back
you-
to round.
Yeah. Why do you think? Why do you believe it's a globe, Mr. Bean?
Because, like, there's legit photos. People been to space, seen the curve. and
Legit
seen it
photos?
spin.
I know. I just posted 2 of the photos, like in one meme in the live stream there. See, it's a circle and a pear.
So Bean, they admit to you that that all these photos are composites, right? They Photoshop it. Haven't you heard?
This isn't controversial.
Yeah.
Wait, dude, 1 second. Wait, no, dude, don't spiral, because this isn't a controversial point. This is literally from NASA.org. NASA do not proclaim in any way, shape, or form to be showing you actual proper images of the Earth. They genuinely admit it. I can give you nearly a verbatim quote if you would like. We take data strips collected via various methodologies, in which we then take from a flat map, we emulate onto a ball, wrap it around, and then we then edit the data that is then emulated onto said ball in order for it to appear how people would think to see the ball from an orthographical perspective from space, how it would appear to see
try and get it as accurate as possible.
Yeah, so you're making excuses why they Photoshop it, right? So
try
then
and
we
make it as
wrap it.
accurate as
Then we wrap the flat map around
But
the ball.
wait.
My part was integrating the surface, clouds, and oceans to match people's expectations of how Earth looks from space.
Yeah, but the map, like that map, how did they get that map? Like
high altitude planes. You can Google these. You can Google these Google airplanes. They fly over land, and they they go like north, then south, then north, then south. They make strips over land and take photographs, and then they wrap this flat map around the ball and add clouds and the specular highlights to make it look real, Mr. Bean, because it isn't real.
Well, they just try and get it as accurate as possible.
Yeah, by photoshopping it, right? They take this
They make it
data,
high-res.
right? This data, and they wrap it around a ball. What's not to get, right? You're making excuses for something. You just told us NASA has photographs. We pointed you that they photoshopped that shit, and now it's to make it more accurate. This is cognitive dissonance, right?
Wait there, dude. You can't claim it's to make it more accurate when a minute ago you didn't even know that they photoshopped said images. You can't say that their motivation in order. Listen, you can't state. No, but you can't state. No, you can't state motivation or reasoning behind why someone does something that you are ignorant to. You've just learned said fact. You can't then start to have opinions about it, because that's called fallacious. It's a fallacious form of reasoning. Let's go on to the other one. Yeah. That's what else was it that you stated? You said something about we've seen the curve, right? Is that what one you said as well?
Yes.
From where? From where?
From the International Space Station.
International Space. No, they even admit on the. No, they admit on the International Space Station, the people that actually are up there admit that the Earth's horizon appears to be a flat line due to the size of the ball. Obviously, the cameras that are attached to said apparatus would show forms of curvature using barrel distortion or GoPro cameras, for instance, right? But
fisheye lenses.
yeah, but these people admit that, at that altitude you cannot perceive a curve due to the size of the ball. Neil deGrasse Tyson says that 120,000 feet, that shit's flat. There's no way you could see it as a ball. There is no place on Earth that you have ever been where you have seen it as a ball. If you're in an aeroplane and you think you see curvature, well, you're looking at convex windows inside of a pressurized air cabin with expandable windows in the middle that expand as the plane's cabin is pressurized higher to a higher pressure or lower, it increases or decreases dependent on the level of pressure. This is literally the design of the way the fuselage is created.
The most funny part of it all, right, Mr. Bean, is that you only saw curvature on the television, right? They showed you on the television curvature, whilst when you and every human being on this flat and level plane, when we walk out our front door, right, we never experienced a globe. There's no curvature, none, right? But you look at the television and they feed you this.
Let's give him a chance to reply. Right.
Sure.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Right. Bean, Mr. Bean, what did you say?
All right. What I want you to do is is it bright outside for you right now?
Sorry, is it?
Yeah.
Is it sunny outside? I want you to walk outside, look up, and convince yourself that when the clouds aren't moving, the Earth's spinning.
What? So you're in the you're thinking that because of the Earth's turning, that the clouds are moving?
Well, the clouds move, but they move the opposite way the Earth spins.
No, they don't.
They move in all directions, bro. So why are you denying reality? Are you denying reality?
Wait there, are you saying there's causality between the Earth's rotation and clouds?
Well, just walk outside and look up. And
I'm outside.
I'm outside.
I'm outside, mate. Bro, I can listen. Wait there. I see a cloud moving eastward and I see a cloud moving westward at the same time. What are you on about? Gas is moving all directions randomly. What are you on about?
Oh my god.
That's not even a claim. That's not
even a claim of a globe, yeah.
It's just an illusion. It's like
dude.
The brain thing. Oh my god. It's too late for this. I'm leaving.
Okay, bye.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. Cog this, mate.
Pointing at clouds and then declaring that the Earth is turning. I mean,
wow. Not even the scientists on your pseudo-scientific rhetoric side say that shit, bro.
No.
And no one claims that. Like, fucking hell, go and read the laws of thermodynamics for fuck's sake, bro. You know?
He immediately snatched his own way.
What these globers claim, I mean, come on.
He just literally just handed the argument over straight away. What an idiot.
What do you guys think of the people who say all the ancient Greeks discovered the Earth was a globe or something? Because there's a kid.
There's a kid. We've got a glober. We've got a glober in here right now.
I'm not a glober, but
not you. Someone else. Someone else is a glober who's trying to ask questions. So we're not going to argue the lobby stuff.
Yeah, well, there's this guy that says all the ancient Greeks discovered the Earth was a globe based on shadows or something.
Cool.
What do you think of that?
Aristophanes' presupposition of sphericity was measuring, between two different locations, measuring sticks and shadows, which are not a measurement of the Earth, or curvature presupposing parallel rays. We can show one incident of rays not being parallel, i.e. crepuscular. His assertion is already gone. Presuming that the sun is so far away that the rays are parallel, presuming that the Earth's curved. Again, presuppositions, assumptions, admitted even by the fields of science now that exist. You could see APS Science, for instance, for a citation on said thing. There was a glober. Who was a glober, Roger? That was asking questions a minute ago.
No, I think it was 004 who wanted to say something.
Yeah, what's up? No, I didn't want to say anything.
Okay, sorry.
Someone said, asked the question when Mr. Bean was here, that was all. Well, we can go into the Aristophanes thing a little bit more then.
I'm gonna see if the guy that said that will get NBC, and then we can tell him that thing.
Well, I've got citations that I can provide in a moment that talk directly about the assumptions made.
Yeah, even that priest Neil deGrasse Tyson says it works on both cases. So it doesn't prove anything, right?
Yeah.
It's ridiculous, right? Because when I say I measured that the Earth is flat because I presuppose that the Earth is flat and I presuppose that the sun is close and local, they won't accept it.
Well, Roger, I would take it as far as saying that it only works on a flat plane. It doesn't work on a globe because of the fact of the matter is that you would have to state that there would be no divergent rays between the two locations of Alexandria and Cyan. Because, and so if I can show any divergence in rays, like if you have a pair of sunglasses on and you look at the sun, like in your peripheral vision, you'll literally see the divergent rays hitting the lens of your sunglasses, and you'll see the crepuscular fashion in which the rays are coming out of the sun. They come out like a shooting star, right? And the fact of the matter is you would have to sort of state that on this day there were no clouds, or nothing, in fact, in the medium between these two locations that could have caused a crepuscular ray formation of crepuscular rays, or any divergent beams to be caused. Well, we know that that is not true. Mic check.
Yeah, I get you. I agree. So claiming that the sun is 93 million miles away is just ridiculous, right?
Like, if the sun is like 93 million miles away, then why can't we see the ISS in the sky just rotating around?
Well, also, why doesn't the ISS disappear at the actual horizon as well?
Yeah, and like, why doesn't, if the sun is 93 million miles away and we can still see it very clearly, then why can't we just see the ISS orbiting around the Earth? That's what I think.
Well, it's angular size. It's angular size would be the issue with the ISS. To be honest with you, the height in which they state that the ISS is at, we shouldn't be able to see it at all. Because it's roughly 100 meters by 100 meters in size. The Antonov 225, the biggest plane, in fact, in the world, is 100 meters by 100 meters, but it has a volumeric size, i.e. what you can actually see of it, i.e. if you're looking at the base of it, the bottom of it, its breadth, width, and depth, or whatever, is much greater, in fact, than the ISS. The width of its wings, the width of its fuselage, is greater, and at 30,000 feet, that shit looks smaller than the ISS does at its altitude, and it's, like I said, pretty much bigger. So the ISS shouldn't even be able to be viewable at the altitude in which that they state that it's at, to be quite honest.
It's just, these people come in the lobby and they think, oh, I'm going to debunk these flat earthers and I'm going to blow their minds, and they're just a bunch of idiots because I saw the Flat Earth Society, and I don't know. It's just kind of dumb, I guess. Like, they think they come in here and they think they have like 1,000 IQ or something.
They're allowed to think whatever they like, but it is their folly. It's folly unto them to think what they think, unfortunately. Fuck's sake, I can't get comfortable.
Yeah, Ricketic just joined us. Welcome.
Thank you.
What's up?
What's up?
Just chilling in the sun.
Okay. You still believe you're on a spinning water ball hurling through space?
Not exactly.
Not exactly. Okay.
Interesting. What exactly do you think or believe?
Um, I think I'm pretty aligned with general science.
General science.
On that particular topic.
So the shape of the Earth isn't a science question, right? You know that, right?
Sorry?
The shape of the Earth itself, right? Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
The shape of the Earth isn't even a question for science. It's not
How's that?
scientific. Well, do you need to conduct science to know the shape of something?
Sometimes you can.
Well,
No. You don't. So, like, if I was to tell you a table is 5 foot by 5 foot, what shape is it?
well, it's a
5 foot
square.
by 5 foot.
It's a square,
what
right?
shape?
No.
No, not necessarily.
I mean, depends.
If the width of it.
It can be oval.
Yeah.
Listen, 5 foot, right, by 5 feet wouldn't make it an oval.
Yeah, can.
No. How would it be an oval? It'd be a circle.
All right, maybe go back to some
You're
basic.
on about a circle, because that's what you're on about. You're on about a circle being 5 foot by 5 foot.
5 foot by 5 foot.
Okay, 5 feet by 5 feet with 90-degree angles at the corners.
And they have 4 corners.
Yeah, Well, I only need to tell you 5 foot by 5 foot with 90-degree corners. I need to tell you how many.
Well, yeah, if it has multiple 90-degree corners, then it will make it a square.
Well,
yeah.
Who done that?
You can also have one 90-degree angle, and that will make it a triangle.
Cool, bro. I said more than one, more than two.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So 5 foot. If it's 5 foot, if it's 5 foot by 5 foot, right? Anyway, the point is if you can discover the shape of something. The point is not exactly to get into the weeds of what shapes we can make, right? The point is to elucidate to you that this isn't us conducting science measuring a table, right? That's the only point I'm trying to make, right?
Sure, it can be a scientific question. Can be a scientific question. What the shape of a table is.
We didn't conduct an experiment to establish the size of the table or the shape. No, we didn't. We measured it.
Mm-hmm. A measurement.
We already have established measurements.
An experiment. All right.
Yeah. Does he know what an experiment is? Scientific method? Yeah? Well, tell us the scientific method, Rikatik.
I don't like it when you try to attack someone ad hominem.
It's
how's that an ad hominem?
Have a conversation.
Wow.
I'm ready to have a conversation with you.
Dude, that's not an ad hominem.
Clarification.
I asked.
No one's even done anything approaching an ad hom, bro. I don't know why you're doing that.
I didn't come to the server to give you a lecture on science.
No.
No, we asked.
You claimed. Wait. You claimed that science proves the Earth is a ball, right? Then I asked.
No.
Do you know what the scientific method was?
Did you hear me actually say that?
You claimed that science was applicable to measurements.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I ask you, how does measurements follow the scientific method? And I ask you, can you explain this? It's not an ad hoc.
You can have a hypothesis, and then you can do measurements or experiments in which you do measurements.
No, you can't. No.
So if you all right.
You don't do measurements.
Okay.
Listen. You're saying that
if you're just gonna say no, then it's okay. You know.
I'm helping you. I'm helping you, bro.
Did I ask to be helped?
I don't care. I'm trying to stop you.
All right. Well, then, if help is not wanted,
you're
not helping.
Well, would you say it helped you if you were about to fall off a bridge, but you didn't want help? 2 weeks later, you might think different, right?
Do you want help? Do you need help? Do you need some help?
Do you always want
No.
the help that you're going to receive?
Franklin, do you need help at this moment?
Not really.
No, okay. So I'm not gonna give it to you. Now ask me the same question.
No.
Okay.
Carry on with your assertion of what the scientific method is. Go on, dude. I won't help you.
I didn't.
I just said I won't help you again. Carry on.
With what? Who said I need any help with anything?
Are you a goldfish? What were you doing
See,
before I
that is,
attempted to help you? What were you doing?
Crackman, do you know what an ad hominem attack is? This is clearly one.
Oh, this is
Does
going to
that
be
make
good.
you
Why
feel
don't you
better?
define it for us?
An ad hominem attack.
Yeah.
Are you a goldfish?
That's not an ad hom.
Okay.
Please define it for us.
Why are you being aggressive?
I'm asking you a question.
That makes you laugh.
Crypto,
Is
you're
it
being
aggressive to ask questions?
I don't know.
It's not aggressive to ask questions. It's aggressive to ask questions in a certain way.
Is it passive aggressive to accuse people of being aggressive for asking questions?
Yeah, perhaps. Perhaps
Yeah,
you're
being
getting
passive
it.
aggressive.
See, you're getting it.
Yeah, you're being passive aggressive, my guy. I think that's the problem.
Apply that same. Apply that
You're
same
being
standard to
passive
yourself.
aggressive, and that's obviously designed to elicit an aggressive response.
Apply that same
And by talking
thing to
over
your-
me,
Bye-bye.
that's just being rude. So
Okay.
obviously you're being passive aggressive and rude, and you're expecting people to be nice back to you. Doesn't make any sense.
Like it's like you literally want the aggression, and then you're going to call out the aggression.
Well, this is the tactic, isn't it? It's wind a few people up, complain when you get called names, and then leave pretending you get honest. Subject matter.
How does science prove a globe, Rikitik?
Probably left, mate.
Well, there we
You
are.
I wanted.
He's
I wanted
still here,
to throw out.
Rikitik. Rikitik, are you still there?
Okay.
Oh, well done.
So let me make myself clear. This is an insult, and I think you're on of a plan and tell us how the science proved the Earth is a globe.
We didn't hurt your feelings, did we?
No.
Yeah, we can move on. Let's just move on to the subject matter. So, how does science prove the Earth's a globe, my guy?
Well, I can tell you, but I mean, I'm sure you've heard it a million times before, and you do not accept that, right? So
then why are you here?
I'm not really. You.
Okay.
No, you. I feel like
what kind of model?
claim-
What kind of model of the Earth do you
we don't.
have?
Well,
And
we
what
don't.
kind
We don't have a
what-
model.
what-
We don't have a model.
alright.
We don't have a model.
Yeah,
Don't
no,
have a
but
model.
dude, you've already
Alright.
asserted something. You've already made a claim, so you might as well see it through to the end, right?
What claim did I make?
That's why I asked you if you were a goldfish or not. Which wasn't an ad hom. That was just a genuine.
That is not like you know.
I'm not. For fuck's sake, we're not going back to that.
We're not. We're
Yeah.
not.
Let's
So,
just
dude,
talk about the
let me
subject
tell-
matter.
let me tell-
The conversation does it have a
1
conversation?
second. 1 second. Okay, so you said earlier that science proves the globe, right? I would like you to evidence this claim.
He's gone.
Yeah, he just wants to talk over people.
Right. It's funny how people can't remember what they said like 3 fucking seconds ago.
Oh, he can. He just didn't want to actually evidence his claim.
Exactly.
I honestly can't believe how easy it was for him to play victim over something like that.
Oh, yeah, straight away. And all the while being passive aggressive and trying to elicit that response. That's clearly how he has conversation.
It's like he found out there was a panel of people watching him walk towards the cliff, and Crack's like, hey, let me stop you.
Creation Bear, you're super quiet, dude. Can you turn up?
Yes, Creation Bear.
Yeah, Creation Bear was really quiet. I don't know if anyone could hear him.
Yeah, it was for me as well.
If that's all it took to set that man off, I don't know how he gets dressed in the morning. I mean, up with some pretty nice. I couldn't imagine being that big of a victim. That sucks.
Yeah, but people in real life don't act that way. That's the thing. That's the point.
Well, he must exist in real life somewhere, and he will act that way. So.
I'd feel bad if he did, man.
Yeah, I feel bad for everyone around him because they're gonna have all sorts of stupid accusations.
It just wouldn't.
Could you imagine
people
being
just
friends
don't.
with that guy?
Well, people just don't exist around me acting that way. Maybe that's more what I should have said.
No, that's fair enough. I know what you're saying because maybe he doesn't act that way in real life. I don't know because if he does, I mean, he's going to have a world of hurt.
Yeah, I'd probably give him get a good slap where I live.
Well, imagine if he said that to his boss. If his boss was like, "You got to get in at 9 or whatever," and then he goes, "Oh, you're being really aggressive, like expecting me to get in on time." He'd be like, "Oh, okay, you're fired. Fuck off."
Tells his boss he's using an ad hominem.
Yeah, innit? Mate, you should see some of the people I've worked for, mate. You get up and you go into work and they're like, "Mate, you look like a cunt."
Dude, that's the real world.
That's the real world. I'm like, alright, nice one, mate. Why do I look like that? Well, got a face like a slapped arse, you little prick. Get up that ladder.
Dude, those are some of the better jobs I've ever had, is where everybody talks shit to each other.
Exactly.
Oh yeah, definitely. Well, this is why I find the snowflake culture so dangerous because a lot of the ways that people relate to each other is talking shit to each other, and you don't take it seriously. That's the point.
Exactly.
Like that's the whole point. Is that you're basically figuring out who in your kind of work circle you can go to war with, right? So that's kind of the psychology. You're like, this guy's not going to cry about something going wrong, and this guy's not going to cry about something going wrong because you've already bantered them, right? That's literally the point of it. And so when people try and outlaw that banter, it's like you don't even know how you can relate to people and how you can kind of I don't know. I don't know how to finish that sentence.
Well, no, you're right, Crypto. Crypto. That people are racist because, like, you know, if people don't speak to one another, they will think that they are racist. This side hates you because of this reason. It becomes a reification fallacy.
Yeah, I mean, I was talking to Dandelion about this yesterday and saying, like, you can make anything sexist. You can make anything. It's like, this man won't debate you because you're a woman because he thinks he's better than you, therefore sexist. You know, this man will debate you because he thinks he'll beat you easily because you're a woman, therefore sexist. I mean, like, you can make anything sexist if you want.
Sexy.
Well, you can't make anything sexy.
You guys want to hear what happened last? I want to grab a prescription, and I walk in with that. No, I walk in without my mask, and the lady's like, "Do you have a mask?" Nope. And I keep walking. She's like, "Are you exempt?" I just give her a thumbs up and keep walking. And I'm at the back, and the person behind the counter has 2 masks and a shield on. And they're like, would you like a mask? And I'm like, no, would you like to put a 3rd one on? So I get the prescription, I come back, it's the wrong prescription, so I had to go back.
Wait, how the fuck
an hour later, and then a totally different person behind the counter, same 2 masks, same face shield, same question. And I'm like, would you like to put a 3rd one on again? Like, world's gone crazy.
The
I
other
think
day,
the only way we get these people to come back to reality is just to mock them mercilessly. Just take the piss out of them. To their face.
Yep.
I mean...
Oh, and I also said when I went back, if you would have got this right, say it face again. You know? Idiot.
Okay. Now I see people walking around in England now with mask tan.
Yeah.
Because we've had about a week of really nice sun. They've got like this tan but behind their ears going down to their cheeks. So they've been wearing their mask all the time. It's pathetic.
New tan line.
Yeah.
Sexy. Don't tell me.
There's some tan lines I do like, but not those ones.
Yeah. 004, you were going to say something?
Well, I was going to ask, what do you guys think about COVID-19?
No thanks. We think the Earth's flat.
Yeah, we're not really bringing that topic up. I was just telling a story of what happened to me last week.
Well, I had a similar story actually to tell, which is quite funny. I went to a pharmacy and waiting in a line outside, which is ridiculous because I had a nuclear biochemical mask on, so I was really no risk to anyone. So waiting in the line, and in the end, the pharmacist comes out and he lets a woman in front of me, who's my next door neighbour actually, a disabled lady on a mobility scooter. He's like, "Oh, would you like to come in?" I'm like, "Why are you letting her in front of me? I've been sitting here for half an hour, mate, you know what I mean? For another disabled person whose prescription I'm picking up." Anyway, I didn't say that directly to him at that moment. And I was like, "What are you doing?" Like, you know, and to be honest with you, the lady that was behind me, my next door neighbour, she was extremely fucking embarrassed, right? Like, she was so embarrassed because she was let in front, right? Because everyone there could see this happen. And I was like, "What are you doing?" Like, when I did finally go in, I was like, "Why are you doing that for?" Like, he's like, "Well, she's disabled." I'm like, "And?" Like, you know, we like, these people just choose sort of like how people want to be treated based on either the disability or whatever. And it's like, yeah, the very thing you're wishing to sort of like get away from is going to be the thing that you're going to cause all the time. That you're going to cause offence, which is what he actually did, cause offence by trying to and I sort of said, I was like, "How do you know that I'm not disabled?" He's like, "Well, look at you." Like, "What do you mean, look at me?" He's like, "Well, you're clearly not disabled." I said, that is the biggest fallacy ever, isn't it? That you look at someone not disabled. Alright. How do you know that?
Yeah, also, a lot of people who do have some sort of disability, they want to be treated like everyone else anyway.
Exactly.
And you don't know that until you actually know them, like how they want to. And also, just because they want to be treated a certain way doesn't necessarily give them the divine right to be treated that way. You know, I would love it if everyone rolled out the red carpet everywhere I went. You know, kissed my feet, all this shit. It's not going to happen. So I don't know. It seems a bit strange to me that people can demand to be treated a certain way.
Never say never, mind Fear of Crypto. Never say never.
Well, yeah. I'll see if I can run the Fourth Reich when it comes. No, but seriously, like I don't know, man. It does seem a bit strange. It's like people have these really odd standards. It's almost like I don't know.
I don't know.
Like, don't treat
anyone
like a cunt and you'll be fine. Yeah, that's as far as I'm going with it. Like,
how are we, boys?
Word up, is the Earth flat?
Sorry, what else can the Earth be?
Well, I agree. It's
the Earth is as flat as my
stop
as my heart scan.
Oh no!
So you can.
The Earth is as flat as my X-ray.
People wondered why you think the Earth is flat.
Yeah, I mean, our Spider-Man loving friend here obviously thinks the Earth's a globe, so maybe he can tell us why that is.
I don't.
Why?
Are you sure about that?
Why? Okay, this is my explanation, and I've said this many times. that NASA has showed you, and it shows, for example, like Africa. The rest of the continents can't possibly fit behind that globe in their sake. So the NASA images are obviously CGI or cropped or whatever.
Yeah, well, we know that already.
It
but
is
why does that
Photoshop,
prove the Earth's
but
flat?
it's has to be.
And
Genuine question.
and have people to talk to, and I still have crippling
Mike,
depression from when I.
Bro, you didn't answer my question. You didn't answer my question.
Sorry, what?
Yeah, thought so.
No, I said sorry. What?
Right. Yeah, in between bong hits.
I don't know if that was him actually, Grip. I'm not sure.
I think it was 004, but go ahead.
Well, you know.
Well, someone's doing a bong. Can you do it more quietly, please?
Yeah, no.
Yeah, but I heard that. Who hit that bong? That was weird.
It made me cough. Please mute yourself when you bong hit.
Anyways.
I told you it was him. Mute the fuck out of him.
The Earth's a globe.
Oh shit!
Yeah, he's getting a weak cognitive
Guy
dissonance.
who's a glober, can I ask you a question, please?
Well, he hasn't answered mine yet, but go ahead.
Oh, sorry, Crack.
I'm not cracked.
Sorry, Crypto. Sorry, Crypto.
No worries.
So if you want to answer Crypto's first, I'll ask you mine after if you're still here.
Yeah, cock this.
Nah, he's not going to answer, is he?
Nah.
Oh, well, whatever.
He plays the ukulele alright, though.
Sure he does.
Oh man, yeah, I'm still dying over that kid.
You'll get used to it. Don't worry. It becomes a common phenomena. In fact, not the phenomena, in fact, needed that we would naturally observe in order to actually start off the scientific method, but just it becomes a common phenomena. In fact, that people come in and get offended over fuck all. It's quite good. Brightens up my day.
It's funny that he I'm sorry. So some of the trolls are funny though. Like he comes in talking and takes a ball. I'm sorry. What? It's just so stupid. Oh god. These kids crack me up.
Why would they lie? Why would they lie?
Oh, there's a good song.
Welcome to the... You're losing your religion. What's that on the TV? Losing
Hi,
your
was it?
religion.
Getokkeld. Oké, kom.
Pop him on mute in case. Roger.
Sorry, had Mike, sorry.
No, that's alright, mate. I just don't want you to say your card details or something out in person. Shout out to Demok. Shout out to A Person. Shout out to El Boricua. Fraud. Get illegal. Jimbo. Mac. Phil. Shajaws. With Lost Will Be Flat. Zodiac. Oh. Aerials in the sky.
Yeah.
No, you're looking to the lie. Life is a waterfall. We live for the river, never.
Is it karaoke night already?
Yeah, mate.
Sweet.
How is everyone? Ariel, you good?
I'm good, thanks.
Glad
How are
to
you?
hear it. I am very, very well. Sehr good.
I spent about 2 hours in that hot sun and it was beautiful.
Yep. I'm still out in it now, I'll be honest. Like, out and proud. Got my chest out.
Nice.
It sounded rather gay. Just said. Don't worry, I do it. I do it for the shits and giggles. I knew it sounded gay. It's all good.
No, you really need the vitamin D.
Ad hominem.
At home. What was that, Ariel? I didn't quite hear you over the
You really need the vitamin D, so it's all good.
Exactly, that's it. You know, man needs the vitamin D. I've actually got an NHS what's it called? High-vis vest on. Couldn't find the vest, could I? I'm gonna take it off though. It says test and trace on it. Yeah, we've all got one. In my family, we've all got one so that we could like drive around during the lockdown, like wherever we want. The police sort of like react really well to the test and trace guys.
Yep. Good thinking.
Yeah. What you got to do sometimes. Tyrants are there. You pretend to be them.
Oh, you just do what you gotta do.
Yeah. That's it. Right, let's move this chair to a new location. I'm literally outside on a like leather lazy boy. It was a bit of a shit choice really, like laying on a leather chair, but
Put a towel on it.
it's keeping me nice and moisturised. You know what I mean?
Don Pettit here from NASA. I'm at home due to the COVID-19 virus.
Corvic.
Do the "we destroyed the technology" one.
We really should do a parody. Mocking is a good form of criticism.
It's like what Crypto said a minute ago. You literally have to point and laugh at these people to their face.
Yes.
It's going to be the only way. It's like mocking people makes them readdress their position. It actually does as well. People don't like to be laughed at, especially these snowflakes.
We should have mock interviews with Don Pettit.
Damn straight.
Maybe even Einstein.
Einsteinian. Oh, that was rather smart of you, boy. That was Einsteinian.
We should do that. That really tickles my funny bone.
I think accents are a great
Tell
one
us,
as well.
Mr. Einstein, is space-time in the room with us right now?
Please tell us of the physical properties of something that is just conceptual, please, Mr. Einstein.
I can play Einstein if someone wants to mock interview me.
Mock
And
execute you.
can you be a cross between a German and Irish Einstein?
I don't know if I can do both.
I can do one part.
Guten Tag, to be sure.
Yes, I fucking knew you could do it there. That was so good. That was so good.
That was so good. I do like the German accent. Very nice.
So good. That wee German accent there, you know.
Yes, my name is Einstein, and you should believe in relativity, Goyim.
Relativity Goyim.
Yeah.
Das ist ein Relative?
I'm sure it's just a coincidence. That's why he's pushed so hard. It's definitely just a coincidence. There's no way. There's no way that there's a worldview behind
That's a sign in conspiratarians.
Yeah, it's time for the mockery to begin. Seriously. Mock the bull earth.
Mock the COVIDiots as well. Just mock all of this shit.
Yeah, the Holocaust
the
and the
piss.
cost. So the Holocaust and the Holocaust. What would that cost us over here in England, though, boy? Maybe our freedom. Who would know? Who would give a fuck? Who would care? So, Mr. Einstein, could you tell us about the physical properties of space, sir? I'm sure you see something quite sexual in the dilation of time itself. Which is kind of strange.
What is the show with the puppets? What is it called?
Say that again?
You know, where they have the puppets, they've just restarted that.
Oh, right.
Oh, yeah, you'll talk about Spitting
What is
Image.
it called? Spitting Image.
Spitting Image.
That'd be ideal if we could do puppets of all these complete idiots. Make them say stupid stuff.
Because you can see the stars.
Oh yeah.
You know, and pretty much all the time you can see the stars.
It's not a black void. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of little polka dots.
Right, let's see if this rake works. Tell my cousin to go and get a rake, right? And he got like a fucking like a concrete leveling rake. I'm just like, are you a complete idiot? Honestly, I worry about this kid's brain.
Is he a global?
No, he's a flat earther. That's what I'm worried about.
It's not that dumb, then.
Yeah, he's not that dumb. Remember, I don't know any Glovers. I do, I just pretend to not know them.
Oh, fair enough.
Yeah.
If I ignore all of the globers that I know, then I only know flat earthers.
Exactly. But like genuinely, yeah, I tend to sort of preach to people that know me. So they either pretend to be flat earthers eventually, or they just become flat earthers. I don't really know the difference. To exist around me, a glober, is pretty annoying. So, yeah. I'm making the reality I want to live in, brother.
It's not the worst thing in the world.
Melting me garden,
Ariel,
some work.
Ariel, are the current British temperatures warm enough for you, or must they get hotter?
You know, I woke up, I logged into my work laptop,
What's that?
and I suddenly realized that it was my day off.
The fuck? Sorry, Ariel.
One sec.
Someone's hot
micing.
Oh no.
People can go in. A person,
Well, I mean,
can you please
I
mute
guess.
yourself? I'll sit up here until.
Oh yeah.
Could someone mute a person?
No, I got it.
Alright, cool.
Sweet.
Yeah, Ariel, sorry.
Yeah, so like I was saying, I got up this morning and I thought, yeah, I'm going to start work 1 hour early. I don't actually go to work, so I mean, it's easy. I'm working from home. And the moment I logged into my laptop, my Outlook reminded me that it was actually my day off. So
Brilliant. So what did you
So
do? You
I
just
had
went
the
out?
best day. No, because I have I had to like repot some of my vegetables. I was outside most of the day in the garden. Brilliant.
Oh, beautiful.
How about you?
It's his day off too, isn't it?
Oh, great.
I'm literally digging up bramble roots in my garden. Wow. Literally, some of these bramble roots are seriously thick.
As in, they've got big bums.
Yeah, sexy.
Alright, nice. I think with 2 C's.
Definitely.
Sweet. Glad I clarified that.
I told you earlier, don't tell me I can't make everything sexy, I will.
You can't make the glow birth sexy.
Yeah, I know that. Alright, point proven. Let's get that fucking root system out. I need to tighten this bag up so it keeps it keeps slipping around my body.
Okay. So do we have any globies in the chat? Take that as a no. Is anyone... Oh, it's ladies' night tonight, isn't it? I just realised.
Yep.
Okay. There's a couple of new ladies I checked in, well, with a couple of others in VC check-in, hopefully coming.
Nice.
Tristit and Scarlet Rose. I hope we'll hear from them, and I don't know if any others. It should be a good one.
I look forward to hearing from them.
Should be a good show, like.
Were they flat earthers?
I I think both were on the fence.
Right.
But, yeah, it'd be interesting to hear.
Yeah, women seem to take it a little bit better than men, I've noticed.
There are a few women in the... so it's... You know about bell curves, right?
What? Say again?
You know about bell curves, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think the way it works is that there's kind of... Men tend to be more extreme in all sorts of psychometric testing. So they'll kind of... They're more likely to hold very...
staunch
authoritarian views on one side and staunch anti-authoritarian views on the other side. Women as a group tend to be less interested in those kinds of extremes.
Definitely.
So
makes sense.
That's not to say they don't exist, but just in lower numbers.
That makes perfect sense, bro.
Do you guys ever notice how a lot of the Globers come in for the ladies' night? They won't debate with the guys, but they'll come in for ladies' night, dude. That part cracks me up.
I think they think that they're going to have an easier time of it.
Yeah.
And find out very quickly that's not the case.
That's what's so good about it. That's literally what's so good about it. They come in thinking, oh, yeah, we'll get an easier go of it against the ladies of the wonderful flat earth.
I think the girls know it too. That's why you hear them go ham on some of them, which is funny.
Well, when Ladies' Night was first started, there was this kind of idea that, oh yeah, the women are friendlier and all the rest. And it was true for a few weeks. And I think eventually they realised why we are the way we are.
Yeah.
You know? And it was like, oh yeah, these guys are cunts. I get it now. Whoa.
You're right.
Sorry, someone just decided they need to turn into me. Anyway, carry on.
I heard one guy that was like pretty much trying to, like one of the Globers trying to flirt with one of the Flat Earth chicks while she was just destroying him. It's like he liked it. I was just like, bro, why are you here?
Well, they're little beta cucks, aren't they? They want to be... It's almost like... I don't know. Yeah, they are.
Yeah,
they're beta cucks. Well, they're authority cucks. They believe authority because authority said... You know, that I'm your authority and I will tell you what to think. And they go, okay, So they're already authority cucks, you know.
Yeah, I thought I was the only one who noticed that for a while, but it happens more often than not.
We were all paying attention, don't you worry. Come on, hurry up.
So hard, bro.
Because he's done.
I'm turning the whole garden over, mate, in like seconds. I'm a fucking machine, mate.
Oh, nice.
Do you want to just mute yourself and maybe put yourself on push to talk? Because it does sound a bit like you're breathing heavy for another reason.
To be honest, I thought I was on mute, I'll be honest.
I don't think we want to hear that, to be honest, bro.
Anybody got the heavy breathing cat?
No. I'm sure Creation Bear would if you asked him.
Dude, honestly, some days I come in here just to hear him do what he does best. It's him that does the soundboards, right?
Indeed it is, yes. I get just as much joy out of it as you guys do.
It's not even like, I mean, there's so much thought into every single time that
I love that you take requests as well. So if I'm just like, oh, yeah, have you got that that one where, you know, this person sounds like a retard, and you're like, yep, coming up.
I'm actually.
Have you got the Neil deGrasse Tyson one where he's like, I don't know.
Yeah. I'm actually about to get another device. I might have I might strengthen my game up a little bit here soon. So be on the watch out.
Oh man.
Uh-oh.
Globes better watch out. They're gonna get memed on hard, aren't they?
On the go.
The thing is, too, you have so much restraint that, like, I don't know. It makes it so much better because you don't use it all the time. You just use it right at the best moments. You know what I mean? And somehow, out of a list of probably like hundreds of them, you just know which one to use. I couldn't do that.
Yeah. Well, there's like lots of clues along the way. You know, like Roger will just walk right into it. He'll be like, Neil deGrasse Tyson says, and I just scroll down to the Neil deGrasse Tyson clips and just.
You're like getting ready.
Does it have the recently used soundboard options?
Well, I actually customized I've got them organized how I want them now. Because originally, what I would do is like have them by which one I've clicked the most, but I realized like I want them in a certain order, so I've got them all organized. Anyone can DM me if you guys want to get like some more information on what the background is. Just like hit me in the DMs. I'll let you know.
Yeah, we appreciate you, Creation Bear. We really do appreciate it, man. That work you put in doing that shit, it's fucking brilliant, bro. It literally is so good.
I appreciate you guys too.
I do have a request for one sound that I'd like to hear, if you wouldn't mind.
Yeah.
So, as obviously the debates tend to escalate, you know, it would be cool if you used a very subtle, quiet, yet, you know, loud enough for people to hear, given the mood, but a background music that like matches the theme.
Like boss music.
Yeah.
Like a tempo, like
You know what? There's a I don't get on TikTok. I don't even have the app or anything, but there's a song that people do behind. It's like a TikTok, and then it goes into this kind of interesting music, and I think that would be perfect.
So like countdown, music.
Maybe I'll drop a clip and you guys can hear it.
I mean, while they're explaining the globe Earth theory, if you played some of like the children's sing along songs just in the background, I'd probably piss myself.
Someone one time played
Well,
like
that's
a
where we
clown
need-
horn, and I thought that was really funny. I was like, I need to add that one.
Oh, that's where we need to actually take it, believe it or not. The mockery needs to be turned up.
Benny Hill music.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, old dude suggested that one to me. Yeah.
So you guys heard me when I was smashing away a minute ago. Then sorry about that. I do have a local mute. So I should have utilised it better.
How dare you?
How very sad dare you?
It was mildly erotic.
You're all supposed to die from climate change, not a virus.
How dare you?
There we are.
See,
We got a new guy here.
In a stunning,
Hello.
in a stunning,
Hello, brothers.
All right, wait there. Let Crypto talk. Stop.
Yeah, someone mute this guy. Yeah, in a stunning case of the left eating itself, I don't know if you've seen, like, a bunch of our left-wing controllers have decided that we're not allowed to protest in the UK, or at least they're trying to pass this bill, right?
What?
And then on the other side, they're saying, no, we must be allowed to protest because there's a climate emergency and Extinction Rebellion must be allowed to protest. So you've got one bunch of lefties opposing another bunch of lefties. No one's talking about human rights or the right to freedom or anything like that. It's literally, we're going to ban you from doing things, but you can't because we need to protest about the climate. Brilliant.
Brilliant.
So we have a new guy named Joshua. Where am I? He went.
Is he going to keep singing or is he actually going to talk to us?
Oh, that's the other guy.
Alright.
He actually left. But the other guy was Josh, but he just decided to deafen himself. So
Okay.
So Creation Bear, for some of the sounds that you make, when Crack Villains makes a joke and it always falls flat, you could add the tun tsk tun tss.
Yeah, I can do that.
That's racist.
Oh, I need to add that one too.
Yeah, please do.
has anybody talked to Kawisak?
Ban him. Kawisak Sensei. Sounds kind of Japanese. Kawisaki Sensei. That's like a tempting icon image of the president, supreme leader.
Oh, another another funny thing to do. I don't know. You guys have people define stuff, like, oh, give me the actual definition, and then they won't do that for the longest time. It'd be funny if I heard somebody go, "Hey Google, define define such and such," and then hear Google in the back playing just so that they can hear it.
Right. That might be handy. Like I said, I might get a second device here, like an iPod or something. Then that can play audio when I'm on the go. So I could do that. Hey Siri.
Yeah, they'd get the Google Earth attack so quick, though.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Can you?
But don't.
Can you control?
Don't forget about
Discord with Google.
Go ahead.
Sorry.
No, go ahead, bro.
Oh, I was just.
I don't know about that. I'm on all Apple here, so.
You're on an Apple? Does that mean the Earth can be a globe if you're on an Apple?
Well, the Earth is rising upwards towards my Apple, so everything's okay.
Sorry, I disconnected myself. I was saying, can you control Discord with Google? Like, if you said, "Hey Google, mute my microphone on Discord," would it actually do it?
Sure.
I don't know.
I've always been worried about using that shit because that means they're listening. Can't have that.
Oh, the device is listening no matter what, bro.
It's terrifying.
Earlier, the guy was saying that he felt that someone was watching him, but nobody was. But you have like the cell phones these days have like 6 cameras, 7 sensors.
Jamesy, you're a bastard, aren't you?
What?
Wait, what?
I'm not a bastard.
No, not as in a literal one, but just like someone's like, yeah, no one was watching me. It was great, and Jamesy's like, no, they were. Trust me, they were.
Yeah, they're watching.
He's just trying to, yeah, like that's why he's a bastard. He's trying to make sure no one feels safe. You bastard.
Yeah, I heard you saying, hey, you know, your senses point out that nobody was watching you. I was like, yes, someone is watching for sure.
Yeah, but it was quite funny that, you know, he fell into that trap of like, you know, well, how did you verify that nobody was watching you? Because if your senses lie to you, then how would you know? Alright. There's my pickaxe head. Finally.
That piece of metal hopefully didn't hit anybody. Because it sounded kind of heavy.
Yeah, it was a pickaxe. Head of a pickaxe. Just cut myself with a ribbon. Found out that me gardening is mildly erotic. That was nice to know.
That's hot.
Sexy.
Are you gonna grow some potatoes?
I'm not Irish, Jemsy.
No, we say potatoes in England.
Yeah.
Oh.
You don't know that.
Oh. So are you gonna grow some potatoes?
No. I actually am gonna. I'm making a raised flower bed. Out of. I'm making one out of the fridge. Actually, I've ripped all the plastics off of the inside of the fridge. Took the doors off of it, and then like cladded the outside with wood. But yeah, it's pretty easy to like lift it up still, even with all the soil in it. So like literally when it's finished, I'm just gonna go like boom, just tip it all out into a bag, and start again.
Did you just say you're gonna use plastic? That's so.
No, I took all the plastic out of the fridge, the metal fridge. Took all the plastics off of it. Fill it up with soil, and then use it as like a raised bed. But I'm in my mum's garden. I'm in my mum's garden. I'm doing it for her.
I'm gonna build a water feature.
Yep.
Well, everything.
Well, she's got like a massive back garden, so I'm turning it into a dojo. The whole thing. I'm gonna put like a hot tub and that in it as well. Not just for like this summer, but like, oh yeah, obviously.
Are you gonna grow weed? That's my question.
No. I'm gonna turn it into a martial arts studio, bro. Like, literally. We've already got all the equipment. I've already got everything to do it. I've even got a tear down octagon. So
Guys, I'm passing by the Federal Reserve building. Should I stop by and ask them to fund a worldwide flat Earth expedition?
ask them
They can fund
to
it.
give you. Wait, just go in there with your notes and ask them to give you back gold for it. And see if they can do it.
If they have any gold in this building. Hey, good morning.
Hey, could I bring back some old technology? Forgotten stuff.
Yeah,
mentioned
I
it
want to
the
hear
other
that.
day. Well, we used to have in the garden this thing to predict rain or fair weather, and it was based on a tension tool, a little torque thing. It was Hansel and Gretel and a witch, and if the humidity went up, the humidity on this thread would relax it, and it'd spin and allow the witch to go in her cave, and when it dried out, it torqued the other way and make Hansel and Gretel come out.
I've seen one of those. I've seen an erotic version of those, like on a farm once, where like it would like pull up a penis. And it was, it's so stupid.
But it's a torsion tool that's based on humidity, and it doesn't matter what temperature. You know, the range of change, it doesn't matter. It's going to tell you if there's going to be precipitation from freezing point all the way to a stormy summer day. But just tension on a line and, you know, Fulcum's pendulum there. Anyway, old technology that I brought up the other day because, again, you know, pressure, humidity, all that stuff.
Dude, we still use those though on the farms, like near where I live. They still use those. Which
Yeah,
is cool.
I still see them around, and you know, whether it's on some type of graph face or something where it just says fair or whatever, it's just graphics, you know. Hansel and Gretel, good weather, you know. The Witch, bad weather.
Yeah.
That makes me think of a Howard Stern skit where they call this guy and they say, "I've got something for sale." Guys talking about this, like a barometer. It's got this feature and that feature, and it's got about 15 features, and he strings the guy along. I find that it's the funniest thing.
I remember I know what you're on about as well.
Well, it's like the expression that evaporation causes cooling. If you know, put the vacuum cleaner between your toes and turn it on, it cools for a minute. Then you don't feel the cold no more. As it takes away the water vapor, it takes away the heat. It's the same reason we don't need electric blankets, that we just have to cover up. As you cover
trap
up,
the moisture. It's
stop
like a wetsuit.
evaporation. Yeah, and it helps to keep you warm. Less evaporation, less cooling.
Yeah, definitely. That's why igloos work. Do you know what I mean? Which is quite crazy how an igloo really does work, because it's a thing that would cool the actual, but it's less cool than what the alternative is. If that makes sense. Mic check. You there, Jimbo?
Yep. We had it freezing here the last few days. Had snow. Totally sucks.
Really? Oh, it's boiling where I am. Like really nice and hot, bro. Really is.
I heard about the tans.
Oh yeah, the tan lines from the masks. Yeah. Good old tans. Good old tan lines, bro. Oh, I'm sat on a leather chair in the garden. Always fun. To be honest, it's not.
They can get sticky.
It's not though. That's the thing. It really isn't. So it's actually alright. Like I thought that this would be a silly idea, but it's clearly not. I need to have more faith in myself. Thought it was going to be too much, but it's actually alright. This chair's got like a brake cable on it, right?
Here we got our lazy boys that people love. Old rocking chairs, stuff like that.
So really quick, one part of that level movie that was really intriguing, and it was just seeing it, I guess, that made it more intriguing. But how they, I mean, we can recall how they like made that little skit right about NASA announcing to the world, that they've lied, and I mean, I don't know how they really directed that as to the Globers, but like. As a flat earther, that's still kind of a wake-up call, don't you think? Like, seeing that. It's just, I mean, that they would never do it, but seeing them do it, it's like, nah, that could never happen. They will never admit to the world, that they were just lying the whole time. It just won't happen. So it just reaffirms, the notion that they're in it to win it, and they're going to lie and scrub the internet. It's just sad, because one day the Discord and could just disappear because they decide that the movement gets too big and they don't like it. Definitely possible, but I don't know. It was just a wake up call in that.
Mic check.
Hey, bro.
So they could, like moon landings, right? It happened in 1950 something, whatever. They could say, "Oh, those people lied." We're not lying because, it happened such a long time ago. If by any chance they say someone was lying, they could say it was those people back then lied.
I think like with a lot of leftist shit, when they have a knee-jerk reaction or whatever it is that they are planning to do, because I do believe that their attention is here, they might come a cropper due to the law of unintended consequences.
Yeah, I agree with that.
There was that weird message that I got last night from a guy who was doing a survey about flat Earth. Discords, he said.
What's his name? Do you remember his name? Because we've got these people sort of hovering around the server.
Abelius.
Send me a screenshot when you've got time. Don't worry about it now, but when you have time.
I've been in a raid all this time.
Oh.
Yeah. So if they are canny people, they will be trying to figure out how to cause the least damage to themselves. But if you look at the cavalier way that YouTube and Twitter and all these platforms are behaving with regards to just, was it Steven Crowder? Has he got limited access to YouTube now? I mean, you get people with huge followings, and they just don't give a damn.
They don't give a fuck, do they? They don't care. No, you're right. I watched that video you sent me. It was hilarious.
That Howard Stern? The Keir Starmer one?
Keir Starmer one, yeah.
It was so good.
Watched it with my mate. It was pissing ourselves.
I'm sure he's one of those guys who goes to, like, is it Harley Street? Where the dominatrix are? In his lunch break.
Oh, he loves it. Trust me, he loves it.
He looks like such a suppressed little twat.
Cuck.
I can just imagine him in the private boys' school, the stuff that got done to him.
Yeah, he fell for the initiation ritual of having sex with a pig, I'm sure.
Oh, yeah. I mean, they all must have done something. A lot of...
You don't get into the boys' club without an initiation.
No.
On that side that you said, the Crowder and people, I think many people like him get their channels demonetized and stuff. But the other day I got an advertisement, an ad, like newsflash, of it's this YouTuber. I forgot his name. He's like a young male, but he dresses almost like a female, and he does like makeup. He had like millions of followers, and he got demonetized because he was sexting with minors or something, and that was being promoted in the algorithms. I don't know why I got that because I don't watch his channel, but they push that side of the thing, but they don't tell you they demonetized other people. They don't put it on the ads and the news flash that they demonetize people like Crowder. I only heard that here. I never seen like
Okay, so
like
what
news
Crowder
for
did
that.
was he sent people out using Google Maps to some of these phony addresses where people supposedly had asked for mail-in ballots, and he proved over and over again that these properties that were registered for mail-in ballots, they were like parking lots and alleyways, and that was the reason that got him like a week-long ban or something. Like that was the reason. He was providing factual like evidence of what was going on. I mean, that's outrageous.
I think they're recounting votes at this moment in Arizona. I think it is or something. Like I didn't know that was still happening. I just saw some tweet, someone talking about it. They're recounting votes in Arizona.
I mean, there's talk of a lot of legal things going forward.
I didn't know at this point they're still recounting the votes for the presidency.
Oh yeah, this is going to be a 4-year long thing. So we're all about putting mistrust in the actual political system itself. There's a reason why they do it.
Now that they want to remove like certain requirements, like you have to show ID, or they just want to make it so easy to scam the vote. And I was reading earlier on Zero Hedge that there are black activists who are writing to big retail stores like Home Depot and telling them that we're not inside your store yet protesting. We haven't gone this far yet, but you need to commit to this cause. You need to add your voice to it. You need to throw in your support. So they are so blatant with it.
What is the term that people have been using? I think I saw multiple people calling the Trump Nation. They were talking about politics and also the trials of the guy, the George Floyd or whatever, but they calling a Trump Nation. Why people still, calling we need a Trump Nation or something like that? Like, I don't get it.
You weren't supposed to do that.
I don't understand.
Yeah, they call them Trumpians, don't they?
Bunch of Q-tards.
I don't know, this politics thing is so confusing. There were some people scaring people of the cities. Leave the cities are gonna burn. Like, wait, what? The cities are gonna burn? Who's gonna burn them? Don't we have like firefighters?
Whoa, someone was quick then.
But they were saying like leave the city before the decision was made for the court case, because if the wrong decision was given, the city was gonna burn. Like, wait.
Say what?
People arguing in Twitter and stuff. It's kind of crazy.
The Black Lives Matter supporters were saying that to people in New York. They were saying that way back when they were attacking people who were sitting outside restaurants. And they are still doing it now.
Damn straight they are as well, yeah. Mic check.
Divide and conquer. Mic check. You sound clear. You sound cracked and clear.
Sweet, sweet. Thank you, Governor. Good to know. You fucking know, mate.
I'm gonna have to run for president to fix this whole thing.
Do they allow immigrants to do that, Jimsy?
Yeah. Have you ever heard of Barack Obama?
Obama?
Come on, man.
Oh, come on, man. You were born in America, though, weren't you, Jimsy?
Yeah. Don't forget, I'm a British, Canadian, Mexican American citizen.
You'd make a good globalistic president, by the sounds of it. Repping all the people. You believe in the ether?
Everything's free. Everything's gonna be free under my presidency. All free. Free. Everything.
Free.
Go to the store, it's free.
Sex, free.
Yeah, no charge.
Pretty sure you're not going to get the prostitutes vote.
What?
Well, if you make the crack and the heroin free, they might vote for you.
Everything. Free nation.
Holy
We're gonna free
shit!
the
All
nation.
the garbage would be picked up. Everything would be clean. All the tweakers would be flying all the time, cleaning everything up, washing windows.
Just pay. We're just gonna pay them with Dogecoin.
Yep. Doge.
So nice. You just put the numbers in the computer. It's all free.
At my dojo, we don't accept Doge.
Can't dodge the situation.
Sounds pretty doji to me.
You could actually dodge it. Just dodge the whole thing.
Well, we've got the draft dodgers, and now we've got the male dodgers. We ever had a jammy dodger? Is Roger here?
Dodger, Roger.
Roger that Dodger, Roger.
He said he'd be back in a minute. He had.
It was just part of the rhyme and slang joke.
I'm really stoned. Sorry, bro.
Wait, who stoned you? Are you okay?
Oh yeah, beautiful Moroccan hash.
Oh, it was you making noise with the bong.
No, I
Water
can't do
bong.
that anymore. I'm too old for that. I'm a veteran. I smoke cracker joints.
Damn
Oh,
straight.
crack send them to you. It's like a
No, I mean like big fat.
like a label. Crack joints. Crack
No,
venom joints.
big joints like crackers, fat crackers. You know.
Yeah, it sounded kind of like you said you smoked crack for a minute, mate. Just saying.
No crack
No,
involved.
No,
Leave
that's
that
the
to me.
label. That's the brand of the cannabis. Crack weed.
Yeah, leave the crack to me.
You see Snoop Dogg's ones? They're like in a vacuum pack, sealed. They're pre-rolled and everything. You just tear the package open, put it in your mouth, spark it up.
No, mate, I don't live in Canada, mate.
Oh, I haven't seen them. I've seen them on his like he's got a YouTube thing, GGN network, and every time the guests come on, he's throwing them around. Here, try one of these. I think he's talking about buying a place in Toronto, so we'll see.
That's my guy. Free. Throw it for free. Free stuff.
I'm getting some keychains and air fresheners I'm going to be giving out to promote my shirt company. I think you guys saw my shirts here. I'll post one or two in the live chat.
You have a store? An online store?
If you got a store, if you DM me when you do set up your store for your shirts and stuff, or your online, if you got a website or anything, if you DM me it, I can put it in I can advertise for you on the advertisements bit on the chat on the page.
Sweet. Here's 3 of them anyways. I got 4. Post the other one too.
I'll check them out when I go back indoors. Can't see my screen at the minute, it's too bright.
And the last one I'm going to redo, I'm going to add, like how MASH had the unit number. I'm going to, so for the hash one, I'm going to add 420 as the unit number next time I print those ones up.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
So it'll look more like the MASH.
Yeah, hash 420. Don't like MASH, yeah, that's a good idea.
Yeah, I went downtown for April 20th to try to flog a few, but it was deader than dead. The worst 420 ever for what happened on the hill, I guess, because basically nothing.
Savage.
I got a few walks, gave out free samples of rolling papers and shit. I'm still waiting on keychains. Yeah, I do have to get an online store going for sure.
Yeah, dude, yeah, just drop me a DM and well, add me as a friend and then drop me a DM.
Thanks.
I've got some family over in Canada as well.
Sweet.
In Hamilton and in Ontario as well.
The last set of wheels I bought down in Hamilton.
How far away are you from Hamilton then?
Is it a little more, almost 4 hours, something like that?
4 hours?
Yeah, I'm in Ottawa. Like, it's 8 hours to Windsor. I think it's
Right,
4 hours to Toronto. So it's like 6 hours to Hamilton, I think.
Right, so you're not too far away from some of the people in my family.
Nice. Yeah, on the way back after picking up that set of wheels, I kind of punched it getting onto the highway. And I came so close to losing it and trashing the car right away. When I stopped for gas, my friends were like, that was close, eh? I'm like, yeah, it's a good thing I brought clean underwear. Just pulled it out of it, man. I almost smashed. There was a lot of juice under that hood. And it was just a little mild rain, so it kind of started slipping away there. Oh,
yeah, that's never ever fun.
Yeah. They couldn't believe I didn't get a scratch on it. Because there was like the concrete barriers on either side of the turn, you know, and like I'm like,
oh shit.
She's a nice ride.
What is it?
300 with the Hemi there.
Nice.
And it's got Triptronic transmission in it, Triptronic or whatever. Like 30 every RPM you can climb it up. It keeps.
Yeah, the biggest thing I've got is fucking 2.8 litre VR6 turbo. It's fucking quick.
Shortened up the throat. I used to have an 83 Camaro with cylinder in it, and the needle would bury. I had no idea what I was doing. And one time I got pulled over. The cop said he had to get up to 160 or something to catch up to me. And he's, do you know how fast you were going? I'm like, no clue, and this and that. And what's your rush? And I'm like, oh, I was just leaving the girlfriend's. I'm heading back into town. And she, I'm tired. I got to get up early for work or whatever. And they let me leave and told me to slow it down. And I was so lucky, they gave me like a warning. And then on the way back, this little rice burner with like their windshield wipers were lit up with LED lights or something. And it was beside me revving their engine. I'm just thinking, what the hell? By third gear, they were gone. Like they were in my rear mirror. And I'm just thinking, you idiot.
Me and my friend, we travelled on the back roads, right? In the country roads from my city back to where I live, right? So like literally about 55 miles away. And we did it in like 26 minutes, right? Which might not sound that fast because obviously that's just 100 miles an hour the whole way, right? But it is fucking quick. Considering like the roads that we were on are like back roads, as in like, one lane roads. Like we're only a car, they're a car and a half in width. So like we were in a Ford Focus RS, right? Rally Sport Edition. And yeah, they're fast as fuck, man. They do 150 miles an hour, right? And like they're pretty quick cars, 150, 160 miles an hour top speed. And but they're all blacked out. They look exactly the same as the undercover police cars. So we had we downloaded the app, mate, like that has the flashing blue lights on it, right? On our mobile phone screens, and just put it at the front of the windshield, like down the front, right, over the top, slid it down.
Oh,
like
yeah.
Yes, mate. Yeah. So we just looked like we were undercover, like with the flashing lights on, mate. Just like fucking booted it. We overtook a cop car and everything on the way. Police car just let us go past. We just smashed it past them, mate. Everyone's just moving out of the way, like just going into the hedges, like pulling into the hedge. Just doing like 120, 130, 140, like doing stupid speeds whenever we could. And then doing like 80, 90 mile an hour around pretty tight turns. My mate's a good driver though. You know what I mean? Just trying to get into doing rally driving for a while he was. So like, pretty safe with him driving.
Always good to have someone with experience when you're doing that.
Yeah. He's been driving since he was about 6 years old. He's been driving.
Yeah, I got a few clicks under my belt, but you can always be surprised. One time the steering just went in this vehicle and just started going back and forth, slid up against the ditch and then flipped over onto its hood. And, holy fuck. Like onto its roof, you know what I mean? That was crazy.
You gotta be careful, mate. I'm not the best driver in a car. I'm good on a motorbike though. I struggle driving.
We were freaking out, like, holy shit, like the car just went out of control. No rain or nothing.
Yeah, I struggle driving cars, mate. I do, comparatively to compared to a motorbike or something. I've done a couple of flying planes and stuff, like done a couple of lessons in a plane.
Wow.
Yeah. Done a couple of helicopter lessons as well. That was good fun.
Yeah.
Fucking so fun. So like probably the best thing I've ever done.
And even to learn how to wrench on them too, that'd be fun.
To do what?
Wrench on them, like work on them, maintain them, fix them,
Oh yeah, that would be good. But yeah, I'm crap at driving cars, mate. Really not that good at it. Then we don't have automatics out here, like at all. Like if I'm in an automatic, I'm alright. Or if I'm in a, like something with a 2-stage clutch where you just have to flick up and down. But as soon as you give me a car that's like all the cars we get here, if you've got a crappy gearbox on it, where you really have to play around with the clutch, you've got to get the right biting point and everything. I start focusing on it too much, and I don't trust my driving that well anymore. Like, I'm like, nah, I'm not that good. Not good.
Bro, just get an automatic transmission vehicle. Come on.
No, I would, yeah. But where I live, mate, Gemsy, you waste a lot of fuel using automatics. Too many hills, too many tight turns, having to slow down, and they're not quick enough, mate. It's not quick enough. I need to be able to go.
These days,
Mate,
automatic vehicles will handle anything.
Yeah, but I can't afford to buy a brand new car, mate.
Oh yeah. New cars are very expensive. Yeah.
But like, you know, I mean, I need to be able to dump it from 4th gear straight down to 1st, like in a split second. And for it to work.
The only time I've lost control of a vehicle was I wasn't going fast. I was doing like 55. That's not too fast, and it was raining pretty heavy. So I guess it was fast for that. And the car just it wasn't a curve or anything. It was going straight, but I guess it was maybe on the street there was like a ditch of water or something, and the car just
aquaplaned.
Just slid out of control, and I couldn't control it anymore, and I just hit the side of the road, the metal side of it.
I've never been in a car crash, like head on or anything like that, or crashed into anything. But I have been in a vehicle when it went over the crest of a hill at like 110 miles an hour in a Land Rover, like an off-road Land Rover, and it fully flipped, mate. Like literally, like it came over the crest. It went over a little bit of a bump, so the wheels went, probably only about 6 inches off the ground. Then when it landed, the front wheels must have been turned, like the wheel must have got turned to the right, and it's gripped, and boom, it just flipped about 7 or 8 times, mate, really fast, and then the top of the roof just slid down the hill. It was going down, but it was all very like gentle, to be honest. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, it was so perfectly done that, like, very, very lucky, not a scratch on any of us. Got out of the car, landed on its side in the end, like, and just slid and then rolled onto the roof. But none of us were hurt at all, mate, and we didn't really feel any whiplashy feelings or anything really. It was all very.
Because we're doing 100 and something, and nobody got hurt. Wow, you guys are lucky.
110 miles an hour, yeah. Well,
I was doing 55 and the car just slipped. What was that term that you mentioned? Hydro something? You mentioned a term, a word.
Oh no, the car aquaplaned. It's where you hit like a pool of water or whatever, and then the base of the car, the chassis and the metal attached to the chassis just sort of like, and even if it's just on one side of the car, it creates a load of up force and it stops the wheel from touching the ground.
Yeah.
And then, yeah. And it will slow you down almost like on one side. One side will be gripping, or if it's both sides, you just lose all ability to control the car, mate.
It just slid sideways and drove me into the side of the street.
Similar to black ice, hydroplaning, aquaplaning.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Black ice. You see it.
Yeah.
You might see a glare, and then all of a sudden you're on it, and.
Yeah. See, where I live, Gemsy, mate, you have loads of places where you can potentially aquaplane, and you better know where they are. And the only way to deal with it is to just hit it head on, as square as you possibly can, the big pool of water, and then just keep your arms straight and don't do anything, because you'll lose control for a second. It'll feel like it. Do you know what I mean? You just got to glide over it and then wait for you to get wheel contact back, and then either don't put your foot down at all or put your foot back down.
Don't hit the brakes.
No, do not hit the brakes because you'll lock all your wheels up. You do not hit the brake. No. Don't hit the accelerator or the brake. You just free roll through. Usually we put if you're about to go into water, the aquaplane, I usually put my foot down for a couple of seconds, like, and then just let go the accelerator, and then just slide across, and then fucking put my foot back down once I land square. And usually putting your foot back down, even if you go sideways a little bit, side on, it's just like sorts itself out.
It's weird that they call it aquaplane where you're from. Where I'm from, well, in the United States, they call it hydroplaning. I've never heard of aquaplane though.
Yeah, we say aquaplane in here, I think, mate. You'd have to ask another Brit. Someone playing COD. Said that like little suppressed gun sound then. Mate, so many flies are landing on me. Fuck off. I'm too fast, see, you just get killed.
Mommin Rider. Mommin.
Mama.
Welcome to the server, Mommin Rider. We're talking about driving cars. Riding and driving are different things, right? Because you can ride
a horse.
Are you riding the vehicle? No, you're not riding the vehicle. You're driving it. But you can ride a motorcycle. You can ride, right, a motorcycle?
Or are we being driven by what we're in?
But you're driving and riding the motorcycle, right? Both?
Are you talking to yourself, Jonesy? Because I don't hear him talking back.
I'm talking to you. Everybody. Never thought about this. And I'm thinking about it.
You ride a motorcycle, dude.
Can you? Or do you drive it? Or?
I ride it.
Do you ride a car? Are you riding the car?
No, I drive a car. I drive it.
Okay.
Because you're in it. Riding's external. You can technically ride a car. You cut all the roof off, cut all the everything off of it, and then just put like a seat that you mount, like a horse mount. No, you're riding that car. Sit on top of the car, right? You ride a car by sitting on the roof. You can hitch a ride from a car by holding onto the spoiler while you're on a bicycle. Or if you grab onto the back of a spoiler and then just slide on your fucking shoes on your feet. Now you're riding the car.
Sounds like fun. How about the guys in the Flintstones? He's pedaling with his feet. Is he riding the car? Or?
I feel like he's.
You know the Flintstones?
I don't know, man. I'm trying to work it out. I'm actually trying to work that one out now. Which was which? Which one's going on there? Right, where's that lighter gone?
Anyways, driving and riding both work on a flat Earth. Wait, are you riding on the globe?
Yeah. Yeah, you're riding it. You ain't driving it, bro.
Yeah, because you got no control over it. You're just riding it.
Yeah, brother. I just stung myself with stinging nettles, for fuck's sake. I do kind of like it, but like, I've already been through that once today.
Wait a minute. I do have one.
Roboting.
You're roboting, bro. You're roboting. Just give it a minute, and then repeat yourself. A person, you roboted through your sentence.
Samuel roboting.
Okay.
Still roboting.
All right, 911 himself. Hey, 911, welcome to the Flutter
Hello.
Discord. Hi.
Hello.
Hello there, Governor.
Hello, mate. Out of
Hey,
wonder,
dude.
are you guys high or just like really retarded?
Both. So,
Nice.
let's talk about that
All
ball
of the
Earth,
above.
bro. Let's talk about that ball Earth that you think you live on. That spinning water ball, that thing that's flying through space at 1,040 miles an hour at the equator, going around the sun at roughly 75,000 miles per hour, and also the sun itself is in its own orbital pattern at 500,000 miles an hour, while the sun itself is also
Why do you guys
turning in
even
one
bother
direction.
to research all of this? Do something better with your life, honestly.
Talking about retarded, huh?
Yes. Indeed.
So what's up with the ball?
Why would
The
they
spinning
lie?
ball.
Why would they lie? Why would astronauts lie?
911, can you explain to us how the spinning ball works? Can you...
No, 'cause I'm not a neat like you guys. I don't know all the math.
Bro, you sound like a fucking neek, bro. I'll tell you that much. You
Thanks.
literally, yeah, you come from a thanks. Listen to you with your blocked up nose, brother. Go and blow your fucking nose. Go on, brother.
Every morning, maybe twice a day, after you wake up, just do that. So you might sound
You're a
better.
little neek, fam. Tell you that much, mate. You little neek. Go on, explain your water ball. Go on. Give us the scientific hypothesis that proved the Earth was a ball.
The scientific hypothesis is that there's photographs on the internet.
Well, that's a scientific hypothesis, is it? Well, those photographs are defined even by NASA themselves as actual composite images. So data strips are emulated over.
Wait.
Ball
Out
Earth,
of
right?
wonder. Wait, what's your guys' opinion on if
Right.
we actually landed on the moon? Or is the moon flat as well?
What's that got? That's non-relational to the first question you asked. Are you just a
I
gish galloping?
didn't say- I
Are you?
didn't
Wait there. Are you
Are
a
you
gish
riding a
galloping
horse?
monkey?
Precisely.
I mean, stick to one topic. We can move on from one by one, but you just jumping around like that. Come on, bro. From
I
retarded
asked
to
a
the moon.
question. Is the
Yeah, you
moon
gish
flat?
galloper. Well, it's not the first one you asked, is it? Is the moon flat? I don't know. I don't know anything about it. I've never been there, bro.
Yeah, you never. Oh my.
Well, do you see it as anything other than a 2D? Our vision is not binocular; it's monocular, right? You do know that, yeah? We see things. Yeah, we see the things in the sky. Correct, right?
Yes, correct.
Right, correct. Do you see in 3D when you look at things, or do you see in 2D?
3D.
No, you don't see in 2D. You see in 2D. You're seeing the sky above you in 2D. You don't see a spherical ball.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, but you can see that the moon is curved up in the sky.
Oh, can you? Well, you don't
Yeah.
see in 3D, so you can't perceive curve. You see something 2D. Something in 2D can appear to be curved the same way something can appear to be curved on a computer screen. Does it mean it's curved, buddy? Old pal? Come on, you cocky little shit.
Can you see the live stream?
I don't know. You guys are giving me too much bloody.
Can you see the
too much
live stream?
taken at once?
Wait there. Can you give me gas pressure without a container, bud?
Oh shit!
Stuff
Can
getting
you
real.
give me gas pressure without a container?
I can give you gas in a container.
Oh.
Yeah.
I can also give you gas if you order Indian.
Oh.
Oh.
Jeez. Do you hear this little kid come in like that and call someone a neek with that like suppression of his nasal cavity, just like you're a neek? I've never heard anyone sound so neekish while calling someone a neek. That really
I don't know
quite
what
tickled
neek
me.
means. Is that like?
Well, it's neek is like like a London term, it's something Elisha Savvy would know the meaning of.
A neek is someone who's an absolute fag and just yeah.
So a globe earther.
Yeah. Do you realise
So
how?
like a globe earther. Is that what?
Yeah, like someone that believes he lives in a spinning globe. Something like that.
Okay, yeah. Someone who believes that his ancestors were monkeys, fish, and rocks.
Yeah, that's a nick.
My ancestors are not fish.
Well, if you believe in
you smell a bit
science,
fishy, but you know.
I do like fish.
Do you hear this guy's nasal whine? Like, while calling people fags. It's so ironic.
You're such
Yeah.
a fag.
Indeed, I agree.
I do like fish, but I don't know. How do fish work on a globe Earth?
Are you denying your
It's
ancestry?
red,
Wait there. Are you denying your ancestry?
How am I, what do you mean? Look, how am I denying my ancestry?
Well, crypto, take it away, dude.
I know. I'm happy to.
Well, it was your point. You made it.
No, I didn't. You made my point.
I think we started off as monkeys, if that's what you're trying to say.
How do you know that?
I don't.
Exactly. Yeah, they just tell you it, don't they? They just go, "You're."
Well, how do you guys don't know that we didn't then? It's like no one does know if
That's
there's
not how it
aliens
works,
out.
bro. That's not how it works. So if I say to you, no, it isn't. It objectively.
How do you guys know how it works then? How does it
You're
work
not even
then?
listening. You're not even waiting for me to make my point.
All right,
Like
go on.
you don't
then.
even know what my point is, and you're already trying to butt in.
All right, go on then.
Okay, so if I tell you that I have a unicorn in my garage, is it true because you can't disprove it?
It's unicorns aren't real.
Yeah, but how do you know I'm claiming I have a unicorn in my garage?
Is that not real? That's
No,
how I
but there's
know.
one in my garage. They must be real.
Bruh. Show us, like, take a photo.
No, but that's your logic. No, your logic follows.
This is
what
your
you say.
logic, bro. So whose responsibility is it? Is it my responsibility to prove that there's a unicorn in my garage? Or is it your responsibility to disprove that there's a unicorn in my garage?
It's your responsibility to take a photo of the unicorn.
So it's my responsibility to prove it, yeah?
Yes.
Okay, otherwise we can just discard it, right? And say that's not, he hasn't proven it.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Then you agree with me that when they say you came from monkeys and you live on a spinning ball, they need to prove that shit.
Yes.
So how did they prove either of those things?
Because there's pictures of it.
Pictures of monkey.
He was okay with a
spinning
photo
balls.
of your
Yeah.
unicorn.
There's pictures.
Okay,
of
well I've got a
monkeys.
photo of a unicorn. Does anyone want to post a photo of a unicorn in the live stream for him?
Oh, can I just be muted all the time? I just want to listen. I can't be asked anymore.
You can't be asked because you're getting wrecked.
Wait. My friend is in the live stream. Unmute the in brackets flat earth. Aaron DR Jones and I will be muted.
Oh, your friend is a flat
well
earther.
and good.
There, I
don't
just
know.
posted. I just
Go
posted.
ahead,
them.
go
Well, if you unmute him, you'll soon find out, I guess.
There you go, sir. I gave you proof of all kinds of stuff in live stream. Check that out. Santa's real too.
Oh shit, let's have a look. Oh shit, unicorns are real, Santa's real. Let's have a look. Mars rovers are real. What satellites are real? Oh, fantastic.
Narnia and the talking lion, because I've seen videos of it.
Yeah, Aslan's real.
You go through the wardrobe and you find yourself in a new world you never experienced.
I'm so happy Aslan's real. Like,
That's pretty cool.
That's made my day.
Bigfoot's real.
Wait, how did Bigfoot learn how to dance and do that? Yeah, and like,
Shit, he must have a new PR guy, Bigfoot. That's good footage.
I can't even emulate those moves.
It's good footage. See what we did there. So anyway, is the 15-year-old English guy still in?
The little neek.
Did he run off?
No, he's here. They both in here. They're probably they're friends. Your friend is unmuted. Your flat earth friend. Why would you question flat earthers if your friend is a flat earther? Because it says flat earth on his name.
This is flat earth and his name doesn't mean it's a flat earther.
Okay, whatever. But the Earth is flat, so.
Yeah, the Earth is flat. Facts.
Get wrecked.
There's be an English version of that, some fucking American song. Some fucking English guys don't like flat earthers.
No, he called flat earthers retarded. That was probably his second word.
Oh, sweet.
Since he was unmuted. So, but it's okay. We move on from that, and the conversation has progressed. Will you agree, 9/11 himself? The conversation is progressing.
Yeah, I agree. I'll meet someone else.
Sweet.
Dude, your friend
So
is
you agree
unmuted.
that the Earth's flat, yeah?
Yeah, I know. I think he's gone.
Yeah, he's a little.
Oh wait, he's back. He's back.
Okay, I'm gonna unmute him since you recommended us to unmute your friend. So he's unmuted.
If he
now.
trolls, we're gonna ban you for it, not him.
All right, fine.
That's I can get behind that logic.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, Governor.
Hello, Lomeo China.
Right, so,
Wait.
so how's the Earth flat then?
Wait 1 second before we go
It
there.
measures
9/11. Yeah, it measures flat. 9/11. It's 15, and you sound way younger than him. How old are you, Aaron D.R. Jones?
What's my question?
What's your age?
Wait, why is that relevant?
It's very relevant. Just answer.
But you just had to go at my friend for saying that everything he's saying is irrelevant, and now you're just ignoring what I'm saying.
Yes, because you need to be a certain age to be in here, bud. Bud. So
Right, what's the age?
present your age or get banned.
He's
Right,
14.
All right, good.
All right, that's. Well, he didn't say it. You said it for him. So how old are you, Aaron?
I'm 14.
D.R. Jones?
Sweet.
Okay, that's good enough.
We can continue.
Alright, so just give me some basics on how you think the Earth is flat.
Yeah, it measures flat. Yeah.
Measures flat?
Yeah.
What do you mean it measures flat?
Well, you measure it, and it measures my curvature.
How do you believe it's a ball? How do you think it's a ball, buddy?
How do you think it's not a ball? Like what?
It's
Because it
also
measures flat.
observably. It's also observably flat. The ball is a claim.
And
But
it's
it's
practically used
practically
as
used
flat.
and
You
measured.
just think NASA's just fake then?
No, okay, who cares? If something is observably, practically used and measurably flat, is it flat or is it a globe?
What?
If something is observably,
No, I'm just
practically
baffled
used
that
and
you
measured...
genuinely believe it.
Bro, you just said what, and then you talk over my answer. I'm trying to repeat what I just said, but you asked me to repeat.
Go then.
Okay, then shut up while I do it. So, if something's observably flat, measurably flat, practically used as flat, is it flat or is it a globe?
Flat, but the Earth isn't flat because it's
Perfect,
not observably flat.
It is observably flat, and it is
It's
measurably
observably
flat.
a fucking globe. What do you mean?
Where have you seen it be a globe with your own eyes?
I'm gonna give you a brief demonstration. You wanna open Google Chrome, right, and type in the Earth.
Okay.
Yeah, do that. Do it yourself and tell us what you see. Go to images and tell
I
us.
googled Bigfoot as well, so Bigfoot's real, yeah?
That's a fat rate for the Welsh education, right?
Right. So
Yeah, what does neek mean?
Neek.
Do you think it's better if I speak a bit like this? Think you'll understand it a bit better?
Sure.
Have a good fucking band, damn it.
I think it'd be better if they just stayed away from the sheep, man.
Oh, yeah, true.
They're all a bit sheepish.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to
Stop
use
feeding people to
logic that
Dragon Ball.
even a 13-year-old can understand. Like, if you Google something and a picture of it appears, therefore it's real. I mean, Google unicorns, right? So unicorns are real. Yeah?
You're like
Right?
disgustingly stupid.
Yes or no? Are unicorns real?
Yeah, they are real.
Cool, okay. Well,
Unicorns are real. Definitely.
cool. I
Yeah,
guess I guess we know where your level of intellect is.
I'm gonna open up a 24/7 unicorn Discord. That's what I'm gonna do right after this.
Cool. All right.
Yeah, good
Well,
idea.
we know that you think the unicorns are real and that the Earth is a globe.
Everyone on that Discord will be more intellectual than all of you combined.
Okay. Well, I'm probably better educated than all your teachers, but whatever.
Objective.
Wait, how old are you? How old are you?
Yeah, bro, I'm in my mid-30s and I'm working towards a master's degree. What about your teachers?
They're teaching people not to be fucking stupid and not believe.
But I'm better educated than they are. So how does that work?
I just wonder, right? Why are you 30 and on Discord talking about flat earthers?
Because as a 30-year-old,
are you trying to convince people?
Well, you've asked me a question, so I'm going to answer it.
Okay.
Because as a 30-year-old, I have access to a smartphone, and so I downloaded Discord on my smartphone, and then I started talking to people who also know the Earth's flat because it's measurably, observably, and practically used as flat.
Wait, where are you getting your masters?
Sorry.
What?
Your masters.
I'm not going to tell you personal information about myself. That's not going to happen.
Wait.
I was just gonna email them.
It's a purpose to talk about that the Earth is flat, or to convince other people that the Earth is flat.
I don't give a shit what you think.
No. I think something, and you think something. Nothing wrong with that. I'm just wondering what you think.
Yeah, but you've got no evidence for what you think.
Neither do you.
Yeah, I do. It's measurably flat. You could do it yourself if you had a brain.
Yeah, no. Can you answer my first question? Are you trying to convince people that the Earth is flat, or are you just having a general conversation about it?
Well, no, I
You
don't
need to
care
do
what
your
you
own
think.
research.
Yeah, I
Your
don't
own
right.
research.
Okay, so what are astronauts then? Do they just actors?
Yep.
Yeah, people. Literally.
All actors.
Yeah.
That's right.
They're just dirty government hired actors.
You mad?
Say
it again. Maybe it'll be.
You seem pretty mad. Just wondering if you're mad.
Say the name. Listen. Say the job title. Say the job title 3 more times, and see what does it say? Astronauts.
Dude.
I mean, do you believe everything? Do you believe everyone when they just say things? Or do you require some sort of evidence?
It's because I'm not believing you right now, but the Earth is flat.
Well, no, but you just believe them. They just said, "Oh, the Earth's a globe," and then you just went, "Oh, sounds legit," and that was it.
We don't want you to believe us either. We want you to prove.
The Earth is flat.
No, but these two are just authority cucks. They just listen to whatever the authorities tell them. They're just authority cucks. Like you weren't. No one ever proved to you that the Earth was a globe. You just they went, "Oh, you're on a." They just said to you, "You're on a spinning pear in the middle of outer space," and you went, "Okay, sounds legit," and that was it. No evidence needed.
The other 99% of the population are also government cocks.
Oh, well done, mate. So an appeal to wait there. An appeal. Oh my god. An appeal to authority. Listen, an appeal to authority on your belief on said globe, and an appeal to majority on, again, your belief of believing on the authority. So you just commit 2 fallacies in a straight line, just like, yeah, fuck it. You know, I'll appeal to the majority on my appeal to authority.
The Earth is flat.
Are you dumb?
Wait. I have a question, right? Alright, are you saying the Earth is the Earth is like a cube flat, or just a line?
I'm also not sure that you guys are actually mature enough to have this conversation, so maybe come back in 5 years when your balls have dropped.
Not, you know. No. So you guys
you globe guys. I just posted a photo in live stream. You see live stream? Do you believe that photo? Do you think that's real? Do you think there's a family of rovers on Mars or on Devon Island? Do you think they have to tell you the truth? How does a rover on Mars help you or any homeless person or somebody looking for a job here on Earth?
You've got me baffled, not because you're like.
Oh.
Bro, you're a bit young to be having this conversation, honestly.
Yeah, and still everyone in my year has more intellect than all of you combined, and I just don't understand how I'm talking.
I doubt it. Again, I guarantee I am better educated than all of your teachers. So don't come at me with that bullshit.
Right, so
if I was having a conversation, bro, the thing is because you're not mature enough to understand this conversation. That's what I've told you.
Well, then why are we allowed
I can guarantee no one in your family believes it is flat apart from you. So your parents are stupid.
Except I don't care what my parents think because I'm thinking for myself, unlike you, and I know that the Earth measures flat and is practically used as flat and is observably flat.
No,
It doesn't matter what people think.
If the Earth was flat, though, wouldn't there just be like a border?
The Earth
to
is
the Earth?
flat.
No, right. The Earth is flat, right? I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that it is, but right. So if it is, I'm not saying anything against it anyway. But if it is, wouldn't the Earth just come to an end at a certain place? Like just stop?
I have no idea.
How would we know that?
No idea.
Nobody's been that far.
How about you ask the universe? The universe is apparently flat according to your own pseudoscientific scientists, right? Yeah. So they say the universe is flat and that it has an edge, right? So why don't you ask the universe whether or not it needs to have an edge or it needs to end?
I've got this thing though of if it have an edge. So if it would have an edge, then you just. I don't know. Let's just say either way, somebody would find the end to the Earth if it was flat.
How do you know that?
Or find the edge.
So the Earth is
How do you know that? Okay, so you need to ask yourself this same question. Yeah. How big is the universe? Where is the edge of the universe? Can you answer that question?
No.
Exactly. So why are you asking us the same question that you can't answer? It's
Because you guys have a master's degree in science.
Well, I never said that. Never said that. But what I'm saying to you is that if it's a question you can't answer, then it's stupid to ask someone the same question.
Wait, what do you mean? No, I could answer that
I'm
question.
14, a 30-year-old with a master's degree. I'm sure you know more than I do.
Nice concession.
Yeah, thank you for that concession. Now do the other question.
What did he say?
He said that he's a 14-year-old and that you're a 30-year-old with a master's degree, so you probably know more than he.
I don't know why if he's going to play the victim now because he's younger, I don't know why he's coming at us at all.
I'm not playing the victim. I'm just saying personally, I think it's not flat, and I'm giving
one calling us.
You've literally used that card like 20 times. Like, oh, but you're just 13. You don't understand. Oh, you're not mature enough.
You don't understand this conversation. Obviously.
Then when we say it, then why are you like, oh my god, you're just playing that? Oh, he's just like that now.
You are playing the victim.
Wait.
I'm just telling you. You're too young to understand this conversation.
Yeah, all right.
I don't
And
really
you're
want to have a conversation with you because I think you're too young.
Also, you're a little liar
But
because
you came
said
here
you're 13.
calling us stupid. So you're the one who invited
14,
this.
Not 13.
He just said 13. I heard him say it. So he's also a liar.
Oh yeah, he's 13. I'm 14.
Well, you both lied about your age.
Okay, whatever.
I'm
whatever.
14.
You
I
guys
said
are
I was
obviously pretty
14
young,
at the
dudes.
start.
Dudes, do you think that 13 and 14-year-olds know enough to be having this conversation at all?
Nah, I'm not. I'm not trying to prove nothing. I'm just. You're wondering why I think the Earth is round, and I'm wondering why you think the Earth is flat.
No, but you're coming.
Well, I told you 5 or 6 times. It's measurably flat, it's observably flat, and it's practically used as flat.
It still doesn't answer the question though. Of is Earth? Is it like infinite or anything? Because surely it's not.
I don't know. And you don't know if the universe has an edge. It's a silly question.
Yeah, but if there's multiple galaxies though, surely and Earth is in every galaxy.
Know
so
any
how
of
would you
that?
think it's?
Alright, so
You
say
don't
if I
know
was to
any
get a
of that
rocket and
stuff.
fly to outer space, what would happen?
Have you ever done that?
No, have you?
Didn't think so.
Have you ever measured the Earth?
Yes.
Well, how big's the Earth then? If you're saying
But you
that
said you
measure flat.
How the fuck do you measure it?
We're talking about the curvature. Guys, you're
But
too
there
young
is no
to do this.
curvature.
Just fuck off and listen.
Curvature?
Just stop talking and start
If
listening.
there is
'cause you obviously-
curvature in the Earth, then it's not flat,
guys,
is it?
you're too young for this conversation. Just leave, and we can talk to someone else.
I'm a mute. I'll mute
Wait
them.
there.
Mute me.
No, you're alright to speak. The other one isn't. The other little squeaky.
I'm muting myself.
Well, no, I prefer to talk to you than the other child. To be quite honest, at this point. But he didn't say there is curvature. He said it doesn't measure to have curvature. The lack therein of curvature is what presents the issue. The globe itself, right, is
Okay, I
not
understand
refined
you now.
Right, sweet. So we don't find the globe, okay? that the globe has to comport with what they say, meaning that with the numbers that are given to us, and they have to be these numbers, the Earth has to be this exact size that they claim, right?
Okay.
Has to have a radius of 3959. Okay, so 3,959 miles, roughly the radius. Okay, and then the Earth roughly has to have a circumference of 25,000 miles. It can't be any different. It has to be those numbers, due to the other equations that they've given us through, let's say, Einsteinian warping and bending of space-time, that whole theory of gravitation, right? Because we need gravity for it to exist in the form that it does here, apparently, on the globe. Okay, the globe has to have a certain size and circumference, right? The issue is this. When we look at said globe, apparent globe, we do not have the attributes therein that are needed for it to be a globe, i.e. curvature isn't found. But not only that, things such as the horizon, i.e. the place that appears to meet the ground, where the sky appears to meet the ground, the horizon itself also does not, it isn't at the right distance, meaning the distance to it is either farther or too great, should I say, for it to exist with a radius of 3959.
Huh?
Do you understand what that means? Meaning
Does that make any sense to you?
Honestly, no, but
Okay.
Maybe we can dumb it down a little bit. I mean, they're quite young, aren't they? So
yeah,
okay,
you think
right.
you need to.
If you think you're on a ball, yeah, the ball is going to have set dimension. If you know the size of that ball, right?
Yeah, okay.
So what Crack is saying is that if you think, for instance, that the horizon is where the ball ends, then it would have to be a certain distance away from you, correct?
But honestly, I'm so lost. But
Hey.
carry on.
Okay.
I'll try and understand. Just carry on.
A ball has set dimensions, correct?
I didn't know what you taught on about that, but
If I give you a basketball, yeah, then you can look at the basketball, right?
yes.
Correct?
Yes.
Do you know what a radius is?
Yeah, I know what radius is.
Okay, so a radius is the distance from the centre to the edge, right? So if you
Yes.
know the radius of the basketball, then you can calculate how much curvature should be on that basketball from any point.
Yes. All right.
Okay, so the Earth is like a massive basketball in your conception, correct?
Yes.
So we can use the same way of calculating. We take the radius, we work out how much curvature should be there, correct?
Yes, but
If that curvature
wait,
doesn't exist, what does it say about the ball?
that it's flat.
Exactly.
But if you had measured the curvature or whatever like that, unlike a basketball, it's just dead round. The Earth is round, in my opinion, but not fully round because of there's like all hills and all that fun stuff.
Okay, yeah. No, I accept that. So we know that there are valleys and hills and everything else, yeah? But
Flatman,
you believe in
Flatman
gravity.
can, you're hot micing. Flatman can, you're hot micing.
You believe in gravity, right?
Yes.
So what does gravity do to water?
I don't know.
What do you
Holds
mean
it down.
Okay, it pulls it down to where?
The Earth.
So the centre of mass, right? That's the theory. So if you've got a large body of water, then
Yes.
would the water be the same shape as the Earth, or would it be flat?
The water isn't a shape though. A body of.
That's why he said large body.
Yeah, so we've got a large body of water
okay.
on a globe, right? So
Yeah.
would the water curve to conform to the globe, or would it be flat?
Well, flat.
What do you mean,
technically.
What do you mean? Well, okay. If the Earth is 71% water and water is flat, then how do you live on a globe?
Because of the gravity, and it pulls it towards the
Try
center
and
of Earth.
draw that out. Yeah, try and draw a globe where the water isn't curving with the Earth and it's flat. Just try and draw that for me and tell me what shape you come up with.
Wait, can you repeat that, please? Can
The
you
Earth
repeat
is
that?
said to be 71% water, correct?
Yes. Okay.
Okay, if the water is flat, what shape do you think the globe would be?
flat in that theory, but it's just
It
not
would look
flat.
really weird. It wouldn't be a globe. There would be massive flat sections, wouldn't there?
Yes.
Okay, so that's not what you say happens, is it?
I don't know. It's too mathy to me.
Okay.
I
So-
just want to know if the Earth is flat or not. I mean, I think it's
The Earth is measurably flat, and you don't you're not even mature enough to understand how we prove that, and that's what's frustrating.
yeah. Okay, I
Look,
respect that.
I don't blame you. It's fine. You're probably just too young. Maybe you need to just listen a bit, yeah.
That's
But
what I'm
I do admire the fact that you're open-minded. Your mate's obviously not. He sounds super
Innit?
young. You know, whatever. Don't blame him either because he's been brainwashed by his teachers.
No one in us, no teachers talk about if the bloody Earth is flat or not. They just teach us
No.
math.
They
Yeah,
te-
but most of
exactly.
your teachers would have rings run around them if they came here as well. So don't worry about your teachers. Worry about
Yeah,
what
but
the
teachers
evidence
are
says.
retarded. All they need is one bloody GCSE for their job. That's literally it.
I'm sure they probably do.
Yeah.
They do need a degree. Your teachers do need, in fact, a degree. But
They used to. I'm not sure that's
It's
true.
hard to get.
really, wow.
Well, I don't know. I'd have to look.
No, all you need is a GCSE and that one subject what you want to teach to be a teacher, and teach it in pennies. So
Well, I don't know if that's true. I'd have to look.
I
But
don't believe that.
Either way, the fact that your teacher said something doesn't necessarily make it true just because they said it, right? Just because multiple teachers say something, that also doesn't just make it true.
yeah,
So, if they're not going to actually prove it to you, then their word is worth nothing. It's worth nothing. They're not actually teaching you. They're just saying things and expecting you to believe them.
They're just asserting things to you.
yeah, but that's
essentially.
technically saying that like my teachers say Santa's real. That's literally there's no difference.
Yeah, but I mean, if your teacher said Santa's real, a good portion of the class would believe them.
They would.
Can you understand that? Well, they would.
Not at my age. I mean, if they were bloody like 5.
Well, let's put it this way, right? Let's say that the entire scientific community said Santa was real, and all of the science teachers said Santa was real, and all of the parents agreed that we're going to tell children that Santa's real forever. It would only take a couple of generations until everyone believed in Santa being real.
Yeah, but
with no evidence, right?
but they can see Santa like in the beach or something.
Yeah, but how's that gonna work? Because bruh, you.
Well, no, listen. What he's just said is completely true because think about it. Do your
I understand
teachers-
what you mean.
Wait there a second, dude. I'm not finished. So what he said to you is true. Obviously, something as ridiculous as Santa, you being someone of the age that understands that Santa isn't real, it sounds quite ridiculous, okay? But if I were to plant things in your life before you stopped believing in Santa, that would make it seem more true, i.e., GPS, tracking of Santa, i.e., you actually going to Greenland, right? Let's say I took you to Greenland at the age of 14 or 13 while you were still believing in Santa, the extension in which of your belief in Santa was extended via the GPS tracking. Then I take you to Greenland and I take you to, the grotto, right? You meet Mrs. Santa Claus, you meet Santa himself, right? I can imagine you could go on believing that Santa was in fact true well past the ages of 30, right?
In that instance, yes, but if you're a bloody
right, that's what we're saying. Listen,
yeah, but you talk to your friends, and if they know, it's not
Please don't
they'll have the
stop
same
in the middle of talking, sir.
If all of my friends did the same like that, then
But
yeah.
think about this, yeah. Let's say that every single time you saw the BBC News or whatever, instead of a globe, it was a sled, right, with a couple of reindeers. And then every single time you turned on, I don't know, YouTube or whatever, and you looked up, like, is Santa real? The first 5 videos were, like, scientists telling you that Santa's real, right? And so every single part of your life confirms that Santa's real because you have no access to the proper information, right? This is how people live. This is how people live in the globe Earth light, right? They every single time they turn on the news, there's a globe. Every time someone's talking about a news event, they describe it as a global event, That's
Yeah.
literally just to reassert the globe. No evidence necessary. No one's ever proven to you that you live on the globe. Nobody. They just say it. They just say it over and over until you believe it. That's all they do.
I understand that there is no proof that the Earth is circle, but you know, I understand where you're coming from, but science isn't always right. If you know what I mean, like.
Okay. Not science.
No. Well, what is it then?
No, wait there. No, yeah. Listen, this is. Right, so measurement isn't science. We went through this with someone earlier who's a lot older than you, right? If I tell you that something is 5 foot by 5 foot, right, and it has 4 sides to it, right? Yeah. And it has 90-degree angles on each corner, and it's 5 foot by 5 foot. What is it?
Cube.
Pardon?
A cube,
Yeah, a square. Correct.
Yes.
Right, and a cube would sort of be more correct, but cubed is 5 foot by 5 foot width, depth, and breadth. But anyway, beside the point, it's a square, right? So, did I just conduct science?
No, that was math. But
it was measurement, yeah, right? Geometry.
What I'm saying is that all the gravity and all that shit is science.
It's not though. It literally isn't. No, it literally is not. It's actually in direct contradiction to science.
So if I went to college now and got my master's degree, I would be learning. I would be learning about gravity there.
Right. Let me explain to you what I just said. Right. I understand that it might be a little bit hard to believe that that's not science because it's defined as science a lot of the time, and you're correct. Right.
Yeah.
But the issue is this. Right. The theory of gravitation. Right. Theory, okay. Science is defined as what? Something that is able to follow the scientific method. The scientific method directly denotes that you need experimentation. Okay. So if we use that logic, right? Not even logic. Let's just use that framework. Let's try and can we do an experiment on gravity? Can we experiment with gravity? Can we manipulate gravity? In any way, shape, or form?
No.
Right, so gravity can't be used in an experiment, so therefore it doesn't actually fall under the category of science.
Dropping a pen is an experiment, technically.
It's not, because an experiment, in fact, has a very controlled framework to it, again. So what I would say with this would be like, what would be your naturally observed phenomena in that circumstance? Like, what did you observe?
The phenomena.
Right, so that would be your naturally observed phenomena, right? Okay, I'm just going to try and put this into a framework of an experiment. What would be your dependent variable?
Wait, which one's dependent again? I'm literally sat 8, bro.
Right, so listen. So you have a control, right?
Yeah.
So something that doesn't change.
Oh, matrix isn't that?
No, you have a control, right? Then you have a constant, right? So that is the control, the constant, right? It's just a better way of me putting it for you, right? Then you have the variable that you're going to manipulate, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Right, and then the point in this is we're going to try and find out the cause and effect relationship. What the cause is of the effect that we're seeing. The effect that you're seeing is the pen falling, right? This is your naturally observed phenomenon. It's not even natural because the pen is unnatural. So that's why Newton went with the apple, right? The apple fell from the tree. This is a naturally observed phenomenon, right? Okay. But how are we going to attribute this framework? How can we manipulate? How are we going to manipulate the thing that apparently caused the effect? How are we going to find out the cause of this effect that we see? What are we going to manipulate? What's going to be our control?
I don't know. You say.
Well, this is my point. There isn't anything to manipulate because we can't manipulate gravity. It doesn't fit into the framework of an experiment. And the science is directly defined as things that follow the scientific method, i.e. experimentation. Okay? Experiments need to be able to be conducted in order for us to define something within the realm of science. This is something that they've done in order to actually add validity to things for a very long time. Unfortunately, this is exactly what our problem is that people say we are science deniers, and what we say, in fact, is that actually we are doing the opposite. We're trying to show people that the word science is like a big brush that they just paint over things that they don't wish to people to look into. They say, oh, that's too mathy, that's too complex, that's something that I myself cannot understand, therefore I will not try to or attempt to understand said thing. Right? Often, it's not even in the field of science or in the realm of science to begin with. It's not even a science question. It's not even anything involving science. And that is by their own definitionary terms. Do you understand what I'm trying to say?
No, I don't understand.
Right, so they defined science, right, for us a long time ago, the scientists, okay? Which is things that comport with or can follow the scientific method, right? So, gravity, okay, it being a theory, it being a conceptual thing or an agreed upon average of fall rate, right, of things falling at a certain rate, right? This isn't able, as a phenomena, as defined, this effect, as seen, isn't able to be put into the framework needed in order for us to start labeling it with the term science, right? It cannot be experimented on, so it cannot be defined as a form of science. But yet, people believe it can be. People think it should be defined as science. It should not be. By their own definitionary terms, it should not be. But yet, still is. This is the form of, indoctrination that it befalls all of us. This is why Crypto said that, you probably are too young. This is why Crypto said you're probably too young to have this conversation. Not that you're immature or whatever, but, remember you did come in here calling us retards, right? So you have to understand that we're going to be a little bit jippy with you and get a little bit funny with you back when you come in saying that, right? We're going to push back. We have to take the troll out of the troll, the proverbial troll, right? We have to right the ship, let you guys understand that actually we do sort of know what we're talking about when it comes to this stuff. We're not just sat here fucking aimlessly, like,
yeah, you got to pay the troll toll.
Yeah, man. Well, that's why I said a few big words to sort of slow him down a little bit, because...
you find that, he came in calling us all retards, right? And then within about 5 minutes, he's like, I don't really understand what you're saying, so this is too much for me. I'm like, I don't understand the maths. It's like, yeah, cool, whatever, like, fine. But don't call us retards if you don't understand what we're saying, right?
Yeah, well said. Well said, Crypto.
Oh, is that Vagabond?
Yo, yeah.
Yo, Vagabond.
On, brother, how are you?
How's it going, Vagabond?
Fellas? Chilling,
Good to hear your
chilling.
voice.
Yeah, well, it's a pleasure, brother. How's everything?
Yeah, it's all good, bro. Still flat.
That's always going to be flat. Promise you that.
Yo, Crypto, we have to chat. I got an idea. I think I could, put something together that you might be critical to be involved in. So it's like we're gonna chat on the side, but I'm glad I caught you because I was looking for you.
Oh,
okay.
Yeah, you're chopping in and out of Vagabond, but I heard that you wanted to chat. I'm definitely up for it. So just let me know.
Yeah. My signal over here in the city. I'm sitting inside Florida. At least I got a connection.
Yeah. His signal's kind of shit in Australia, but at least he's got a connection.
Australia.
I don't know. That's what I heard.
So the guy came in calling us retards. Is that what happened?
Yeah. That didn't last long, though, did it?
It never does.
No, it never does.
That's one of the shames, is that I have to start saying big words for him to actually believe for even a moment that we might be intellectual.
As soon as you start using like 3 or 4 syllable words, they're like, "Oh shit, I've gone in too deep here."
Word
salad.
I'm like, yeah. What did you do?
Yeah.
I've waded into waters too deep
having
here.
a vocabulary means word salad.
Yep.
I know an 11-syllable word if anyone wants to hear it.
Oh, is that the one to do with volcanoes?
No.
Oh, I want to hear it then.
Maybe we can ask these two kids if they know any 11-syllable words.
It's anti-disestablishmentarianism.
Establishmentarian. That is also 11 syllables, but it's not that one.
Don't tell me. Don't tell me you're going with the supercalifragilistic.
Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious.
At least they
That's
didn't
14
accuse you of
syllables.
using ad hominems.
That one is 14 syllables. Here.
Does anyone know what floxy-nocky-nihipilification means?
Oh my god. Floxy-noxy-hyperviglication.
Give it another. Floxy-nocky-nihipilification.
Floxy.
I have no.
I can't really even hear you. Floxy Noxy. I would have to hear it.
I just heard refraction.
Who said refraction?
That's fine.
Someone called Wrecked DM'd me saying unmute me virgin. He's not in. And his name's Wrecked. I love that. Thank you for that message. It's made my day.
Maybe rename him to T-Rex.
Yeah. He's gone, unfortunately, because I would have definitely unmuted him. And that, genuinely so.
Oh, what a shame.
Such a shame. Yeah, look, I just got this. Yeah, look, it just come through like that. And I was just like, yes, mate. Like, what a message. All in caps as well. Fucking brilliant.
Where's the genius young guy that is smarter than everybody in here put together? Where is he?
Oh, he admitted he's not anymore and backed off.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, look, so have you ever heard this term? Pneumonia mononuclear microscopic villain of colivoliosis.
No.
Yeah, it's the longest word in the dictionary. It's 45 letters long. So it's pneumonium. It's pneumonion, no, ultra, microscopic. It's microscopics, silly, covalo, can, no, cononesis. But when you say it, you don't say it quite like that. Like, it's quite hard to say, to be honest. Yeah, my little cousin came to my house and thought he was a right smart ass for knowing it as a word. Alright, yeah. So, yeah, do you want to know what I mean? So it's a word for a disease, and it's basically the longest word. Like I said, it's defined as it's a technical word referring to the lung disease more commonly known as silicosis, but it's to do with it's basically characterizes the version that is used from gaining said illness or lung disease from volcanoes. I just find it funny that it's in the English language. Like, it's obviously one that was added.
Hey.
After we
welcome Enoch Knight to the conversation. Enoch, welcome.
Is this another global?
Probably not.
Enoch
I don't
Knight,
want I don't want us to destroy all of them before Ladies' Night. 'Cause we've only got a couple of hours. They won't want to come back.
I mean, maybe the young guys that joined earlier, they might have a pleasant conversation with the ladies. The ladies love speaking to the young ones too.
They might be a bit shy though. I mean, those young guys, maybe they've never even spoken to a girl before.
Yeah,
didn't the one guy say he's going to start a server to prove unicorns, and they'd all be more intellectually whatever than we?
Yeah, he said they'd be more intellectual. No.
He's a prophet as well.
Apparently.
I mean, when I heard that, I thought in my mind genius, because he said he's 14 and he's smarter than everyone in here put together.
Yeah.
Put together. Oh.
If you put us all together, it's one hell of a flat Earth human centipede. episode.
Man, depends if
Frankenstein's flat earther.
Oh, hi.
But look,
You guys can hear me?
look how breezy.
We hear you.
Yep. Hello, welcome to the server.
Yeah, sorry, 1 second. Vagabond was halfway through a sentence. Finish up, mate.
No, it's okay.
Wow.
Okay, I was just saying.
Sorry.
I was just thinking, look how breezy.
I'm a little excited.
Look how breezy.
Jesus Christ, man! Can you just shut up while he finishes his sentence, please?
It's okay. Yeah, Crypto, don't worry about it. It's okay.
All right, man.
But I was just thinking, like, look how brazen one would have to be to come in with that type of attitude. Like, I'm smarter than everybody else here combined. But
Yeah.
Exactly.
You know, there's something.
Yeah, but they
There
believe
you go.
it.
Yeah, exactly. He has no idea.
Especially when you're
That's like pride before a fall. Like, it's like the embodiment of a pride before a fall, right?
Exactly. It's gold. I love that type of shit. It's like I see the wolves like mouths and come like no. I like the slow bleed, the slow blur, the slow burn. You know?
I wish he wasn't roboting.
Yeah, man. That's a shame.
Yeah, Mr. Vagabond.
I get the idea. I get the idea of what he's saying, but I just want to hear him say it. But anyway, yeah. So, new guy, do you want to go ahead?
I have Tourette syndrome.
Okay.
That's fine.
Mm-hmm. Why'd you feel?
That's why it
the need
was
to announce
difficult.
that?
Okay. Well, look, man. If that's legit, then obviously we'll take it into account. What brings you to the server?
Mic check.
Mike's not in. Can you hear me?
Did I cut out?
No.
Or did the Tourette's guy stop talking? Oh, it's cut out.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
Yeah, what's up, man? What brings you to the server?
Hi. I've been sorry. I was talking and I had it muted. I had my mic
That's
muted. I'm sorry. No, I was listening to you guys on YouTube. And it was there was so many like Crypto said, you know, the kid was very young to understand the conversation. And like listening to the whole conversation, it was very interesting, and I'm glad that they were able to learn something from what you guys were saying. And I mean, I have my reasons why I believe that the world is flat, but you know, mine is not very scientifical. Mine is more of a spiritual.
Okay.
Scientific. Can I just say I agree with him?
But could you expound to us, like, from the spiritual perspective, how did it lead you to knowing that the Earth is flat?
So I listen to I'm dyslexic, so I listen to the Bible, the Holy Bible on Audible, and I also listen to the Quran, and I listen to a whole bunch of other spiritual books. And I also have the Book of Enoch downloaded as well. And in the Bible, like, people don't understand that the Bible tells you, like, it doesn't give you in full description that the earth is flat, but the Bible does explain to you, and it does tell you that the earth is flat. It just doesn't tell you that it is flat. You know?
Exactly.
I mean, you can believe that it's round, which it is round, but not in your perspective that it's round. It's
the Quran tells you that it's laid out like a rug. So I mean, the Quran absolutely tells you it's flat.
Yeah,
There's no
Bible. Both the Bible and the Quran say the exact same on the topic.
I just
in geometry, what's a face?
I have big respect.
In geometry, what's a face?
What's a what?
Face in geometry.
Face.
Like a side of something.
It's a plane. If you have a square, you have four faces. Well,
yeah.
Right? So it's a plane. So in the beginning, God created heaven and earth. And the Spirit of God walking the face of the water. and the earth was without form. A ball is a form. A plain face isn't. So it does tell you
Oh,
it's
I like that. I like that. I like how you said a ball is a form. I never even saw that. That was good. I like that. I didn't even see that.
Yo, was that fraud? Fraud, what's up, brother?
A ball is a form. What?
Enoch, can you add me?
What's that? What?
Can you add me?
Add you? Yeah.
I sent you a card. Wow.
I accepted both.
Thank you.
Hey, sorry. Are your parents religious? The kid that's talking?
Me or what?
Yeah, you.
My mom raised me as a Christian, and my dad raised me without religious beliefs. My dad is actually an American. He's an American. He was a Navy SEAL, and he always lived by a golden rule. You know, God's golden rule: treat others like you want to be treated. What people don't understand is that the Bible is like a heart, or the heart is like the Bible. And what people don't understand is that the 10 Commandments is embedded in your heart. You know, you got the left side of the heart, and then you got the right side of the heart. Am I correct? They're both pumping. One pumps what? Blood going in, and the other side does the other what? Pumping the blood out. So what happens? You have blood pumping in and blood pumping out. So you got the left side and the right side working together, right? That's why the heart looks the way that it does. It doesn't look what we think it looks like when we draw it, but when you look at it in the body, it looks like there's two parts. Which there are two parts. Just like the brain, right? The human brain has two parts, the left side and then the right side. Then you got the front side and then the back side. Just like the earth. The earth has front side, the back side, the left side, the right side. Like you can look at it in a scientific perspective. You can look at it in a medical perspective. You can see it in many different perspectives. If you want to say that the earth is round, the earth is round when you look at it. But I want you to know that, to me, like everybody else, when they know the truth, that the earth is flat. So, I mean, you can believe whatever you want to believe, but the truth is the earth is flat. And it's proven to you in a spiritual perspective, and it's proven to you in a scientific perspective, and it's also proven to you in other different perspectives. People just deny it.
How old are you?
Yo, people keep lying to themselves, man.
How old are you, bro? How old are you?
Me, I'm 33. What?
33? You sound like 15. Holy crap! Wow.
I sound 15.
Yeah, you sound a bit younger, but I can tell you probably are around 30. 33.
Oh man. That's why I'm Enoch, man. I'm the angel of youth, bro.
Dude, 33. No way. Wow.
Illuminati.
Yeah, look on YouTube.
Illuminati confirmed.
You're older than what?
Look at my face. You see my face, man? I am pretty. I am handsome. I am young.
I'm sure all the ladies.
I believe you.
You're older.
Nah, man, I got a fiance, bro. I'm not trying to get at the ladies. I'm just trying to get at one woman. You know what I mean?
Damn straight.
Gotta be faithful, right? That's what the Bible says. To be faithful.
Yep.
I'm fucking everything that walks. Fuck that shit.
Every everything?
So you're a fucking donkey, a dog, a cat.
I'll tell you what, Vagabond. Was that Vagabond or Fraud who said that? I didn't hear that. It was Vagabond, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's Vagabond.
Yeah. I'm not taking you to a zoo. Never taking you to a zoo.
First of all, I'm hyper selective.
We're both gonna have monkey and apes and humans coming up from.
So let me say this. Let me clarify. I will fuck every 10 that walks in front of me. Not animals.
That's still too big. That's still too big.
That's concerning for a whole different set of reasons. But let's get off the topic.
I know. Yeah, you can't just mince your words in this server, bro. You gotta be hyper specific.
Yeah, you gotta be hyper specific.
It's like when someone comes in and goes, "The Earth is round," and you're like, "Hold on, hold on." What do we mean by that?
You have to be hyper specific, but you can't do word salad.
I apologize in advance. I should have known better.
Yeah, you should have known, bro.
Yeah, it's funny, isn't it? Because when you take like a month from this away from this server and you talk to kind of what normies, you start to realize that you have these really like basic bitch conversations all the time, and you actually you start to get kind of dull, don't you? You're kind of the way of thinking, it gets dulled because people are talking about shit that doesn't matter all the time.
Of course.
Every day. Yeah.
Wait, you guys still talk to normies? Come on.
Wait, the proverbial blade edge does get dull. Yeah, you're right. You know what I mean.
If you go to work or whatever area, and that's what I'm saying. Like, you go to work or you got a business and you got to deal with customers and all this other shit. And they're like, "Oh, did you watch Big Brother last night?" It's like, no. But that's the conversation that they're used to. They and they find anything that matters to be like serious. And,
Yeah, I didn't know.
That's the thing.
Big Brother watched me.
I think it's our job to like bring some levity and make it fun and funny and also hyper intellectual. But you got to make people crack up and like look at themselves for a second.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah.
But you got to make sure that the conversation's intelligent. We don't want to backslide and go back 100 years. You know what I mean?
That brings its own challenges as well, right? So you're trying to get people who aren't used to speaking intellectually to speak intellectually. That's actually quite difficult. Do you know what I mean?
Really hard.
But the more that you get more people speaking intellectually, the more people will start catching on. And the only ones that are left behind are the ones that are not speaking intellectual.
And they don't matter
well,
anymore.
That's the aim, yeah. That is the aim.
So then we would have to actually try to speak. That would have to be like we would have to teach our kids at an early age to speak in an intellectual way.
Sure.
That's what we're aiming for.
I think the people that are having the most fun, they're speaking intellectually because they're just being authentic and honest. That's how we got here. We're just being authentic and honest. So we weren't trying to like act like we knew better, but we just took the time. We did the research. We looked deeper. We didn't worry about what everybody thought. We loved ourselves enough to know, like, hey, let me take a look. And we took a look. We figured out the shit is fucked up.
Yeah.
Well, not only that, we took a look at ourselves too.
That's what he meant. Yeah, that's what he was meant. Exactly what he meant is that you take the time to be intellectually honest with yourself. It's going to aid you massively. So in the long run, even to be honest with you, just applicable to life in general. Like this is applicable to everything. The people that come to the server, right? You might not want to stride out into the world just going Earth is flat, right? But I'm pretty sure the way in which you learn about fallacies and how they're structured and what they mean will aid you in real life. 100 million% will aid you.
Wait, did you say you don't go out and say Earth is flat? Because that's what I do.
No, listen. I'm saying you might not. You may not want to. Some people may not want to. Some people may not have the veracity behind their arguments to want to assert said point. But I'm saying those individuals that are here, that that people come here thinking that it will only aid them in learning about how to argue for the flat Earth. I'm saying this place will literally and help you in many different respects in the world.
Have you ever tried walking up to a random stranger, especially a woman that you don't know, and your opening line is the Earth is flat. Have you ever tried doing that?
Yep.
Not me, because over here you get shot for saying something like that, because some people are just strong on their beliefs, bro.
It can be quite funny though. You can get some interesting results. Let's say. Treat it as a social experiment and see what happens.
Oh yeah, their brains. It's too much.
No, Crypto, you're right. Girls actually like it though. I think. I think you said.
Well, most
right?
probably think you're joking, don't they? Like that.
Yeah, I always get a lot of laughs. Ha 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 ha.
I saw this guy. So I went to a bar yesterday. That was some karaoke, and I'd met one guy at a different bar, and like he was I can tell he's a smart guy, runs a business, like he's not an idiot. And like we went further through the conversation, and I was like, "Hey, by the way, the Earth is flat." And like he was like, "No way, are you a flat earther?" I was like, "Yes way, I'm a flat earther." And like he lost his shit. He lost his shit. He was like, "You're trying to tell me everyone's lying?" I was like, and like he just goes into the rant. I was like, "Oh, triggered him." I was like, I see him like holding into me. But he sees I'm not budging, and I'm just like, "No, the Earth is flat." And like I gave him like a couple of visuals to like mentally visualize what I'm trying to say to him, and he could tell he's like the confidence coming out of me. He's like, "How the fuck does this guy not engage in my back and forth argument with me?" I was like, "Yeah, because I don't give a fuck what you think, Dave." I was like, "I don't care if you think about it or not. I saw you were smart. I saw you were like the rest of the peons here, so I gave you a gem. And if you listened, you would have caught it." So it was funny seeing him at the karaoke night. He was like, "Nerd guy." I was like, "Yeah, that's me, bro." It was funny.
Yeah, but that's the thing. It's like when you talk to I've found if I talk to people on the street, they're not like the individuals that come in here. 100%.
Oh, no.
They're not like it. No, yeah. So yeah, people sort of take it a little bit better on the street. I'll admit, right? Like in like a week period, I'd asked like maybe 14 people what they thought about the globe, and I got laughs back multiple times when I said, "Do you think the Earth's a globe?" And that was fucking brilliant, right? It was like the best little survey I'd done in a while, right? Where I just, do you think the Earth's a globe? Do you think the Earth's a globe? And getting back laughs to that question. Yeah.
Yeah, because they never consider the opposite. They just swallowed the narrative and like took it with them. It's like, but you don't realize it's like just from working in construction. I think about like when a foundation is laid. I'm like, so people have built their house of cards on a lie, but they don't understand like your foundation is weak. I was like, you're not on solid ground with your argument.
Built on sand.
I knew I'm on solid ground, so it lets my voice resonate differently, I believe.
Well, anyone that's got confidence in what they say, essentially it comes out and it flows out. It doesn't just fucking, it doesn't come out like that,
Exactly. Well said.
Yeah, of course, bro. And to be honest with you, that's usually what happens if you actually talk to someone in real life about it. Pretty quickly, they'll understand that you're being serious about your position on the Earth being flat when they start to listen to what you say. But usually, what I say to people, this is one that if I can tell they've got the acumen or the ability to understand this, right, which is that, just say 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet is how far away the horizon should be. I live on the coast.
Exactly.
When I say that to people, they go, "Fuck off." And I go, "What do you mean? That's how far away the horizon should be." And they're not even relating it. Yeah, they're not even relating it at this point to the globe. If that makes sense. Like, they're not thinking about the globe. They're just thinking about just the horizon and how far away the horizon is. I'm like, you should never see it.
Yeah, but I realized, like, I thought about the process I had to go through, the mental wrangling and the back and forth, and like literally the pain that it caused my mind to actually sit down and think about it. And I was like, that's what they're afraid of. Like, think about guys that are like Jack that get tattoos. They're not afraid of pain. Most people are so afraid of them. They don't want to go through it. Because God forbid they're wrong. They almost can envision, their brain can envision, if this is a lie, and I got to do all this mental pain to understand this, I don't want the mental pain. I just want to stay asleep. You know what I mean?
Not asleep. They want to stay numb.
Word, yeah, numb.
Vagabond, you've told me a few times about this kind of mental wrangling, and I don't know if I've told you. Yeah. Like, I never had that stage. I don't know if I'm weird or if there's something else wrong with me.
No,
but like, I just looked at the information. I was like, "Oh, that sounds cool. Must be right." Yeah, then I tested it, and it was all good. Like, I never have that stage.
Yeah, you were more clear-minded. I battled with it. Like I remember like I told you, like I had a girlfriend at the time, so it's like she'd be like, I worked from home, so like she'd leave in the morning to go to the office. And I'd be at the house on YouTube, like looking at this shit. And I was like, I tell you, like, if you knew how long I was looking at it before I even brought it up, I was like, Jerry, make sure you're right before you open your fucking mouth. Don't be the fucking dun. You know what I mean? It's just saying shit randomly. Like she knows I'm hyper intellectual, so she's like, no, I believe you. She's like, obviously, I know you're not dumb. I was like, yeah, I'm not dumb. But like, she like I did the math with her, and she was like, yeah, that doesn't make sense. I was like, it doesn't make sense exactly. And like, I'm glad she was smart enough to catch it when I gave it to her.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, but it's actually often the battle is getting people to the stage where they even want to hear the maths, and they actually.
Yeah, exactly.
They're either prepared to listen, or they can actually understand what you've said or are saying.
Exactly. So I think that's what it is. It's like, so like I told you, I studied hypnosis for a bit, and I'm trying to get my head around what hypnosis is, but I realized what it is. It's like just being conscious of your tone and how you're communicating, and making sure your tone is palatable to the other ear as well as informative. So like I'm never trying to scream at you. I'm never trying to get mad at you. I'm just trying to say, hey, senor, let's sit down together. Let's take the time to do the math together. And like you realize I ain't trying to lie to you. I'm just trying to show you the math that I had discovered.
Like getting them on the same page is the biggest point.
Oh, big time.
It's like they, it's like we can agree that all scientific experiments have an independent and dependent variable, correct? Yeah, of course. Everyone's going to say yes to that. So, okay, cool. Please give me the independent and dependent variable of the scientific experiment on gravity. I'll wait.
But I'll say this just as someone that wasn't informed about the scientific method before I got here. Even when I heard these terms when I first got to the server, I was like, independent, dependent. I was like, fuck. I was like, what is that? I was like, Jerry, I know I've heard this before, but I was like, do you actually know what that is? And I was like, no, I don't know what that is. And then as I listened, I was like, Jerry, that makes so much sense. That's why it's scientific. It's like, you can't refute these things. You know what I mean? They're rock solid. That's why it has to.
Yeah, exactly. Getting them to agree on something that's already very agreeable, and then just ask for it, right?
Well, it's subjectively true. I mean, like that is the scientific methods. Like,
exactly.
But they fight these things tooth and nail because they feel like they have to.
Yeah.
Right, but they just agreed. That's why you get them to agree. Like, but you just agreed that every scientific experiment has one of those variables and independent variables, right? So, okay. So you just agreed to it, and now no, they paint them into a corner immediately.
Yeah. So so the painting people into a corner thing, I realized that's been my biggest strength. Instead of trying to tell people it's flat, I just use like more of I've been building my own Socratic method. So like I could just ask them sequential questions, and I know if they answer them honestly, and I build it slowly, you know what I mean? I know like they're gonna get to the point where their head cracks and they give up, or they keep following the logic. You know what I mean? But you have to really never tell. You have to ask hard questions that are strategically placed, and then those questions will lead you to come to the realization of the answer.
Didn't cut out, did I?
If you were talking, you did, because we didn't hear shit.
All right. No. I think Vagabond was the last to speak, and then you spoke, eh?
Yeah. My internet connection cut out.
Oh, no, that's cool. It's cool. I think Discord's been dodging this for a few months now, to be honest.
Because every time I come here, I feel like it connects, disconnects, it connects, disconnects.
Yeah.
And I don't put anything past anybody.
So, Vagabond, did you hear the news that apparently Microsoft are in talks to buy Discord?
No, I haven't heard that. No. Well, that's
I
not
read
good.
yesterday that the talks have ended.
Oh,
Never know
thank
what
God
fucking
for
it
that.
is, you know what I mean? It's not a good thing. Yeah, they're gonna start questioning.
That's
the
a
servers.
magnificent thing.
Yeah, but like I said, like I have a plan, and it's like, I think it's gonna be me, you, and maybe like 2 people, and it's like I figured a way we can profit off of what we. So it's like I want to make sure I move forward.
So did y'all hear the news that NASA turned bar CO2 into oxygen?
Yeah, I was just gonna say that. Yeah, I heard that. It's hilarious.
They did what? Sorry, they turned CO2 into oxygen.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, basically they said they created enough oxygen for someone to breathe for 5 minutes. That's what I read. 3 to 5 minutes, something like that. In this little container.
Oh, okay. I guess I don't understand why that's incredible or whatever.
Well, no, it's just that's what NASA came out with the other day. People are posting that like, hey, look at how awesome NASA is. Should fix Earth first, as opposed to fixing or terraforming Mars.
Yeah. Well, I still think my favourite NASA one is I don't know if Creation Bear's there. Is he in the chat? Maybe you can do the chugga chugga.
So I got a question. This one's always mine. This one's been bothering me all the time. So I've been watching the NASA live as well on YouTube. And tell me why when you look from the space station, tell me why you don't see the stars when you look out when you look out of the space station.
Because you can see stars from a pool. If you're inside a pool in water, you can't see stars from there. When you're inside a building.
Tell me why.
Pool.
I'm just saying, like, all right. So why is it that we can see stars when we're on Earth? But we can't see stars when we're on the moon or on the space station?
Wait, nobody's been on the moon, so we won't be able to know if you can see stars from there. We don't know if we can see stars.
Like, I just think it's just more bullshit on their video. Like,
well, now they try to say that you can only see the stars in the opposite direction of the sun. They try to say if you're facing the sun in space, the light is too bright to see the stars. But if you're looking the other way, then you can. But
when you're
can't
in outer
show any
space,
pictures of this at all.
but when you're in outer space, isn't the sun always like around you?
Well, it depends where you are.
But
And
it
if you're in
should
outer
be,
space,
if
right?
it's so big, right? It should be. You're right. It should just the light should just
Just
be everywhere.
the sun is all around you, right? I mean, just funny, right?
Yeah, once you think about it, you realize just how stupid.
I mean, we are in a firmament. If we are in a firmament, right?
No, we are on Earth. We're standing on the ground.
Yeah, we're on Earth. We're on Earth, and we're inside a firmament, which the Bible discussed. Correct?
Okay, but we can't. I mean, we can't actually scientifically validate
we
that.
can't verify that, right? So it's like I agree with you actually. I
Well, we are.
think there must be something separating
I think.
the stars and the atmosphere and all that stuff and gas pressure. Like I do agree with you, but remember, I just become very strict with this. If I cannot verify it for myself, it does not become true in my mind.
Wait, so you're saying that we can't verify that we're inside of a container?
No.
No. I believe we are in a container, but I can't.
We
can verify that.
Because we have gas pressure. I mean, that's verification.
So when you look at lightning, what's happening with the
What I mean?
lightning?
Like, so for example, let's say
What
it's like
happens
some
with
type of,
lightning?
plasma, differential. Like I don't know, right? Because I can't Yeah, because we have gas pressure, but I don't know what's causing that gas pressure. It could be some type of different matter that's a little bit higher that's causing gas pressure to stay here, or it'd be a physical barrier. But remember, like obviously we know physical barriers because of the gas, like gas tanks and propane tanks and stuff like that. But remember, we're talking about like esoteric knowledge none of us really have access to. So I would say like obviously something's gas pressure here, but like to say there's not some other type of medium that we've never come in contact with that's keeping the gas pressure here. I can't verify. I don't know.
Because if I'm just saying, like just to put in perspective, just to get your guys' mind thinking, because if that makes it, if that makes us in a firmament, right? I'm just saying, if it makes us inside a firmament, then wouldn't that make us inside? Okay, just to put in perspective, then that would mean, say for instance, we're Atlantis. Say we're Atlantis, and we're inside a firmament, right? And inside that firmament, like we're just enclosed. We're contained in a firmament because God's keeping us contained in a firmament. Now, for him to you got to kind of think of it in his perspective. Why would he have us in a firmament in the first place?
Yeah,
and when we watch Atlantis,
a firmament
right?
has a very specific. There's like a 1 second, mate. 1 second, dude. Did you hear me talking?
No worries.
Okay, just let me finish, and then you can go ahead. Yeah. So, a firmament has a very specific set of, let's just say, characteristics. I would say that a firmament would have to have a certain shape. It would have to have a certain quality to it. Whereas when I say container, that's a much more broad term. So I would always say, yes, I'm pretty sure we're contained, but I don't know that it's like specifically a firmament. And I think that's maybe Vagabond would agree with that or disagree with that.
Say that again. Sorry.
Maybe he would have his own idea. But let me just finish now. But I don't know that, because I'm not Christian, I don't know that I'm just going to believe the Bible when it says there's a firmament, right? But scientifically, I know that gas pressure must be contained. And gravity isn't it, right? There has to be it can't be gravity because, as we know, gravity doesn't actually exist. So. But it's kind of like that Hegelian dialectic of, either the Bible tells you what it is or scientists tell you what it is. Well, what about option C? Something else, I don't know.
Right.
I'm just glad I didn't lose faith in my senses. You know what I mean? God forbid.
All five senses, right?
Yeah, I'd be like the rest of the fucking peon, keeping, running over the cliff.
Wouldn't want that happening.
Not at all. Not to me. I love my life, dude. I'm trying to know what the fuck is going on.
Still blows my mind that people think they're living at they think that they're spinning and moving through like the universe at over 1 million miles an hour. They actually think that's sensible.
Yeah, but if you think about it for a second, you're spinning, and like when you just look at the numbers that they give you, you're like, these are astronomically crazy, and I don't feel even a wobble. Not even a wobble. No fucking meteors hit us. Like when you think about the whole satellite thing, I'm like, so none of these bitches crash to the ground ever. You don't see that in the news. They just show you all the fucking shootings in the projects. Oh, convenient. Like I was like, you can't even tell. Like this shit is not real. I was like, someone is crafting this narrative.
No. It's funny actually because when you talk to people and you say, "Does the news tell the truth?" Like virtually everyone will say, "Nah, the news lies all the time." And yet, when they all say, "Oh yeah, there's a fantasy German, you must all be afraid," everyone goes, "Oh, there must be." And then they go, "Oh yeah, you live on a spinning rock in the middle of nothing." Oh yeah, that sounds legit. So it's like, are you aware that the only reason you believe you live on a spinning ball is that the news told you over and over and over and over again?
But yeah, in the same sentence, they'll say that they don't trust the media. But then they'll go right. But then
These
say.
changes have been
But
happening
then say.
generationally. So we're here talking about it. We still have, say it again.
No, and they would just say, "I just want to watch it to stay informed. I just want to see what they're saying." Is what they say.
Of course.
To stay informed of the lie.
I agree. Yeah, I agree. I stopped watching TV altogether. Like, I feel way better than I did when I did watch TV. I remember my dad used to be hooked to CNN. I mean, like, he'd go to sleep with CNN playing. Like, now that I understand, like, subconscious programming, I'm like, wow, no wonder he never left the house. Like, he literally watched CNN 24 hours a day. And he thought he was just, like, understanding what was going on. I was like, no, you're being programmed. You know what I mean? I was like, turn the TV off, dude.
Yeah, I exactly. I choose my programming more carefully now. I choose what propaganda I'm going to pay for.
Speaking about like hoverboards,
But so many people just want to stay at home, watch CNN, and watch the shadows on the wall of the cave. You know?
Yeah, basically. Yeah, exactly. You know what's cool?
Vagabonds, I don't know if you've seen this meme. Sorry, go on.
Which one? No, go ahead.
Just quickly, I don't know if you've seen this meme. If you haven't, you need to see it. It's just like
your text.
I'm driving at the moment, so I can't. But I'll just describe it to you. So it's like there's a guy, and it just says they've found a cure for coronavirus, and the meme is just a guy throwing a TV out of a window.
100% truth.
No, I haven't seen it. Yo,
So
put it up. Put it in live.
When I stop driving,
I've seen that. I've seen the same thing where it says, "How do we stop these terrorists?"
Yeah, I was talking to my mother the other day.
Yeah, how do we stop the terrorists? And then there's the TV thrown out the
I tried
window.
to break some of this down to my mother as well. Like, my mother's a little bit old. You know, my mother's a little bit older, so it's like, you know, I don't. And she's like, you know, with Corona, you can't go outside. And I'm like, Mom, you know, I don't fucking believe in Corona. She's like, yeah, but people are dying. I was like, perhaps. I was like, perhaps. I was like, but that doesn't mean it's what they told you on the fucking TV. And she's like, yeah, she thinks I'm crazy. I'm like, no, Mom, you're crazy. And she,
Well, the thing is, the way the most successful way that I get people to like snap out of this is I just say to them, they've made you scared of the air.
Yeah, exactly.
And sometimes people get it and they're like, oh shit, yeah, they did. And sometimes people, they'll just go over their head if they're dumb. But
And anytime somebody says people are dying,
they should have aimed.
Anytime somebody says people are dying,
second.
I'm just
Yeah,
like,
Kai, sorry.
oh, you're good. I'm just like, look at this rush hour traffic we have at 4 p.m., guys. Nobody's dying.
Nobody's dying. Exactly.
Nobody's dying. Look at this fucking traffic.
Yeah, look at all the homeless. There's like homeless dudes everywhere, and none of them have got corona. They're all just hanging around, doing nothing.
I'm like,
the coronavirus is the Corona beer, if that's going around, if you know what I mean.
People do get sick and, you know, pass away. It's been happening for forever. You know, people do die. People do die. Yeah, people do die. But also, the people that get really sick are people buying into their system, taking all their drugs, all their shots, and taking all the stuff that they offer on the TV. And then they get sick, and then they say, hey, you know, I got to get more of these products because reasons. Said it on TV.
Yeah, the people who wear the self-suffocation device are the people who get sick.
I'm on to put wave. Say it again. Please say that one more time. Yeah. But yeah. So like, you know, like to think that there's no effect between like, the LTE, the 4G, there has to be an effect. It's not natural.
Brilliant.
Launches server, but it's like I think it's like it creates anxiety, and I think all of the shit that we see now going on in the world, all of the violence and the shootings and the fucking outrage, people are being like literally programmed mentally, and then like vibrationally, they're being put into an anxious state, and they're just losing. But it's not by accident; it's on purpose. Because if you don't know someone's attacking you through the airwaves, then how would you know your reaction is valid? You know what I mean? Like, and you see it. It's invalid. It's like nobody acts that way, but like people under stress act that way, and like everyone's under stress now.
Well, in the labels of their products, they tell you, hey, this product will cause brain damage.
And yeah, the fact that people have faith in banks, I'm like, if y'all want to get your fucking money, guess what? They wouldn't have your fucking money back. I was like, that alone should be a fucking ding, a fucking. I was like, oh, so you guys are all just religious. You believe this shit's gonna still be kids. But like when you read the Guidestones, you see like what they were saying out, I don't know if it was in Davos, whatever meeting that was. It was like they say you're gonna own nothing and you're gonna be happy, so they're gonna fucking placate you until you fucking die. They're gonna make sure your virility stops. Like men's testosterone has been dropping over the last 50 years. Women are becoming hyper aggressive. I'm like, they're literally ripping you apart from your family so they can have more control over you. Like an individual standing alone can always be conquered. A family unit, like if I have like 10 kids and we all got fucking Glocks on us, like it's gonna be real hard to come on my farm deck. Real hard, because my kids have been trained by me. Like they don't give a fuck if you're police. You don't get to step foot on our fucking dirt. Period. That's why they don't want families. They want individuals that can be manipulated.
Yep. Yeah, and also an extension of the family would be the community, right? So a family of families that all pull in the same direction can't be controlled.
Can't be controlled. Yeah. Yeah, but like when you think about it, if you ask a modern woman, your partner, you produce 2 children and you both die, you didn't really grow the population. You basically just leveled out. And most people don't have 2 kids. Like most people have 1 or none. You know what I mean? Most people are so afraid of having children because of the system that's been created to like rip the resources out of men that have actually had the balls to have their children. They're getting dragged through court, custody battles, wife's taking everything. Like women are so dumb and emotional that they side with a system and a police system, court system that was ultimately doing themselves a disservice. But because they were greedy and they didn't want to count on their man, they don't realize you fucked us both, you moron. You fucked us both.
Yeah.
I think women are dumb emotionally. I think they've just been manipulated.
No, exactly. Remember, we can only be manipulated by our emotions. Because if you didn't have that emotional trigger within you, no one could pull that leash. But you had to have the emotion within you. So, for example, like a woman's like, well, how are you going to feed your kids? You're going to let your kids starve. You see, that's an emotional trigger. They're yanking the chain. But if you followed your man, you think he's going to like let your kids starve? No way. No man is like that.
Well, this is how they got women into the workforce in the first place. It's like they basically told women that you should want to work, sell your life to the corporation.
But there's also some people like, but what nowadays, like, I feel I kind of feel a little, what do you call that? What is it? Feminist or like, like I'm for women or something like that. But like,
if you're a feminist, they say that they like women, but they actually hate women. Just wanted to.
But they don't see it though, crypto. Like I like, I remember I was dating.
For me, I believe women should be treated equal. I believe women should be treated right equally. You know what I mean?
So let me ask you a question, right? Let me ask you a question, bro.
That mindset.
So in the 70s, in the 60s and 70s in the UK, women had the option to either not work, so they get married and then they just stay at home and look after children, or they had the option to work part-time, or they had the option to work full-time. Yeah? Women had those 3 options. Do you think that there are many women in the UK now that have the option to not work?
No.
Virtually no women have that option. So has that given women freedom, or has that given women financial slavery?
It depends because the women that did get married to a husband, okay, let's say they didn't go to college, they got married at 18, had a child at 19, a couple babies, husband turns out to be cheating or alcoholic or just, it doesn't work. They get divorced.
Sure.
Now the woman she's used to a certain lifestyle. and now she can't afford that, and she can't go back to school because she has 3 kids. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah, but
so in some
but
ways,
remember, someone had to step.
what?
No, continue. Sorry.
Oh, I'm just saying, like, so I've seen this personally with my own mother. You know, she got married really young. She didn't develop a career. She just had kids right away. Husband cheated on her, got divorced. She was in a situation where she pretty much had to get remarried because she couldn't just afford the lifestyle that she was used to living. And a job is going to be like, hey, you haven't worked in 20 years. You know,
But none of that is her fault, though.
No, none of it's her fault. But I'm just saying, like, in some
But that's
ways,
not really-
a woman having a
it's not really-
career gives them freedom. And
But that's not really what I was saying. Like, so, like, in that situation, if she wants to be single and she wants to, say, continue her career or start a new career, then of course she should have the education to be able to do that. But what I'm saying is that today women are told that they must have a career, and the freedom to not have a career has actually been taken away. So you're talking about the utility of a specific situation. What I'm talking about is the massive people. No, but you can if you want.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think now, like, again, I'm not a feminist, but people do need to understand that just like 60 years ago, like, women were were not being treated very kindly. But that doesn't give any woman right nowadays to like. They weren't treated very kindly. Like,
Well,
here's
it's gonna sound a little harsh. I'm not trying to like come at you, but like I'm not trying to come at you. But what I would say is that
what are you gonna
say? Them, men were more logical. So when you operate through logic, you make less bad decisions. But if you
I don't know if that's true. I think men are operating 50% of the time through their own emotions of their penis. Okay, so
I believe that a lot of men are just assholes.
Just be careful with what you're saying.
But nowadays, what I would point your attention to is that now that men have become more emotional, the world is degrading quickly. You can see it. So men don't have the courage, they don't have the fortitude, they don't have the logic to even figure out the flat Earth shit. It's a big deal.
Whoa.
Yeah, well,
Let's look at what I just posted. Let's look what I just posted. This is an advertisement from, I believe this is from the 1950s. Okay, and it's an advertisement. You can see in the picture there's a man and a woman. The man is looking angry. Why does he avoid her embrace? Because he is no longer happy in their marriage, constantly making excuses to avoid romantic intimacy in their honeymoon. What has she done? Is it really her fault? It is not so much her fault what she has done. It is that she has neglected proper feminine hygiene. Can neglect of proper feminine hygiene really spoil a happy marriage? Yes. And the pity of it is every wife can hold her lovable... What?
Well, I believe marriage is a construct in the first place. If we just look at the animal kingdom, you start to realize, like, the roles
I'm not talking about marriage. I'm talking about how women were treated. All the advertisements made
just let me
it.
finish my statement. But just let me finish my statement. What I was trying to say, if you look upon the animal kingdom and you look at how things go naturally, what happens is, like, the male of the species is typically the one that's the most desired. The women is
We're not animals.
I know
precisely.
We're not. We didn't evolve from animals. We are children of God. Okay.
Let me finish my statement. What I'm trying to say is that because we've had the rules twisted on us, and men, women are like dolling themselves up, they think they run shit, and blah blah blah. You have men turning into, like, seekers of women's attention and shit like that. But it's like, it's unnatural. So then it always breaks, because eventually, what happens is that the man is always going to overcompensate for his lack of control over the women that are around him. Because let's be honest, men are typically stronger than women. So, for example, if I can kill you physically, the fact that you get loud with me means you're waiting for somebody else to come interject. You're waiting for a police or a court system or blah, 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 blah to come save you. which means you're superseding
You're saying
my
all of these
authority.
like really like you're making
No,
all of
this
these
is
claims like
logical.
everybody has acted
No,
the
it's
same
not
way.
a claim. It's just logical, though. It's just logical. So
No, but
what
it's,
happens
it's
is
based on no,
You're pointing
it's
to the
logic
animal
based on a
Of course,
presupposition of how
because
society should be.
females of the species always seek the most dominant male, the alpha male.
What
to
are you
breed.
talking about? Some species, the female runs the animals, but I'm not comparing how women should
What
be.
species
When I
are
look
you
at
talking about?
what are you talking about?
What
Like
animal are you
whales,
talking about?
whales.
Which
the
animal does
run,
the female run the man?
Well,
Okay,
praying
you're
mantises
just-
eat
you're-
the
you're
male
just
after. Bro,
Black Widow.
like, there's all
Yes.
kinds of stuff. The
Black
point is,
widows.
there's so
Black widows
yeah.
kill the men. Like the black widows are the females.
They're the mantis.
Do you feel
Hey,
like,
sir,
do you feel like you're
sir,
closer to?
you need to
do you
now
feel like
let
you're-
me talk. You need to
But
let
do
me
you
talk
feel like
now.
you're closer to a black widow or like maybe like a deer or like a bear or like a lion?
I don't know.
sir,
But she was in the
you
middle
need to
of
stop
saying
talking and let me
something
talk now.
else. And it
You
might
need to
be a
stop
man's
talking and
world,
let
but
me
it's
talk.
nothing without a woman.
My point is-
And first, and
Can I,
We
can I
don't have
just
to
can I just
look-
interject here? First of all, Kai, please finish your sentence, and then I really want to have a couple of sentences.
It's silly to look to the animal kingdom and say, well, this is this and this is that, especially if we know that evolution is ridiculous, right?
Evolution doesn't exist.
We're different.
Precisely.
We're separate than that. Okay? In animal species, also, sometimes the female's more dominant than the male. And if you are
Precisely.
saying that's not true, you are exposing your ignorance. Also,
I'm not ignorant about
it needs to
anything.
be acknowledged. It needs to be acknowledged that in the past, women were treated like garbage and they were held to a higher standard than men. Does that give women excuse now
That is correct.
to claim rape? Absolutely not. And any woman that is being abusive to men now is literally being hypocritical and will be judged for it. But
there
please
are
don't
there are
say-
women that do rape.
Can we let her finish, and then I would like to
don't
come
cut
in
the lady
after.
off.
So Kai, go ahead, please finish, and then I will.
But
be
I don't
speaking
think that you
next.
can say you can totally say that men are stronger than women. Totally true. Women have higher pain tolerances than men. That's also a fact. Okay. I wouldn't necessarily say that men are the most logical because I've seen men do crazy shit. You know, we're both balanced, yin and yang, but feel like you're saying some stuff that isn't true. So I had to, you know.
Okay. You're allowed
Yeah, I
to.
mean we can have a robust debate about this at some point if you want. Maybe we can get back to the flat Earth at some point. Oh, I just did want to mention something though. It's that this whole idea that it was a man's world back then or it is now is completely untrue. Men used to go down coal mines and they used to go to war and did just all this other horrible shit to protect the women that they loved and to protect the families that they loved. So this idea that men have just had it really easy throughout the whole of history and that women were kind of under the foot of men, complete nonsense. It's not true. You know, men and women have struggled alongside each other throughout most of history. And the fact that we have a media telling us to be at each other's throats over this should make everyone very...
You cut out crypto.
Yeah, you cried out.
Are you there?
It's
true that
the media. Crypto,
You
you
cut out crypto.
cut out when you said the fact that the media is, and then we didn't hear.
Oh, okay, sorry. Am I coming through now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, so the media is trying to get men and women at each other's throats, right? Over this shit. It's why they tell women that 50 years ago you were treated like garbage and men had it all their own way. Because they want us to hate each other. They want us to be fighting over this. But men and women struggled through history together. The reason men went to coal mines and they go to sea and they go to fight wars and all this is because of the women that they love and the families that they love. Yeah? So let's not pretend that men have just been trying to abuse women throughout history and all this other shit. It's just not true.
It's exactly it. Like
When the media tells us to fight each other, we should tell the media to fuck off.
Fuck
off. Precisely.
They're the ones that are creating what is supposed to be quote unquote logical. It's logical to go to college after high school. And it's logical to get into a lot of debt in order to blah blah blah. And it's they are the ones creating what is logical. So when you're when your argument is about logic, specifically about a society that's we already know to be manipulating the system, does that make sense?
Yeah, there's a problem.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So anyway, should we? I mean, if anyone doesn't mind, should we move back to the Earth?
Listen, I'm not here to offend anybody, but like, if you look up what's
no, of course not.
Both men and women have been lied to by the powers that be.
Yeah.
Let me
trying to get
the
to
reason
fight.
that men were in
That's all there
charge
is
because
to it.
they were willing to kill other men to make sure that their views went forward and the other man's views did not go forward.
I want to point out as well that there's another side of the story because we talk about the struggle and men and women doing everything together, but how about the enjoyment of life and communities that are successful and enjoy having families and the good side of it? Because we thrive when people thrive and can figure things out. The struggle is not really that big when people cooperate, communities, families. So this struggle side of the equation is being pushed. So we all struggling right at the moment. But if it wasn't for this system that is being pushed into everyone's, it will be much more enjoyable to do things together.
That's why their modus operandi is divide and conquer. Divide. No, but I'm saying that's divide. That's why it's the number one thing.
Yeah. They've got us thinking it's a competition. It's not a competition. I don't want to compete with women. I don't want to compete with like my mum and my sister and the women in my. It's not a competition.
Because you'd lose. Jokes.
Yeah, exactly. That's the point, isn't it? It's like, why would you want to fight with everyone? Like, community isn't about fighting everyone all the time. It's about coming together. It's about building something together.
Exactly, bro.
Anyway, whatever.
When the media is creating this conflict between men and women, we shouldn't tell them fuck off like you said before, but actually we should attack the media itself.
Let him finish. Let him finish.
I'm not. Yeah, don't think.
No, let Gitby finish a second.
When the media is creating this and propagating this conflict between men and women, we actually should be attacking the media itself to take over it.
Exactly.
Because that's the problem.
Remember, it's like, I don't think people are seeing the end, like far enough down the line when the conflict really arises. It's like they're pegging you to lose. Because at the end of the day, when the races and like the female and man come at each other, I don't think people are seeing like it's going to get bad quick, and like they can put all these stories on TV, but at the end of the day, you're putting yourself in jeopardy, I believe, as a woman to step against a man. Like, you're not factoring in you will die first.
The rise of the Karen has been a really big problem too. These upper middle class white women who just feel like they got a tattletale on everything everyone else is doing.
It is what it is. But
like sword,
I don't know, but
the rise of the Karen.
Yeah, the rise of the
Karen and Darren.
Do you know what they call a group of Karens? No. A group of Karens mingling together? It's called the Homeowners Association.
Oh, outstanding, yeah. That's so true.
I like that one.
That's really true.
That one's good. I like that.
Yeah, my friend's homeowners association wouldn't let her build a garden box.
Wow. Way to put someone in a box, eh?
Well, as they say, it's better to ask for forgiveness than permission. So off you go. Come build it.
Yeah, but in America they have this thing in America called suing people, and like we have it in England too. It's just no one ever does it, right? Like,
yeah, true.
We don't have the money to sue anyone, so we don't do it.
Yeah, but they also have this thing in America called guns. So if anyone tries to come around,
it gets real quick. It's like remember we're casted these pictures on the media to like shame people that have like stood up for themselves. And I'm just like, hey, at the end of the day,
yeah, it's bollocks, isn't it?
I just moved to Florida and like, I just got my Florida ID. I was like, I'm gonna get 2 Glocks with like laser scopes on them, 2 silencers, and like 3 clips apiece. You can't tell me.
Yeah, come at me, bro.
Yeah, come at me, bro. I was like, I don't give a fuck about like going to jail. Like, I'm gonna defend myself. And most people aren't on that level. That's why they talk their shit.
Well, an armed
that's
society.
Vagabond. I said this the other day. Some guy was coming at me, and I was just like, "You would never say this to my face." And I'm not saying that because I'm the bigger man and I can beat him up.
No,
I'm just saying that people don't even act like this in front of you. Like, do you know what I mean?
They never do.
Oh, I said that. I always say that to people. I'm like, talk to me as if I'm stood in front of your face, right?
Yeah.
And then people should really conduct themselves in that way. I do. Yeah, I might speak to people like shit sometimes on here, but I would speak to someone like that if the conversation went that way. But I don't always start a conversation like that. You know what I mean? Like,
well, the thing is obviously everyone here has heard me try and trash people to their face on here, but that's normally in response to being treated badly. So I'm just matching their level, right? But I don't ever have to do that in real life because no one ever comes at me like that in real life.
Yeah.
No, exactly.
Well, that's really what I meant, Crypto. That's really, really what I meant. Like, I might speak to people like shit occasionally on here, right? But that is in response to them saying that I'm a retard first, right? You know,
exactly. They came at you, so they deserve it.
Exactly. You know, and like I said, and if someone called me a retard in real life, I would speak to them the exact same fucking way.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I realize the hack in life. Like when I go out into the world and interact with others, I conduct myself with hyper pleasant demeanor. I'm in a great fucking mood. I'm smiling. I'm making people laugh. I'm enjoying my day. So the people that don't like me, they stand out because not only you're not even smiling or looking up or looking at me, you're showing yourself. So I already know who you are because we're all having a blast over here, and for some reason you can't find a fucking smile because you're miserable within your own self. So like I do it on purpose to see who doesn't fucking join the party. Those are the people I fucking keep my eyes off.
Yeah. Damn straight, bro. It's flat.
Damn right.
I was doing a bit of research on Antarctica yesterday. I was looking for old literature, and I came across an auction site that had sold letters from Admiral Byrd. And I was looking at it, and it lets you read the letters, so it translates his handwriting into English for you, so you can read it. And in some of the letters, instead of saying Antarctica, he says Great Ice Barrier. In another letter, he talks about how there's loads and loads of land and resources and stuff. But in another letter, he just says he needs more dogs. But I don't know how he sends letters from Antarctica, but he must have.
There's penguins, bro. There's a post station in Antarctica. Have you not seen it?
They have the stamp on him, Operation High Jump, as well on the letter. And he'd been a few times in 1948 and other times on a boat called the USS Mount Olympus. I thought was interesting. But yeah, they sold for a lot of money at auction. Can't remember how much now, but it was a lot. But
Do you need
it's
pictures
hard.
of them?
Yeah, I can have a look for you. It's hard to find old literature on Antarctica. Like I was in a bookshop the other day in central London. It was like £12,500 for this book on Antarctica.
Oh mate.
Yeah,
I've noticed that, to be honest, as well. To find any old literature on Antarctica is very, very difficult. Correct.
Yeah. And I'm just trying to shed some light on what's there. It's just my imagination about what's there at the moment. I want to know what people have actually seen.
We have got. Have you looked through our whole Antarctica section, brother?
You know what? I don't even think I have.
Right. So many. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like someone was saying this to me the other day. There's I can't find shit on Antarctica. And I'm like, yeah, you've got like 19,000 people in the server, and then you've got at least 1,000 that know their shit. And have been FE for a long time. Check it out, dude. Trust me. It's all been cultivated for that purpose. Yeah, use it, and abuse it, please, brother.
I will be. Yep.
Well, yeah, there's a lot of great shit in there. I'll be honest, there really is, dude. Like stuff you're not gonna find in other places. Have you got Flat Smackers playlist?
Don't think I have. No, I know.
Shoot me a DM. I'm Crackvillain. Just shoot me a DM now. Just say hi, and then when I'm free to do it, I will shoot it across to you straight away, brother. Right, mate.
Cool.
Have you noticed, Monkey Ball, I'm asking you specifically, but any of the other English guys, there's loads more British people joining the server now.
Yes. Fuck ton, actually.
Yeah, why is
loads more?
Why do you?
We've had loads of Welsh and Irish people recently, loads of English. Obviously, we always had Scots coming for some reason. But
that's Panto. That's Panto. That is well, the reason we're getting more British people. Since I've been a moderator, I've definitely been doing my part to throw out the links.
Yeah, for sure.
Invite people.
I think a lot of people say that they find it on Google, don't they?
And Reddit, yeah.
Yeah, and Reddit, yeah.
Post shit on Reddit.
Because I think a lot of English people had the idea that it was an American thing like 5 years ago. But obviously, it's not the case.
I'd say it's more of an English thing actually now at this point. The Americans sort of tipped it. Well, no, I mean like it's not more an English thing. I think it's all of our thing, right? It's RF. But I mean the Americans keep tipping their hats to us Brits all the time. I don't know if you've noticed that yet, Crypto. Had it happen in here a few times in the last week, being like, you guys are really doing it. Like, I'm like, all right, are we? Cool, you guys.
I think it's kind of a top-down thing. So, like, I've worked for a number of British financial publishing companies, and just working with Brits and being around them, what I gleaned is that the way that they communicate is very clear. You know what I mean? Like, they don't mince their words. They know how to construct their words that people have to understand. Excuse the motorcycle. Sorry for the motorcycle. But, like, they don't mince their words, and they're very clear about how they communicate. So that when you sit around them, you're like, oh, these guys are on the level. And then what I think is, like, when people hear the server either through YouTube or anywhere else, it's like, they're like, oh, the British guys are very clear in their speech. And then you're going to attract more Brits, of course, because they can hear you. I think, to be honest, Americans can't even hear you because their intellect and their verbal fluency isn't on that level. So they're just like, this guy's just talking way too fast for me. Like, yeah, but you're not even listening. So of course you wouldn't get it.
Yeah, I see. Yeah, because you lived in London for a bit, didn't you? Bagger?
Yep.
You lived in London for a bit, didn't you?
No, I lived in Paris, but I've been to London like 5 times.
Oh, for some reason I had it in my head that you'd worked in and lived in London.
I worked in London. So, like, I worked for Euromoney and, like, hedge fund intelligence, like, British financial publishing companies. But every time I went there, I'd do, like, maybe a week or 2 weeks, whatever it was, whatever the job called for. But I lived in Paris for 6 months.
Okay, I didn't know that. That's interesting. That's cool anyway.
Yeah. Cool. Yeah, he's pretty well spoken, Vagabond. You're like, can tell you've lived abroad. You've got like a.
Oh yeah, listen, I've been
very.
Like, because I actually gave a fuck about other people. Like, I didn't shit on the British people I was around. Like, I love the fact that they took the time to explain things to me, and like we had good conversations back and forth. Where would I have found this verbal fluency if I didn't fucking treat people that speak the language that I'm trying to learn better than they expected? Right? Most people don't even perceive that. Like, hey, maybe let me be nicer to the British guys that know English better than me. You know what I mean? And it's like, I remember one time I was in London, and there was this one girl. I think her name was Samilia or something like that. She was Middle Eastern, but like she went to fishing school, and like I met her brother, and like she spoke such good English.
Yeah,
I mean, it was like a pleasure just to speak to her. She was like, wow, she was such a nice person. But like she was hyper intelligent, like, and like once you're around someone like that and you have that conversation, you're like, wow, I feel better just by like.
I feel upgraded.
I felt upgraded. And she like, I love brother, like we got along swimmingly because they can tell I'm not a douchebag, I'm not a dickhead. I was like, I'm trying to learn, you're trying to learn. Like, I'm going to teach you what I picked up from New York and American. You'll teach me what you picked up out here in London, and we'll move forward. You know what I mean? But it's like most people don't take the time. so they get left behind.
Yeah, that always pisses me off when people are like, Americans like genuinely think that they speak English better than English people, and I'm like, come on, bro.
Do you even speak American?
Yeah, we don't speak English over here. What the fuck are you talking about? It's American.
Exactly. At least you can admit that. At least you can admit that, Arian. Most Americans won't. But then again, there are some Americans that are very well spoken. Arian, you're one of them, actually. But
actually, I would just like to mention that Arian did a fantastic episode of Why Would They Lie, featuring Arian and talking about carnivorism. I just wanted to chill that episode.
Nice. I'm glad you got him on there, actually.
So I'm going to take this. That episode was wonderful.
Yeah, I especially like the headline game. That was my favorite part.
Brilliant.
Since we are in the language topic, and I'm gonna point it out to you guys, I'm gonna teach you some English. The word "nice" was utilized. It was utilized a few times, and nice means foolish, ignorant, frivolous, senseless. So when you're talking about someone and you're saying they're nice, you gotta be a little bit careful what you actually mean.
Nice story, bro.
Brilliant.
Well, look how much we've been programmed.
Probably the word you're looking for is polite.
Polite? No, the word nice. No.
Yeah, the way you came in saying polite was impolite. So, way to lead by example.
I apologize.
England may have better English speakers, but America has you guys on the rap game.
I don't know.
From Old French.
I know.
Also, the word "nice" from Old French, it means careless, clumsy, weak, poor, needy, simple, stupid, silly, foolish. That's what "nice" comes from.
Right. And
Just
I would say to the ladies,
just letting you know.
remember, we don't control the media that's being handed to us, right? So, for example, let's say there are some amazing rappers that are hyper intelligent out of Brixton. You think they're going to put them on the airwaves? If they're spitting some shit that would literally change the fucking world. No, they're not going to get it time. They just want people popping their pussy and popping their guns. They don't need you. You know what I mean? Like, I think that hyper intellectual level that you might find in some place like a Brixton or like London, they're not going to put that on the airwaves. It's never going to come to light. But don't
It's like, you have to understand though, Vega. I mean, I don't live too far from Brixton, and I know a lot of big guys from that area, right? So a lot of them just want to be famous. They don't care. Like, they'll just rap about anything, and that's the shame. A lot of them would be like, and I'll talk to them. I'd be like, why does rap have such awful lyrics? All you're talking about is drugs, like guns, fucking cars, how many women you slept with, and money. That's all you're talking about. I've said to a number of these guys, possibly rappers, maybe some people have heard of, I don't know. But, I mean, it's a big place, but it's a small place at the same time, because everyone kind of knows everyone through other people. So, like, anyway, whatever, that doesn't matter. The point is, you talk to these guys, and I'm like, why are you rapping about this stuff? And they just want to get famous. They don't care.
Yeah, remember.
You know why?
For a certain product, right?
Yeah, it's being incentivized because that type of music that you're talking about, Crypto, is incentivized even in the Spanish language. That's the type of music that people want to. The artists are being paid to sing this type of music. If they don't talk that type of language, they don't make money.
They don't make money.
But it's kind of
and let me tell you real quick, my last point, there's a lot of good musicians that actually put together a lot of good lyrics, really good music with instruments, and they you know, they do go to places and people listen to them, but not as famous as the other ones that you're talking about.
But
it's because they're poets.
Stuff like Spotify, with stuff like Spotify and all these other kind of like independent streaming services, you would have thought that would aid that transition from garbage lyrics to like lyrics that mean something. But I don't know, man. It hasn't happened. And I feel like there's a certain section of society that's so brain dead they actually like listening to that stuff.
Yeah, that's true.
And they took
can
rap
I just?
music. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead, Kai. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, rap music is actually really powerful because of all the genres of music out there, you get the most word, like you get the most lyrics, word time than any other kind of music. And rap music used to be extremely powerful. You could just listen to a song and it could change your life because they could fit a whole story in there. Like J. Cole. J. Cole has a great song about how he was contemplating having his girl get an abortion, and it like changes your life.
Wow.
So they knew that. They knew that the rap was getting too powerful, so they had to make it stupid. And now you have now they're only pushing mumble rap now. That's it.
Can I just jump on the back of what she's saying, because that was kind of what I was going to say, is that actually you're right, like rap it basically does push a massive story into a small little clip, right? And like my friend created an album, right? It's called I'll shill it for him, Blue Pills, if anyone wants to listen to it. And basically it's just an album about depression and drug use and stuff like that, but like in the opposite form, in the sense of like it's like the whole album is like from the start is like going into it and then the exit of it, right? So it's like, but because like that was the album that did the best out of it, but he's done other albums that are about other topics that are just as important. But he was like, he said he found it insane how many more views he got on that album and listens, because obviously it included stuff to do with drugs. And he was like, I literally almost he said he was like, I didn't consciously do it. He said, but like once I did it, he was like, I realized I let into it. He was like, and I changed the name of the album to Blue Pills, because one of the songs. And at first he was gonna like call it like Anxiety or something like that. But anyway, like I think what crypto, what it is, I think as well with why maybe some of these people that create the sickest music and it doesn't get out there, is because everybody has their own personal little niche of music they like now. And because we have got these streaming services, it's almost like, it's a shame really. It's like, we used to have national anthems almost, and then like summer anthems, right? Like songs that everyone listened to and everyone liked. But like now, because it is coming from all these different places, everyone's able to just tune into the individualistic artists that they like, and then the good shit never gets out there. But then that means there has to be a bigger agenda, in a sense of like what music is classed as popular, because they've got a bigger pool of talented musicians to take from. So why aren't the best musicians sort of being made the most popular? Because they're still there. The good music's still there.
They want the most. Yeah, they basically shill the most compliant musicians.
Yes.
That's what it is. Because, I mean, being able to sing, it's impressive, but it's not rare. There's tons of I would say there's millions of people in the world who can sing very well. It's not rare.
1 out of 10.
There needs to be a balance. I'm sorry to interrupt. I don't mean to interrupt. It just what I want to help you guys like try to, because I know what you guys are talking about. But there just needs to be a balance of both, like sound and poetry. Because when you think about music, when you think about rap, you break down music. You break down music. Period. It doesn't matter what genre, whether it could be rap, whether it could be country. It doesn't matter. The lyrics, and when you're speaking of lyrics, it's the poeticy of what you're speaking that has to be powerful, because anybody can sit there and put a good beat down and make it sound good, right? And make it like, you put rhythm into something when you're speaking it, and then it just sounds great but it's what's being said that has to be brought through. When you really break it down, right? When we talk about like the whole flat Earth society, what we're trying to do is, right? We're trying to grow. So when we talk about music, what kind of music are we listening to? What is it that we are feeding ourselves? Are we listening to good music that's gonna feed us good word? Are we gonna listen to something that's gonna uplift us? Like people really need to pay attention to what they're listening to, because what you're listening to is what you're gonna put out there throughout the whole day. You know what I mean? Everything what you're listening to, whether it could be a good rhythm, but it's the lyrics of what's being said. So if you're listening to something about die, nigga, die, this, die, that, I'm gonna shoot you, I'm gonna do drugs and do this and do that. Like, what do you think is gonna happen? You know what I mean? I understand you lived that life. You lived that life. That was the past. All right, now let's grow. What has changed? That's why DMX was speaking the word out there. That's why he was letting people know. Right? Now, when I was listening to DMX, you know, he was preaching. He was preaching.
I get you, man. Yeah, for sure. I get you.
Does anyone here know what happens when you play country music backwards?
No.
Your dog comes back, your house mortgage gets paid, your wife stays.
Yo, I'm not gonna lie, but I see that as well. So like I listen to all types of music, and I knew better because my father just like I don't know how he knew this shit, but like when we were younger, like if we're in the car with my father, number one, we're not allowed to touch the fucking radio. Like we'll get beat. So it's like he only played Haitian music and like soft rock. And like some French music and like Mexican Tejano music. That's it. So like we were conditioned to only listen to like Haitian music, which is all about like love and like feeling good and all of that shit. And then soft rock, which is very like love oriented and blah blah blah. So when I picked up rap when I got 14, I chose to listen to rap, but I didn't forget the music I had listened to my whole life. So then I realized like, oh, I see. The people that only listen to rap are angry. And the people that listen to country and soft rock, whatever, they're happy. And I was like,
they're in love.
Obviously, they're in love. They're having a great time out here. So like, I see my father like put that in my head so that I didn't fall down the path of just listening to rap and reggae and just being like debaucherous only. Like I can still like have love for other people because I programmed my mind with that music when I was younger. And when you're younger, like it sticks a little bit, you know? So even though I picked up the rap later, it was like it didn't really affect me like it did everybody else that only listened to rap, you know?
Yeah, music's really powerful, man. I think people don't know how powerful.
Very, because it's a vibration.
When I used to go out, and people like I used to go out with my mates, and we used to go to a club, and I didn't like the music. Like often I would just leave because I just think, well, I don't like the music, so I'm not going to enjoy myself. I know it sounds a bit bitchy or whatever, but like, I'd rather be. I'd rather be in an environment that I can enjoy myself, and especially when a lot of my mates, they were, I don't know, I grew up in quite a simple town. It was quite close to London, and so most of the really clever and ambitious people just moved, which is eventually what I did, right? And so the people that kind of stayed, they kind of just accepted that life was average and it was going to be average, and so that reflects in the kind of the culture of that town, where the music is kind of a bit basic bitch, and there aren't really any good jobs and all the rest. And I don't know, I kind of knew instinctively from a young age that wasn't the environment I wanted to be in, and it was only when I got older that I realised this isn't how life's meant to be, and I'd left, you know.
Amen.
But that comes from the music. It comes from the music, and I think music says a lot about someone as well. Like if you, you know, when people say, "Oh yeah, I listen to anything," and then you say to them, "Well, how about heavy metal, or how about conscious rap, or how about math rock, or you know whatever?" People will say no, because what they really mean by listen to anything is I'll listen to anything that I've already been exposed to. But often they haven't been exposed to stuff outside of their comfort zone. That's kind of interesting. But anyway.
Yeah.
Just to note as well, you know that people who often think of things like heavy metal as being negative, that's actually completely wrong. So rock music, heavier rock as well. Mostly, I would say the lyrics in heavy rock are always powerful.
It's one of the things I love about metal.
So based.
I love about metal. They are not afraid to criticize authority. They're not shit on people who should be shat on. You know, bands like System of a Down have been criticizing the right people for decades. That's why
that's what I was about to say. Bro, System of a Down. Think about it, bro. Like aerials, right? In the sky, okay? Like, you know what I mean? Life is a waterfall. Like, people don't understand, like, a lot of the songs, like, even, like, songs like Chop Suey, like, literally...
Well, I would say BYOB was... BYOB, which means Bring Your Own Bomb.
That was a good album.
Yeah, but that song specifically was when they got massive in the mainstream. Yep. And one of the lyrics is like blowing up the sunshine. Yep. Like, obviously, that's talking about the relentless wars in the Middle East, right? That's what, and so they kind of had the media profile to talk about that stuff. But you'll notice very quickly after that album when they were criticizing, yeah, they kind of slid off the radar a bit because I remember they headlined Download in the UK, which is a massive deal. It's like our biggest heavy rock festival. They headlined it. I think the year before was like Metallica or Iron Maiden or something. So that was, big sort of statement. And suddenly they're kind of just the mainstream kind of tried to hide them a bit, So
they literally disappeared, bro. They literally disappeared, and then Serge went out on his own, didn't he? Like, do you remember? Like Serge,
he did an album.
Shit.
Yeah, that album was okay. Wasn't
Sky is falling.
But yeah, no, as I say, man, it's disappointing. I mean, I've seen them half a dozen times as well. They're fantastic live. But the other thing they got into a lot of trouble with, because they're all ethnic Armenians.
Yeah.
And as ethnic Armenians, they talk a lot about the Armenian genocide by the Turks, right? And I don't know if you guys know, but those Turks aren't actually Turks.
Nope.
Let's not go there. And I think they always had a kind of a frosty relationship with the mainstream on that basis. Anyway, we veered far too far from the Earth. Should we get back to the Earth?
Yeah, just before we did you ever go to Download then? Because I did as well.
About 8 times, yeah.
Yeah, same. Oh, sweet. Yeah, so I went the year when they headlined. It was, yeah. Wait, no. Not when they headlined. No, not when they headlined, actually. That was a lie.
Okay.
No.
I saw them when they headlined. Sorry, go on.
I was going to say, to bring it back to the flat Earth, Mick Jagger made a rock song, and it says the Earth is flat in it.
Oh, really?
No one's seen it yet.
Really?
Yep.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
in an
wow.
interview after,
Well, I was gonna-
mocking conspiracy theorists.
Oh, alright.
He says he's
Cool.
taking the piss out of it. Another line of his is Bill Gates in your veins. He says because of all the conspiracy theories.
He's not taking
that
the
have
piss
come
then.
apart. I know there's an interview after where that's what he says. Whether it's true or not, I don't know. But
He's protecting himself. Surely.
One of my
Why is he even
favorite-
making songs at 80? He doesn't need to do anything. Feels like someone's got him on a leash.
If I can, just for a second, one of my favorite Stones was Wild Horses. Favorite Stones track.
Well, I was actually going to take it back to Flat Earth. Like, I was going to ask you, Crypto, do you think Disturbed Flat Earthers at all? Because, like, in a lot of their songs, I felt like some of when I've re-listened to them, should I say, to me they just sound based and completely understand like what's going on. And then like
I think that they're definitely deep thinkers. I think what's his name, Dave something. I can't remember the lead singer's second name, but he talks a lot of. They've got a song called "Liberate," which is the lyrics literally go "Liberate your mind." It's the opening lyrics to this song. He's talking about how people just kind of believe what they see, believe what they hear, and as I say, I think rock has always kind of had this. What's the word? This edge to it. Punk rock, especially, has always been political, but metal and rock and all these things. That I think that one of the reasons that the mainstream radio stations, I mean, in the UK, they don't play rock anymore.
No,
they just don't do it. It's all drill and rap and all this other shit that I hate, and it's all shit lyrics. Like rap, I like if the lyrics are good. If the lyrics are bad, I don't see the point. Drill is exactly the same. It's all this absolute shit that's on the radio 24/7. But rock always talks about politics and it always criticised authority. And so you'll notice, nowadays if I switch on the BBC's main station, which is Radio 1, bear in mind it's centrally funded by the population. How much rock music am I going to hear in a week? Maybe 2 hours out of 170 hours. It's pathetic.
It's pathetic. No, it's something I noticed as well,
But it's
actually.
done on purpose. Like, we all have to be conscious about the fact that we don't own the radio station.
Oh no, but we
when
do
it-
in our country.
But in our country, we directly fund it through tax.
Yeah.
So
Oh,
it
I
should
know.
actually represent. It should
Of
represent
course.
what we actually want to hear.
Of course, in theory, that should be the case. But you have to remember the powers that be know what's in the music. Right? They're not dumb. Like, if they thought an uprising would occur because people listen to certain songs, why would they play those songs? Because remember, they're in the game of like keeping you on the fucking hamster wheel and stuffing their fucking. They're never gonna fucking tell you what you hear so that you can actually wake the fuck up.
Yeah.
I don't expect them
just
to,
as a
but-
piece of housekeeping, has everyone here seen the music video for Believer by Imagine Dragons?
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
So for those who aren't aware, there is a point in the middle, after the second verse, before the third verse, for the song Believer by Imagine Dragons, where a number of images flash past, and in one of those images is an iris with the azimuthal equidistant map on the iris.
Yep.
And you can go onto the video today and see that. It's a video with 2 billion views, maybe more.
Still there.
You know, I believe there are people that know this truth, but they're wise enough to know not to be public with it. So it's like, you know, I'm trying to navigate my way through this new world that I understand, and it's like I'm not gonna discount my knowledge when I know I'm. So it's like, you know, how do I navigate it without because I'm not gonna scream on YouTube for idiots that can't comprehend what the fuck I'm saying. I'll find the right intelligent people and I'll slowly walk them through the fucking process, and I'm gonna profit. Because there are people here that are moving billions around the world. Even if they don't want to hear me, fine. But thing is, I'll still book the fucking meeting. And if my math is better than yours, one of us is wrong. And I know it ain't me. So get your money right. You know, wire the fucking cash and I'll break it down for you slowly.
Yeah, so there's a lot of truth in music, I think. I think that I don't know where the music industry's going. I hope it's going in the right direction, but no, do you? But anyway, let's get back to the Earth. Unlike Platypus, I'm bringing the pain. No, that's a different lyric.
Oh no.
I can't even remember. You know what? I'm such a useless rapper. I can't even remember my own lyrics. It's so fucking bad.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Can you
It's
even
crazy.
call yourself a rapper? Your own lyrics?
Oh!
I started writing some lyrics.
Kai, you would not say that to my face. I'll tell you that right now.
Oh, maybe I would.
I would do something nasty to you. I don't know what it would be. Maybe I'd tickle you to death. I'm not sure.
Yeah, you figure it out.
I'm
To death, huh? So you go all the way.
Yeah, that's to be honest, that's torture in my household. Tickling someone is torture.
Damn straight you'd go all the way.
Hilarious.
So anyway, have you got any filthy Globers in here?
Yeah, then I can speak up now.
How does music work on a globe Earth?
Oh, I don't know.
Well, who knows? I can't answer that.
Well, here's something for you all to think about. The speed of sound is slower than the Earth is said to be moving.
Yeah.
So how does anyone hear anything?
Well, do you know that they've talked about the crystal formation that comes out of the back of light, which is something that's kind of pissed me off because they apparently proved that sound could travel faster than the speed of light, right? You know they've done this, right? It's like they, yeah, this is so fucking stupid. You're like this, because it proves your point as well. So yeah, the idea that obviously sound. Right, if it can't travel fast enough, then obviously the globe rotating, then we've got a fucking problem, right? But so they created oscillation and they hit a crystal with it, right? And then said that the sound traveled faster than the speed of light because the crystal moved at the exit point, i.e. the other end of where the thing started, basically faster. The motion where it started at the front was faster than the speed of light. But this is like...
Sweet.
This is the same as me pushing a pencil on a desk and saying, well, because the front of the pencil moved at the same time as when I pushed the back of it, the pencil is essentially going faster than the speed of light. This is literally like saying that.
Yeah.
So,
I see what you're saying.
But then they've done this, right? Now they're saying, guess what they're saying? They're saying that light itself, and this is what they need for their time travel, right? I imagine is that they realize, oh, we got the speed of light down, but how is sound going to travel in the future and in the past, right? Well, now they're saying that light creates a crystal formation pattern behind it.
Awesome. I mean, do they have any evidence for this, or is this as normal? They just they talk bullshit.
It's as normal, obviously.
What is the speed of sound, by the way? It's 800 something?
I actually don't know. I'll look it up.
Yeah, I haven't looked it up in a while, but I know
About 800
miles per hour. To the 800.
Like that, but it goes up and down depending on the temperature of the air.
Okay.
Oh yeah, I knew it in meters per second, so it's about 350, isn't it? Sorry, because when someone said 800, I was like, "Are you sure?" But that's miles per hour.
Wait, so what is it in miles?
800 miles per hour.
800 is speed of sound?
700 to 800, apparently.
Okay.
Lemon, you're coming in kind of low, that's why I filled in for you.
No problem. But Mach 1 is around 700.
Yeah. 720 or something like that. Roundabout. The number changes, apparently, so...
I didn't know that. Yo, Crypto,
Well,
what
yeah.
happened to Lemon? I haven't seen...
That is Lemon. Lemon just spoke to you.
Oh, okay. Is that Lemon? Lemon's there?
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, how are you? Long time no talk. How's everything been?
Everything's been good. How have you been?
Nice. Good to hear you again.
Yeah, keeping it flat, you know.
Of course, I get it.
24/7, man.
Lemon, what was it? Lemon come in this morning and it went, the flatness is spreading. And I just started crying like...
I spoke to a Globe earlier, and he said that it's in my DMs, and he said that the flat Earth is spreading like a virus, and I was like, well, at least something is, because the COVID isn't.
Preach. So true.
Each one, preach one, teach one.
There's one-liners of Lemons are just great. Lemon.
Yeah.
You
know, oh, sorry to interrupt. Sorry. I was just saying, I've been listening to one like Jimmy Carr out of London. That guy is fucking hilarious with the one-liners. Jimmy Carr has me crying.
His laugh as well.
He's a proper comedian. Like,
yeah, he's good, man. He's quite funny. He did that brilliant little sketch about Welsh people, and he was like, if you if you really want to get into the Welsh tongue and want to learn how to speak it, then I recommend some sort of one-liners for you. And he goes, he just basically says, you could say like the word Kawasaki, for instance, but just do it with 3 syllables. Kawasaki. I don't even know if that's 3 syllables actually, but and then like he goes on to sort of say like Oompa Loompa, for instance, Oompa Loompa. And so you just practice that way, and then before you know it, you'll be talking like you're from the valleys.
like an intonation.
That is true. Have you guys heard Jimmy Carr's smallest joke in the world?
No.
With the fewest words. Dwarf shortage.
Good. And
it's
I think
like
brevity is like the cousin of wit. Like the quick, if you can say something in the least amount of words possible and everybody cracks up, that's so powerful. Like I don't have to, remember diatribe for you. It's like I can literally just say a sentence and everyone falls the fuck out.
Well, do you want to know how powerful it is, comedy? Actually, you're completely right.
Oh,
so in self-defense, we teach people to be comedians. So if someone's not very good in the gym and jiu-jitsu, we this is not if they're learning just jiu-jitsu. It's when people come in specifically for self-defense classes, right?
Mm-hmm.
So this is a combination of teaching jiu-jitsu and also striking, obviously, and the best strikes for self-defense, depending on who you are, right? Obviously, right? Female to man, whatever. But we teach people to be funny, basically, if they're shit.
Greg, do you know what is the shorter joke in Balkan?
The shortest joke in the mountain? I think you meant to ask Crypto that.
Hello.
Crypto, what is shorter joke in Balkan.
In the Balkans?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Do you want another one?
He said mountains, I believe. Did you say mountains? Balkans.
Balkan.
I have to give you the Balkanite tag.
Yeah. If we ask people, do you want short joke? He said, okay, tell me. And then you say, do you want another one?
Yeah, he didn't say anything, yeah.
Yeah, that was.
Take off this one. So I bring another one.
Why didn't the skeleton go to the dance?
Right, I had to mute myself. Why? I don't know.
Because he had no body to go with.
I knew the answer. To be honest, I really didn't.
I thought of another one.
When did this turn into a comedy club?
Is that a joke?
I mean, no one's told any funny jokes yet, so I don't know if we can.
Well, you know, my granddad had cancer, so, you know, we covered him in butter. He went rapidly downhill after that. You know, my next door neighbour, my next door neighbour, you know, we call him Blue Peter, basically, right? He's got bad circulation. If you didn't understand that, well, a real comedian was the one who made up that joke, you know. How do you stop a black man from drowning? Take your foot off his head.
Oh, fuck's sake.
What I'm saying.
I've got some Holocaust jokes, but I'm not sure that the tone's quite there.
Oh, good though. Let him rip.
Ban him.
No, I don't want.
Do you guys really want to hear a Holocaust joke?
No, don't threaten our freedom,
People are
bro.
saying yes, fuck's sake.
Yeah, I know. Like, don't threaten our fucking freedom.
All right, no, I can't. If you want to hear it, DM me. I'll DM you.
What's the
we
difference
melt dry
between-
ice.
What's the difference
If you
between
melt dry ice, can you swim
Glover?
without getting wet?
You're in the trust tree. You're good.
One at a time, guys. Yeah, Kai, go ahead first.
What's the difference between a Glover and a bucket of shit? The bucket.
Very good.
Who else was it who wanted to speak? Go ahead.
All right, here we go. What's the difference between a crusty old bus station or a bus stop and a lobster with a boob job?
I really don't fucking know.
A bus stop and a lobster with a boob job?
Like an old bus stop and a lobster with a boob job.
Don't know.
What?
One is a busty crustacean and the other is a crusty bus station.
Alright. What's the difference between a giraffe and a digger?
Don't know.
One has hydraulics, the other has high bollocks. I knew Crypto would like that one.
I like that. I'm stealing that one. That's great.
I knew you'd like it. Yeah.
So you guys, you wanna hear a backwards joke?
Of course.
Sure.
You gotta laugh first.
No, you gotta tell me first.
Well, yeah, that's the point.
Funny.
Don't fuck up the delivery.
Who drank the super glue?
You.
Gravity.
If you melt dry ice, can you swim without getting wet?
No.
I like how the Glovers think they're comedians, but then they just end up being clowns.
What do you call 10 Globers standing ear to ear? A wind tunnel.
Or a black swan. Because, they shouldn't be able to stand ear to ear on the globe. They should all be plumbed up to the ground, and their ears should have a differential angle between them. That means they shouldn't be able to stand it to you. So yeah, wind tunnel and black swan.
So you're calling Globers plums?
Yep.
No. They are plums.
Thought I'd be afraid. Yeah, I thought I'd be afraid to say yeah. Eh? I'll fucking go there, mate. I'll go there. They're all a bunch of plums.
Do you know what's different between black and white swan?
Shade.
No. White swan. It's a bird. A black swan. It's not a bird.
Yeah, we do need the soundboard for
Big Globers.
Bad connection.
All I heard was good Glover's bad connection. You're right, Jamesy.
So when's Chicks Night starting? Is that 10 o'clock tonight? So it's 20 past 8 now.
So that's like 5 o'clock.
Hour and a half.
Oh yeah. Okay, cool.
Over here. So like another hour and a half, right? Yeah, I like listening to the ladies' night. They're funny.
Yeah, they can. Yeah, it can be. I think that the oh fucking hell! I think the you ladies have started putting on a show last few weeks for sure. It's definitely
damn straight.
It's a fun time listening.
You've added some theatrics.
So I can catch it.
Added
yeah, you're doing good. Some theatrics. Yeah.
Theatrics.
Oh yeah, for sure. So Kai, would you say that my statement earlier is accurate? Like you guys started off saying like, yeah, we're going to be nicer than the guys, and then within about a month you were like, I totally understand.
Yep, that hyper aggression.
Yeah.
They get.
See, we're not just cunts.
But I would say
These
though,
guys are literally stuck on stupid. You almost have to offend them so they look harder.
well, the guys come in and they try to like go extra ham on ladies' night with the troll comments.
Yeah.
Oh, you guys are all fat. You guys are all virgins. You guys are all. What did somebody say last week? We need like we're on our period or something. Like they kind of are asking for the attitude.
Well, there was a guy who come in like a week ago or something, and he was just like, "Oh yeah, if you're a woman, don't speak to me," or something. And it was just like, "Yeah, do you really think that's gonna fly here, bro? Bye."
Ladies. Wait there, they said that you were virgins. What a compliment. Well, yeah. Look. I get that too. Like, I was so happy with this. I got this earlier. Live stream voice text. Someone called Wrecked DM'd me saying, "Unmute me, virgin."
Oh, nice.
Happy about it.
He's saying that you're pure and innocent.
I was so happy, mate.
Oh.
Yeah, everyone knows my favourite term and phrase is
You should
"get wrecked."
screenshot that, mate. Screenshot that, get it framed, put it on your wall.
Oh, I have. I mean, I will.
Oh, you have already? Sweet. One day I will receive such a wonderful comment.
Check your DMs, bro.
Awesome.
But it is true, you know, we only got hyper aggressive due to their trolliness.
Yeah, I mean, even like QE back in the day was pretty nice to
Lovely.
them. Even
lovely,
QE was. Like Nathan Oakley, I don't remember a time when he wasn't. But,
Yeah, he's always been aggressive, always.
yeah. I remember for the first year or so when I was in here, I was really nice. And then I just got sick of the attitude, and I've become way more aggressive like now.
I remember.
feel like
I remember Nathan Oakley's always been Nathan Oakley. He's like, I've been Nathan Oakley.
Yeah, I think there's a
agree with
special
that.
story
I remember I came to the server all like nice and sweet. I was like, they're fucking dickheads. I was like, I was gonna be nice to them.
Yeah, you just get that kind of rose-tinted glasses just knocked off your face pretty quick, don't you? When you're like, I'm just gonna have a conversation with them. Yeah, that's like cool story, bro. Good luck with that.
And looking at them, I'm like, yo, I'm trying to give you like, some valuable fucking knowledge that I took the time to digest, and you dumbass took the time to. So it's like I'm looking at you looking at me like I'm the dumb one. I'm like, no, you're the dumb one. I mean,
And the funny thing is that it's only about half the time where you can actually demonstrate to them that they're retarded and that you're not. And sometimes they won't even listen. You're just like, bro, do you even know anything? I'm trying to have a conversation with you, and you can't even have the conversation. So you can't even get them to the point where they realise they're dumb.
Yeah. Bro, do you even conversate?
So true.
Yeah, it happened earlier though. These kids come in calling us retards, and then pretty quickly.
Yeah, Vagabond was there.
Oh wait, Vagabond.
Yeah, he was.
Great.
Vagabond, you know, he was talking about the two Welsh kids earlier, the 13 and the 14-year-olds, coming in calling us retards.
I caught the tail end of it. I think I logged into the server right around this rep in the competition. But I heard that they called you retards, and I was like, "What are the look at the balls on these little shits?"
When I was 13, right, there was no way when I was 13 I would have shit-talked, a man in his 30s. There's no way.
Exactly.
No way at all. I would expect to have my ass handed to me. I would expect it to be stuffed into a bin or something.
Exactly. Yeah, when I was younger, you just knew. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, but that shows how much they're not even. Mans are literally being decimated through like social media and TikTok and shit like that. Like they're literally focusing people on like 15-second sound bites, and it's like to have like a long form conversation now with someone about a complex topic is literally impossible. They can't even focus their minds long enough to grasp what you're trying.
Yeah.
You're breaking it
really
up,
hurts them to
Vagabond.
think.
I can hear it.
Sorry about that.
Oh, can you?
Sounds good to me. Yeah. Maybe it's your farmer net.
Well, consider where they're getting their information.
Grew up
They
on
get
a
these
grew up on a
YouTube
farm.
videos.
No, I live on a dumb estate. Okay.
Yeah, go on, mate. What was that?
Well, consider where they're getting their information from. They want to debunk the flat Earth, so let me find a YouTube video. It's 5 minutes long, and you got a little sound clip that says, pretend that let's say we're on the field of Southwest Chicago, and you look southwest, you should be able to see the Rockies, but you can't. Now let's talk about the curve. They don't provide there's no depth, there's no analysis, there's nothing. It's just a bunch of sound points. That's all their knowledge, and that's all their brain is working on. It's just little sound bits.
Yeah, it's kind of sad, isn't it? Like, you just know that if these kids were taught critical thinking in school, even if they were taught like the 10 most common logical fallacies, that's all they'd need. And then you could go through them and just go, oh yeah, that's affirming the consequent, that's begging the question, that's an ad hom, this is a straw man, and it would take 5 seconds, and they would know why what they was shown was fallacious.
Exactly. Yeah. So like I'm glad you said that because like I've been making that part of my like Socratic method. It's like before I say fucking anything to anybody, I'm like, hold on, let me make sure you understand what a fallacy is. Because should I have the conversation with you and you're just out here with the fucking fallacies left and right, I'm not even going to waste my fucking time. I was like, do you know what these fallacies are? Do you understand them? And I'll make them fucking regurgitate to me the fallacies so they understand. So I know when we have the conversation, at least we're operating on some type of a base level. There has to be a foundation to this conversation or it's not going to go anywhere.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's one of the things I do is to make sure that they know what fallacies are. And like you say, I mean, people have heard me do this on the live stream all the time. I want them to define them for me. Define a straw man. Because if you can't define a straw man, like, there's nothing to talk about. You're going to straw man me, and you won't understand why it's a logical fallacy, and it's going to be a waste of everyone's time.
Wurzel Gummidge, have you seen it?
Don't know what that is.
Ah, damn it. You would have liked that if you did. It's a program about a scarecrow.
Has anyone here seen the Star Trek series on logical fallacies?
No.
There's a Star Trek series with
Yeah.
look it up. It's the cartoon. It's like Spock. You know how like Spock is very logical, and he's like pointing out all of these fallacies to like a couple of the Star Trek crew. It's actually really cool. It's a really cool informational series.
Man, I'm gonna look that up.
I can't remember how many there are, but I remember Jose Meza, the admin here, telling me about them. And I can't remember how many, but there's quite a few. And they're just like 30 seconds to a minute, just clips telling you what the fallacy is and kind of giving you like a scenario in which that fallacy might be used. Yeah, it's really useful.
That actually sounds really good. Like that could be used for education, especially.
Oh, for sure. I think the purpose of them was to educate people. And then the powers that shouldn't be decided that actually it's better to not have a critically thinking population.
Wait, so they're like 30 or 40 seconds long, and they teach what fallacies are. That sounds like a really good tool to have. We should probably have those clips saved.
Actually, not a bad idea.
I watched all of them. Oh, sorry. Continue. I apologize.
I'm just saying we should probably have them saved and ready to go, and to show people exactly what a fallacy is. Yeah, watch this, you fuckers.
Yeah, so I watched them after Crypto told me about them, and like it just it cleared up all my misunderstandings of what they were. But I knew I had to take the time to digest them and like think about them myself, and then think about where I was using them, and then my argument became way stronger because I didn't employ any of those fallacies.
Yeah,
because the hardest logical fallacies to spot are the ones that you make, and then you have to kind of be strict with yourself as well, because otherwise, like if you're pointing out logical fallacies in other people's thinking because it's not logical, then of course you shouldn't be using them either. And it is, I mean, every now and then I will catch myself using one, and I'm like, oh fuck, sometimes you only realise afterwards, and think, oh, shouldn't have done that. But it is important. It's important to have that kind of, how do I say, like, cleaning that up and being aware that you've done it and not to do it in future.
Yeah, no, you definitely had a better grasp on what logical fallacies than I do. So when I came here and I heard you speaking about them, I definitely put more weight into like looking into them. Like 100%. I was like,
I just kind of learned them actually mainly from the internet, because I was kind of arguing with people, and I was coming up against all of these things that I knew were wrong, and I couldn't figure out why. Someone would say something I almost knew instinctively that it was stupid, and I didn't know why. So I kind of looked for that, and I was like, why is this wrong? And then I kind of came up with a few, and then I was like, oh, this is like a whole branch of knowledge. That was what blew my mind. It's like a whole branch of knowledge, like how to think logically. And then I had to know. I had to know as much as I could at that point.
Yeah, that's kind of what I did, yeah. I heard people using them in an argument, like, correctly. You were one of the first people I heard do it. And then I was like, fucking right. Right, I'm going to have to delete one of the pins from the pinned posts. I'll just delete my own. Let's pin the old Spock lessons. So now, so if anyone wants access to the Spock lessons of fallacies in logical fallacies, then they're now pinned in the livestream voice text.
Cool.
Yeah, that should be pretty useful. Like, just on the go, like. Tell you what, it doesn't help though. Pointing out logical fallacies in real life in real arguments. It's really hard not to do it. Sometimes it's not the best thing to do. People don't.
I don't give a shit. I'll do it anyway.
I do it, but like sometimes it causes more trouble than what it's worth. I've noticed. I still do it.
Yeah, but I don't. I think I take Vagabond's approach to this. Like, if they want to think you know, like, okay, let's put it this way: do you really want to surround yourself with illogical people, or do you want to surround yourself with logical?
Well, I have to sometimes do it to my mum.
Okay. Yeah. Well.
Exactly.
So be it. You can't choose
That's
your
the
family,
one.
but you can choose your friends.
Exactly
So-
my point. Yeah, that's the one where it's causes more trouble than what it's worth. But yeah, other than that, like, when Nan on the Sunday roast starts spitting out logical fallacies, and be like, right, Nan, you're affirming the fucking consequence there, love.
Your family Sunday roast. That's a begging question, the fallacy, bitch.
You putting the West Country accent in. Oh, I had a drink in my mouth. I just took a sip of a drink. Fucker.
Just imagine you saying that to your nan or something like. Fuck it.
Yeah. Fuck her anyway, you know what I mean, boy?
Oh dear.
Yes,
Oh,
Nanny.
man.
Yes, Gran. Stop affirming that consequence.
Yesterday, the other day when we went to
What the fuck is going on?
I don't know.
Jamesy, you're hot micing, bro.
1 second. Sorry about that. 1 second.
Oh, you're good, man. No problem.
No, dude, I was not spitting at my nan on Sunday.
It's good that you guys just meet up. It's like... I hope that your family aren't scared of the air.
Yeah, no, my family are not, actually. No.
That's good.
Yeah, no. I hope yours aren't either, but I imagine sometimes that is the case. Actually, a shame.
Yeah, I mean, I would say about my mum, she started off being like, oh, it's going to kill everyone, it's going to be awful. And then after about a month, she was like, no one's dying.
Yeah.
Right? And then she was just like, yeah, this is bullshit, isn't it? I was like, yep.
Yep.
And then we're cool.
Yeah,
the first month was a struggle, but I think after that, she's kind of slowly realising. Yeah. Yes, it is true that the government lied to your face. Next.
Oh, for fuck's sake, old dude. It sounded like you ripped the handbrake off there, bud.
Mate, I've got a beastly handbrake.
Must have, man. You'd have ripped it off. It was a my crap mode.
Cornbread, $9.95.
You just said cornbread 95, like. Sometimes I hear the most random shit when I'm sat here. I'm just like, what?
But it was funny.
It was, yeah. Oh, dude, is it what's the temperature like up in Scotland? Have you got any sun yet? Or It's still freezing. Just got an instant picture reply.
I'm not in
I think in Scotland. Yeah, in Scotland, the thermometers start at 0 and only go down.
Yeah.
Here it was snowing the other day, though.
Bikini weather. So it's like what?
So all these Scottish women in like minus 10 degrees and it's like snowing and they're like,
Yeah.
oh, I've got myself a tan outside.
I just put on the fucking bikini. You're in your shorts, mate, are you? I thought you was in the Highlands.
It's so funny how different nations have different standards for what warm is. Like you talk to a South African and anything below 15 is deathly cold.
Yeah. When you speak to a South African and it's below 15 degrees, they usually actually are dead. Like, you get 0 reply. Yeah, that must be weird, but like 15 degrees is like freezing. Tits off cold.
Yeah, and 50, 60 degrees Fahrenheit is cold.
What did you say? 60 degrees Fahrenheit is cold?
I'll say around 50, 60. You barely see that anytime.
I'd say that's a lie. Often see
Oh,
that. Okay.
Always above 50, 60.
In New York, it's not exactly that hot, and like, it must be a weird place for you to live in summer, being Mexican. Gem-C.
You said New York in the summer is weird.
Well, no, I was saying it must be weird for Gem-C to live in New York, especially in the winter, because it's quite cold in New York in the winter. Gem-C is actually Mexican.
Wait. Oh, Gem-Z is Mexican? I didn't know that.
Well, some sort of South American place. I don't know.
Okay. Yeah, the summertime
Really,
in New York is my favorite time. You know, because remember, like, you deal with the winter, right? So when the summer comes, everybody loses their fucking mind because they've been freezing their balls off, you know, for so long.
Exactly. See, we don't say freezing the balls off in England. We say freezing your tits off.
Yeah, you're right. Let's freeze some tits off. Fuck my balls. Keep my balls toasty.
Exactly. We don't even talk about balls in that way in the UK. We already lost ours a long time ago.
Yeah, we lost our balls with our guns, didn't
we? Yeah.
So what's the problem in the UK? Like, no one's allowed to have guns?
Well, that's not entirely true, actually.
So who can
I'll be
have
honest. I have guns.
You're basically allowed to have guns if you're upper middle class and have money.
Ah, I see.
It's only like
they call it fox hunting, but that's what it really is.
It's like 120. Yeah, but crypto, it's like £120 to join a gun club a year, and you can own a gun. As long as you've got no criminal record, like if you want, I can show you how to get a gun really easily, like legally.
All right, that'd be pretty cool.
I can help you. Yeah, I can help you through all of that if you were that. Yeah, if you actually were interested in that, I can help you
I'm
go through that
interested
process.
for curiosity's sake for now.
Yeah,
but sure. I mean,
well, yeah, but you could still own a gun, bro, and like, you could even keep your guns at the armory and like the gun club, like 40 miles away from London, for instance. You know what I mean? Like,
nah, there's no point owning a gun if you don't actually have it.
But no, you can have it in. That's what I'm trying to get at. If you're not interested in owning one currently in your residency that you're in, that's what I meant. It's like you could keep it at the gun club. But I'm saying if you're not willing to like,
see what you're saying,
yeah. If you're not willing to like, make an armory and all that shit right now. Yeah.
But what I mean is, I would have it for a utility purpose, or I wouldn't bother.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah, my boy taught me something. So this guy works on Rikers. He's Italian and Irish, super cool dude. And like obviously working on Rikers, you're allowed to get your gun license a lot quicker. They expedite the process because obviously, should somebody see you outside that was in the jail and he knows you're a correctional officer, you may be subject to some drama. So they give COs, easy licenses or an easier path to get your gun. And like he tells me, he's like, Jerry, my clip is always full and I keep one in the chamber. He was like, you think I have time if someone's coming at me to like cock it back? You know what I mean? He's like to put the clip in the gun. Like, no, it has to be ready to go, and then you'll never be tested.
Damn straight.
So, like, that's just the way he moves, kid. And like I respect it. I'm like, you're not gonna tell him shit. I promise you. You're not gonna get loud. You're not gonna fucking mouth off. He's not having it. And like I know this guy since I was 13, bro. And it's like, the reason we get along is we see the world the same way. It's like, give me my gun and shut the fuck up. Because I don't have to worry about anything outside of me after that. Because we can leave together, fine. But I promise you, you leave first, and I choose whether or not I want to go to jail or not.
Before I got disconnected, I just want to correct Crack Villain. I'm not Mexican and I don't live in New York. So there you go. That's that.
Jemsy, what up, brother?
Yeah, you said Jemsy and I got disconnected after that.
Well, where are you from? Puerto Rico, and you live in Boston? That's like the same thing.
Same thing.
Don't kill anyone. It's a secret.
We're trying to just hand wave where you're from.
I cannot confirm nor deny.
Listen, he lives in yeah.
No, but where Jemsy, where are you from?
Borinquen.
Boricua?
Yes.
Nice. Yeah, I've been to Puerto Rico 2 times. I love it over there, man. Beautiful people, beautiful culture. And I did salsa professionally, so it's like, Puerto Rico's huge for salsa. My last.
Is that in the north or south? Is that the north or south of Mexico?
No.
Jemsy, don't take that shit, bro.
He's like, he knows I love him to bits.
That's a bit gay.
A little bit.
Puerto Rico's a bit Mexican.
Yeah, it's true. Well, I take the House line of logic. I suppose you guys have all seen House, the episode?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Puerto Ricans speak Spanish, Mexicans speak Spanish. Therefore, Mexicans and Puerto Ricans are actually Spanish.
Yeah.
In the same way as when Dr. House said to Dr. Chase, do you put the Queen on your money to an Australian? And he goes, yes. And he goes, oh, well, then you're British. That's literally it.
Did the Queen use an Australian money?
Yeah.
Sorry? Yeah, they do, yeah. They actually had a vote whether they wanted the Queen to be the head of state or not, and allegedly they voted to keep her. But who knows?
That's kind of weird. That's weird.
I mean, how many people actually know the Queen? Like, nobody. All they know is what the media tells you, right? So what the Australian people really voted for, if they even did vote for that, is the media's perception of the Queen. Which...
Yeah, but the fact that there even exists a queen in this day and age is fucking completely illogical to me. I'm just like,
yeah, it's garbage, isn't it? I agree.
Yeah, like don't get me started, bro. You know me, I would destroy that whole empire if you let me fucking get a mic. Get me on my soapbox.
Sure. To be honest with you, though, like sometimes I'm like, monarchy's better than democracy in some sense. It's like they're not, but like because monarchists aren't elected. Like, but if I could elect a monarchist.
You don't elect the party either.
I know, that's my point. That's kind of my point, is that like, at the moment all we have is someone that can fuck everything up in a small space of time, and then they disappear and they don't they're never held to account.
Well, that's the idea of the system, isn't it? Is basically you have two parties that don't have any power at all, and it's designed that way, but they give you the illusion of choice. Because the people who are really running the show, you don't know their names.
Exactly.
Yeah, anyone smart wouldn't tell you that name in order to have any blame put on them.
Yeah, but in
so they tell you, you get to decide. You get to decide who holds the whip, right? That's what they tell you.
But you don't, right?
But you don't.
It's financially based. I'm like,
of course.
Politicians have to raise money to launch their campaigns. You think I'm going to give a politician $50K of my hard-earned fucking dollars that I sweated to produce, and I don't have an ask? Of course I have an ask.
Well, the people that give the donations of 50,000 actually get one ask. That's the quid pro quo. Like, you know,
think about like a mixer, $10,000 plate dinner, 200 people. They're raising a shit ton of money.
Yeah, but like, that's what I mean.
Money for no reason.
Exactly. That's what. Yeah, I'm glad that you said that, because the people that do pay the 10 grand for the mixer or the fucking pay 50 grand towards a campaign, you know, that's what the revolving door is. It's like, all right, yeah, I'm going to give you 50 grand. Can you pass a law that makes me like $1 million this year? Like, yeah, all right, no worries.
Yeah, well, this is the lobby industry. That is what the lobby industry is.
Exactly.
Yeah. And the fact that it exists is like everybody else is just like letting it operate this way. I'm like, well, then you'll never be served. I was like, you're just being given the false illusion of democracy and freedom while they're literally like walking to the bank and like, oh, fuck these peons. And the thing is, you know what's crazy? I'm not even mad at them. Because you know how they say, like, you know, like if a fool is deceived, let him be deceived. I'm trying to see how that goes now. Because some people don't even want to put in the intellectual legwork to figure out what the fuck is going on. And they want somebody else to spoon feed them what's going on. They don't deserve to know. I almost would leave them deaf and stupid, and then I'll take their money. Okay, you don't want to learn? Fine. Stay stupid.
No,
and
you're
that's
right.
The majority of people. So, like, I hate and I love the system at the same time.
Well, like I said, you're correct, because I've tried to talk to people before that I know and say, look, you know, what about the revolving door? What about lobbying? And they're like, and then I explained to them what's going on, and they're like, that doesn't. I'm like, yeah, you deserve what you get then, you fucking idiots.
Yeah, you fucking idiots. And the thing is, they're gonna look at you like you're the idiot if you open your mouth. You know, it's like, I'm not the idiot here. But it's like they're so stuck in their perception of the world, they can't even perceive that you may not be the idiot. You know, it's like how much energy and effort are you gonna put into convincing an idiot he's the idiot? You know what I mean? Like, you almost become the idiot by trying to convince them. Because look how much time and effort you put into an idiot. You're the idiot.
That's literally what Crypto said the other day. It was funny as fucking. Crypto was like, he's like, imagine someone calling you a liar while you're trying to convince them that somebody lied to them. It's like that whole thing again, isn't it? It's like, you know, no, trust me, they're lying. And they're like, no, you're lying about them lying to me. It's like, oh, fuck, how ironic.
You gotta smile in the fucking darkness, kid. Like, don't let this shit affect you, bro. Like, just stay positive, do what you want to do, and then like make your money and like, you know, raise your children, protect yourself, and then the idiots are gonna still be idiots, and they're only gonna get dumber by the year, bro. Like, it's not gonna get any better. It's gonna get worse.
Right. I got an acumen test for this the other day. I was in a market, right? I was with my friend, and I had 5 silver. The fact that I even had $5 silver on me, they're $5 coins. They're Argent pure Canadian silver, $5, right? And it depends on what one it is, but they're worth anywhere from like $30 American dollars up to like $130, right? Each. Okay. And the fact that I even had them proves how dumb people are, because I got them for about £40 for all of them. Anyway, besides the point, right? Point is this: I tried to buy something that was £20 with 5 of them. The person, and this isn't a shop that has to take tender. The shop, this is a market. It's a market, so that they can quite easily say yes, right? Yeah. So I offered them 5 ounces of silver. Mate, I offered them 5 ounces. I wouldn't have given it to them, but I offered them 5 ounces of silver for something that cost £20.
Yeah. You said no.
They said no, unequivocally no. And I was like, "Are you sure?" And they was like, "No. I'll have £20, and that is all I will take." And I was just like, "Are you sure it's 5 ounces of silver?" We're like, "Yep." All right, cool.
See, look how delusional. They didn't even take the time to Google the price of silver per ounce and then get a scale out to figure out the value of what you're handing them. Morons.
It's worse
bro.
than that. It's worse than that because these,
you have to leave them as morons. They're not going to change. I've realized that. They're not going to change. They're so lazy and fucking entitled. They think someone's going to come fucking teach them what they need to know. But they didn't realize your knowledge is your power in the world. No one's going to give you knowledge. No one's going to give you your power. You have to go take it. You have to go learn. You have to go seek it. And if you don't want to seek it, fuck you. You're going to always be dominated and ruled over because you're an idiot. And you deserve to be ruled over because you're a fucking idiot. Like, when I see people, you know, like, I agree with the whole Bill Gates thing, like, you know, the genocide, and like I see people getting wiped the fuck out here. Like, I see, like, what's really going on. I'm like, there's literally a genocide going on in real time, but it goes so slowly, people can't perceive it. But, like, they didn't study their own biochemistry. I'm like, you know, that whole statement of, like, know thyself.
Exactly.
What they're trying to say is, like, know what makes you grow, know what makes you stronger, and eat that. Do your fucking research or get fucking lied to. And the people that are trying to fucking rule you are going to shove shit in your mouth that makes you weak and feminine and fucking, you know, anxious.
Exactly.
You know, caffeine is crazy. The fact that people drink coffee every morning, I'm like, you don't feel, you feel like you got some energy. No, it's just, it's a fucking,
it's
you know,
empty.
It's a response to the bean, like, giving you energy, but it's anxious energy. That's why you're jittery. But you can't even perceive that somebody gave you that. It's a drug just like any other drug, you know. But people aren't
you got to know what you're doing. Yeah, if you're conscious,
focus up.
Yeah, if you're conscious of the fact that you're drinking coffee, like, you're gonna be able to at least understand, like, maybe where some of your symptoms are coming from. But like,
yeah, exactly.
Like, you know what I mean? But like, just yeah, exactly. No, yeah, I'm just saying, it just proves the point, that doesn't it? The fact of the matter is like, you can literally buy something from a stall in a market that is like next to another stall, and you can pay double the amount for the said thing, right? So, and then the thing is worth like 5 times more than what you even paid for it, right? And then you try and purchase something else next to the store you just bought it with, and you try to give them it for half the price of what you just bought it for. The store next to theirs, and they're like, they're that dumb. That's alright. I would have took the rap for that, Crypto. You should have just.
I'm so sorry. I thought I was on mute. That's disgusting. Oh dear.
I've told you I'm the less professional you, so you know, next time just
not in the last 30 seconds you went.
No, but I was literally about to apologise.
Should we blame Vagabond?
Yeah, fuck it.
No, whoa, how'd I get blamed for anything? Listen, everybody does everything already. Get the fuck out of here. Alright, I'm gonna fuck shit up as we continue the conversation. Don't worry, I have my own fuck ups to think I'm for.
I couldn't actually believe that I heard that come out and saw your mic light up, and I was like,
I know. I was just like, oh shit, am I unmuted?
No, it was great.
FML.
Fuck me, leave. Hold the line. Crypto doesn't always burp online.
But when I do, it's a really nice smooth burp.
Yeah, and he apologizes.
Yeah.
I thought it resonated well. You know, came through.
The thing is, though, I was a bit embarrassed at the lack of bass.
Yeah. It's like when you take a piss and it doesn't like sound loud enough, and you're like, oh, I hope no one's listening.
Yeah, it's not manly enough if it just kind of dribbles in.
You gotta work on your Kegels. You know what I mean? You're pushing things.
Yeah, man. I'll tell you what, Kegels are not a meme, and especially for women, I'm telling you. Kegels are not a meme.
Yeah, women. Kegel up. Imagine, like, no, is it actually, fuck it, I say it. Like, before bed, like, every night, you're just like to your wife, make sure you do your Kegels, bitch. She's like, what do you want?
Trying to have that pussy wrapped around your dick tight. Like, you ain't fucking settling for less.
She's like, what do you want? Do you want supper or do you want me to do my Kegels? Hard choice. I can make the supper myself, so fuck it.
Yeah, I'll cook myself every night if that's the choice.
That That was pretty disgusting of us boys, but oh well, fuck it.
Probably a better cook anyway, let's be honest.
No such thing as disgusting. Are you not allowed to be yourself in this world anymore? Like, what is the world coming to? Like, can you not speak freely?
Yeah, true. Yeah, what Crypto said though, he's like, I'm probably a better cook anyway, so you know.
You guys don't know. I'm actually an amazing chef, by the way. Like, I make some amazing fucking food. Like, I'm no joke in the kitchen.
I'll be honest, right? I can cook much better than any girlfriend I've ever had. And that's not. I'm being deadly serious as well.
I had one. The last girlfriend definitely outdid me. Like, she was like chef level quality. Like, she could have been on Top Chef. Like, she was dope. Yeah. I knew I couldn't compete with her. I was like, fuck. I was like, her food is fucking scrumptious. I need stuff in my face every day.
Yeah. Hit me up in DMs with our number, dude.
You're good. You're good.
Yeah, Vagabond, just while you're here, man, did you know that I'm doing a podcast now?
No, I didn't know. Where's it at?
Okay, so yeah, it's on Spotify for now.
Okay.
And first episode, you know Mary Mom, don't you? You must know Mary Mom.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, of course.
Yeah, cool. So she was our first guest. We did an episode on Flat Earth.
Nice.
Second episode was with Arian, Baby Wolf, or BB Wolf. I always say that wrong. And we were talking about carnivorism, and that's why I thought of you, because you're kind of into raw milk and meat and all stuff.
Yeah, I am. Yeah, the carnivore diet is literally the way to go. Like, and people like, they wouldn't push against me, but I was like, you have no idea how many thousands of hours of information I poured over before I realized this. Not I just like, snap my fingers and act like I know something. It's like, I'm a researcher. I took the time to compare all of the voices that I could find and then think for myself, what sounds more logical? And then I found the threads that made sense, and I was like, oh, the natural human diet. Eat, like, you're at the top of the food.
Is vegetarian.
Literally, that's why I like schizophrenia. That's why I like schizophrenia, Vagabond.
Vegetables have like oxalates and estrogens, and
Wait, that's right.
Yeah, the only reason I mentioned it, I don't want to go down this road.
A debate.
The only reason I mentioned it is because I thought you might be interested to listen to the episode that we did, Vagabond.
Yeah, I'd love to.
Maybe you might even want to be a guest someday. Who knows?
Yeah, bro. Of course, for you, anything, bro. But like, send me the link, bro.
Yeah, I mean, literally, I don't even need to send you a link. Look on Spotify. Why would they lie? Okay. And it's all there.
Okay, cool. I'll find it.
Yeah,
cool, man.
I'm glad that got put on Spotify. That's pretty dope, bro. You put it out there.
Nice.
I mean, we'll see how long that lasts, right? But
yeah.
For now.
So what's the goal? What's the goal?
I'm going to download them both.
So the goal of the podcast is really to have kind of difficult conversations. Maybe that's wrong. Actually, the goal of the podcast is to have people who know what they're talking about anti-mainstream topics, but allowing them to actually make their case, even if I don't agree with them. So, and also I've got Kai as one of our, she's a co-host on there as well, and we've got Indio as a co-host on there as well. So there's three of us at the moment, and we're just talking to people. So we had Zanik on the other day, and that was actually a really cool episode. I haven't published it yet. I was hoping to publish it today, but definitely tomorrow.
You put Zanik on an episode? Like,
yeah, bro.
I love
I'll tell you what. He's anti-climate change. Yeah? He does not believe in the climate change narrative at all.
Yeah, me either.
I wanted to get him on to talk about it, and we talked about it. It was a fantastic episode, and have a listen, man. I know that we disagree with him on the globe, right? Yeah, all good. But he makes some excellent points when it comes to climate change. The narrative.
But like, Zanik is one of those people. Like, I really wonder if he's being authentic. I say to myself,
he's effing.
He doesn't sound like a dumb guy. You know what I mean? He seems like an intelligent man, and
he is. Yeah.
Points. And it's like, but the fact that he can't transition, I'm like, well, why? It's like, what are you holding on to? Like, we're not here to fucking lie to you. Like, this server didn't just fucking develop itself into, like, 15,000 people, like, whatever it is. Like, we didn't just fucking come together because we were dumb. 19,000, yeah, thank you. We didn't just come together because we were bored on a fucking Saturday. Like,
I want to be a social pariah. How can I achieve this status as soon as possible?
Yeah, and it's like the fact that he's still doing, I'm like, at least listen and consider what we're saying, senor. This is hyper logical.
at play. It's like just hyper-logical people. And I'm like, if you follow the logic, it'll always lead you right back where we are.
Do you want to know what it is? What I think it is anyway is like a form of social accreditation type of shit, right? Where like, you know, Zanuck has put himself out there in the Glober sort of world and put himself against us for years, right? So it's probably quite hard for him to transition. I feel like once you add a little bit of emotionality to a topic, right, in any way, shape, or form, it makes it hard to be objective about any information.
I agree.
Once you've got these vested interests involved in it as well, it's like, fuck. So it could just be a matter of, you know, what are you holding on to emotionally, right? Like, there's that guy riding on eggshells, and, you know, with him, he admits this, what keeps him not objective. I pointed it out to him, and he instantly was like, yeah, you're right. Which is the fact that his father was known for being an air racer, and, you know.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's the sticking point. He almost has to, like, go against his entire existence to understand this concept.
Well, by saying the globe, so by him saying the globe is wrong, to him it feels like he's calling his father a liar, right? You know, which no one wants to do.
He doesn't want to. Yeah, he doesn't want to. So, you know, it like the fact that I can see his intellect and the fact that he still holds the line so aggressively, I'm like, wow, it really pains him. Like I can almost feel the pain through his voice. He's pained by the fact that, remember, he doesn't keep coming back to server because he thinks we're dumb.
Is that
he can
riding on eggshells?
You know what I mean? But he's like, he's still.
Are you on about riding on eggshells? Or
no, Zanuck.
Say it again, right?
Well, no, because I just didn't want you to think that the father thing, right, was Zanuck. I was saying that there's another guy called Riding on Eggshells, and he's the guy who's that's the guy whose father I pointed out to him about that. I just didn't want you to end up.
Oh no, I know. I thought Zanuck's father was in NASA as well. Was it?
No, that's M. Scott Veach.
No.
M. Scott Veach. Okay.
Yeah. M. Scott Veach's dad was an astronaut, allegedly. So.
Yeah. I remember one of them like had a family member that was an astronaut or like something like, and I was like, these guys are not going to change their mind because like that's literally I twisted those two together.
Yeah, no, that's Veach. But with Zanuck, I mean, as I say, I've had loads of really pleasant conversation with Zanuck. I actually quite like him. You know, I got a lot of respect for him. He knows a lot of stuff, you know. And this is one thing I said to him, and I will say to other people, like, just because I disagree with people, I don't have to hate you. You know, this isn't personal. I mean, sometimes it is. If they make it personal, then it gets personal, right? But it doesn't have to be. Yeah, but anyway, go back to that episode, and you asked me like, what was the aim of the podcast? Basically, I want to allow people to make their cases. You know, you must know the Jordan Peterson, Kathy Newman interview, right? You must have heard about that.
Is that like the thicker chick? No. Is that Kathy Newman? I've seen a lot of Jordan Peterson interactions, but I couldn't tell if was that the British chick?
She's the British bitch.
Yeah, she's the British one, and the interview became.
Oh, he destroyed her. He destroyed her.
Yeah, and he basically, because she's thick, right? She's dumb as fuck, and he's an intelligent man. I don't agree with him on a lot of stuff, but he's obviously a clever man. He played her like a fiddle, and it just it's this interview that became very very famous because of how dishonest she was. I basically want to be the polar opposite of that.
Of course. You know, the part that caught me is like, because you can tell she was pounding on him. He didn't even budge. And then like he was slick with it. He was like, he said something about weight, you know, and like, he could remember he's a heavyset girl. So it's like, he put the dagger right where it needed to be placed. And like, I was watching her try to hold her snatcher and like still keep her head up. And like, she was struggling because I was like, he sees you. You're overcompensating because of how you're being perceived by the world. He's a fucking therapist. You think he doesn't know your fucking pain points and your weak points? He knows.
Yeah. You know what's really funny? Sorry, go.
No, continue, sorry.
It's just the one bit where he absolutely destroyed her was just on her own hypocrisy, right? So, and where she said to him like something about offending someone. I can't remember exactly what it's because SGWs it's always about offence. So. And then he goes, "Oh, that's interesting because I've come here to this interview and you're not worried at all about offending me."
Isn't
And then she was just like, and you could tell it was almost like, you know when the PC dies and then just this loading screen. And that's what happened in her brain. She was like, oh shit. You know? Then it was like, gotcha. You know, it's kind of like, gotcha, bitch, you know.
But I love how he keeps it cool through the entire thing. He doesn't even let on that he's like destroying you. He just like looks at you straight. I'm like, get him, Jordan, get him.
Yeah. No, I mean I don't agree with him on individualism. I think that these people who espouse like just individualism and they don't allow for social contexts or for like groups. Yeah. I think they're missing something about humans because humans are obviously social.
They have to be.
Yeah.
Because remember,
I mean, these people who espouse this hyper individualism, they don't get it.
Yeah.
He certainly knows how to debate people, and I'll give him that.
Yeah, exactly. I agree. Like, and people have their own opinions and this and that. Like, remember, like when he was wrapped in the controversy about like was it the pronoun, the them, they, whatever the fuck. And I was like, he's basically saying to you, you don't get to put words in my mouth. And anybody that disagreed with me, I was like, you're gonna let somebody put words in your mouth. So my entire life, I spoke one way, but because you feel some type of way, you're trying to tell me I need to learn new words to adapt to your world?
Yeah,
no,
right?
You don't have to learn new words. You can be whatever the fuck you want to be. I don't give a fuck. But
they're also saying you should feel the same way.
Yeah, no, exactly.
What Vagabond's saying is that they're compelling speech.
Oh no, I agree.
And that Jordan Peterson's saying, nah.
Yeah.
I got that. No, I got that 100%. Yeah, that's exactly. I remember the whole debacle, right? Where he's outside the university and he's just saying, he's like, it's not because he says, he's like, it's not that I wouldn't use your pronoun, it's because you're fucking forcing me to, right? Like,
exactly.
That's his problem with it. It's not that he's an impolite prick, right? But I'm saying, like, it, like at the moment, it's got even worse, hasn't it? They're literally like you get the transgender. There's that person, one of the transgender people that are on YouTube, and they're literally saying you're a transphobe if you won't date transgender people. And it's like, okay, so like now you're not just policing what I say, you're also saying you should police my actions and also my feelings. Yeah. So like they're saying you should feel this way about this thing.
Yeah, exactly. Because maybe I like a tight, warm fucking pussy that gets wet and the fucking boobs that are natural. Like something's wrong with me. Fuck you, dick. I was like, I know the fucking difference. I don't need some dude acting like a chick trying to convince me he's a chick. I can tell the fucking difference. You're not a chick, dick.
Yeah, of course.
I can be sold that lie. Like,
but you know what's really disgusting about all this is that the people who are pushing this don't care. They don't care about you. Yeah. They don't care about me. They don't care about the LGBTQ people. They don't give a shit. All they're doing is they're pushing whatever will degrade society as quickly as possible. That's all they're doing.
Yeah.
They go, this will degrade society, we'll push it. Oh, this other thing, that also degrades society, we'll push that too. They're pushing all of it.
Yeah. Yeah, but like those people, like literally what they're doing is like, because remember, nature operates in one fashion. And then what happens is the people that are trying to play God as a human being, what you have to do is reverse everything that is natural. And that's what we're seeing play out now. The people with the resources and the finance and the connections and the networks are playing God. But nature will not be denied. Like nature will always win. Like that's why you see like people actually gravitating towards like hyper masculine men, because they know like at the end of the day, an alpha male will always pull women. There's no way around it. You can, put them under court systems and rip their money from them. But like, if you got a thick dick and you're hyper strong and girls are squirting, it doesn't matter what you say. They're addicted to getting fucked. It's a basic addiction that exists on the earth. Alcohol and drugs and smokes and whatever the fuck. They exist, but at the end of the day, when a bitch is squirting and her fucking brains are fucking lost, she's getting high off of that. The dopamine release is akin to a drug. Any man can attest.
Yeah, for sure.
You can't stop this process. That's why they fucking have to attack males and male testosterone and toxic masculinity and blah, 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 blah. Because they know that's the first drug that ever exists, and like it can't be denied.
Yeah, for sure. Well, this idea of toxic masculinity itself is retarded.
Bullshit. Bullshit.
What are we going to do? We're going to say that or like all of the natural. I mean, there are plenty of very positive natural female attributes, right? But we recognise these as society. But as a society, we say, well, natural male attributes, they're bad and wrong. And it's like, well, who the fuck are these weirdos to tell us what is toxic and wrong? Isn't? I think we can tell for ourselves. You know, I can tell if I'm being toxic. I know. I don't need someone else to tell me. You know.
Yeah, and I'm sure, like, I'm not gonna lie, I'm sure I've been perceived as toxic when I go out into the world and I just speak this shit and I just act like myself. But I'm like, I don't give a fuck what you think. I'm not emotional. Your thoughts are in your own head. I don't care about them. I have my own mind. I have my own sense of being. To think I give a fuck what you think is the first problem that ever happened to man. To give a fuck what some chick thinks or some other dude thinks. I'm like, they are not you. Why do you care so much? That's affecting your ability to walk through the world as a man. You're so over concerned with shit that had nothing to do with you in the first place.
Yeah, and it's like if what someone said to you is reasonable, you'll probably do it anyway.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
It's like this is the other side of it. It's like if what you were requesting was reasonable, you wouldn't have to force me to do it because I would just see the reason and I would do it.
I'd see the reason and the logic, and I would thought, like, oh, that makes sense.
Well,
that will benefit me.
Listen, their logic is completely flawed in the sense of this, right? So what they do essentially is this: they go, right, you pricks have got toxic masculinity, right? And in doing so, and then trying to force lots of men to do exactly what they want them to fucking do, what do? They create lots of men that will go, no way, I'm not doing what you fucking tell me. And in essence, there's a reification fallacy almost. It's like, all right, so you have then been passive, you've been passive aggressive, like what that guy was doing earlier. You've then forced us to then react to your assertion that we should act in a certain way, which was again unreasonable. That's the whole reason you had to assert it in such a way. And now we are apparently doing the very thing that you first said we were doing, which is being toxic with our so-called masculinity, right? Or should I say so-called toxic masculinity? So it's like these people, it's game theory 101. It's like, you know, the social engineers that, you know, that are there, they know exactly how to elicit what response. So they want us kicking and screaming, going, fuck you, we're not doing what you say because it's unreasonable. And then they're going to label that very thing toxic masculinity. So it's like, it's all a big spider's web, right? To try and like catch us up in it.
The thing that, like, you know, and I caught this instantly. Once I heard the term toxic masculinity and I realized there was no counterbalance for it, I was like, oh, this is a narrative. Because if there's toxic masculinity, the other side of the spectrum means there's toxic femininity. But for some reason, that term has never been perpetuated through society. Why? You tell me there's only toxic men, there's no toxic women? Women are fucking angels over here? Fucking, no way. There's fucking crazy bitches everywhere. I see these chicks. I'm like, no, toxic men, toxic women, fine. But at least keep the balance. But when you only hand me one side of the argument as if I'm supposed to, like, cut my balls under, and, like, yeah, no way. I was like, no.
It's like social distancing. Well, have you heard about social closening?
No.
Like, what about social closening?
What is that?
Boy, it doesn't exist. So that's how you know it's a nonsense term.
Oh, okay. I see what you mean. Yeah, the balance doesn't exist. Yeah. Because remember, they don't try to bring you together. They try to put you apart.
That's right.
That's, yeah. I just realized when the counterbalance doesn't exist, it's a narrative. There has to be a balance to everything. And, like, if you look at the balance honestly, you realize, like, oh, yeah, there are toxic people on the left side. There are toxic people on the right side. But, like, what is the bell curve saying? Like, where's the fat
plus,
part?
yeah. Because you have the plus size models. What about, where's the mini sized models? Why haven't we heard about the mini sized models? You know
to be fair, mini sized models
exist, but
they exist everywhere. But to be fair though, like, I mean, I think that the modelling industry has been trying to get women to be too skinny, and I don't mean therefore make them all fat, right?
Yeah,
there's a healthy middle ground, right? And you see what the healthy middle ground is because it's all the women that you used to see in lads magazines. That had a little bit of meat on their bones. They weren't super skinny and they weren't fat. That's where. Well, it's just the thing is that men as a general rule find healthy women attractive, and obviously there are outliers and all the rest. But it's actually the health that they're attracted to. So when they talk about all these like unreasonable beauty standards and all the rest, it's like, well, no, because men just like healthy women. Like, there's nothing wrong with that at all.
Nothing unreasonable about healthy.
If you're gonna... Sorry, go ahead.
I'm just saying there is nothing unreasonable about healthiness, right? You know, like, and the hottest women were the ones in Lads magazine with a little bit of meat, not too much, and not too fucking skinny. But what the other guy was saying is like with the mini models, mini models exist, but like they don't label it, do they? I guess that was his point, right? It's like that's the narrative, right? It's like,
yeah, because
I don't know many men. Let's put it this way. Sorry to cut you off. I don't know many men who are like lusting over supermodels like Kate Moss or like Naomi Campbell.
Yeah.
Men don't like those women. They're too thin.
Yeah. They don't exude. They don't exude a childbearing nature. Like for me, it's like when I'm looking at women, it's like I'm like, well, can she produce the offseed that I need her to produce? Yes or no? And like someone that has like a full bosom and like a voluptuous body, I'm like, yeah, I'm sure she's no Myrtle, bro. I can tell. Like she's not gonna have a problem popping out my kids. But I'm not gonna take some chick that talks too loud and skinny as fuck, or like some fat chick that's talking like she's the shit. I'm like, both of you girls are lost. I'm gonna get the girl that's right in the middle that like she's balanced, and like that's the girl I'm going for. And every guy is going for that girl too. Like, and chicks.
Well, you want a well-oiled machine, like, and if you're looking for a car, you want to make sure that you know all the things are working.
For God's sake, Gemsy, we were trying to have a sensible conversation.
Civilized conversation, Gemsy. But I do like a well-oiled machine. I'm not gonna lie.
For God's sake.
Oh no.
Gemsy, you're corrupting Vagabond. What the fuck?
Was that Gemsy?
Gemsy?
That was Gemsy.
Gemsy's been just listening.
I'm the ultimate corrupter, Crypto. Like I corrupt everyone I come in contact with.
I can't even work out who's corrupting who now.
Yeah, it wasn't Gemsy. It was some other Mexican.
Oh, right.
That's funny.
I thought Gemsy was Venezuelan.
Wait a minute, there's Mexicans in here?
Puerto Rican,
Sky Gazer, Crypto is confusing you with me, bro. How's that possible?
Puerto Rican, is that
I just, bro,
that's
I saw
like racist, like both ways.
That's racist. No, I saw Gemsy. I saw your avatar pop up.
Oh, maybe the Discord app sometimes will do that. I've been muted for a decent amount of time, so it's probably your Discord app.
Okay. Well, I feel like I should blame you anyway now.
No, Gemsy.
If you're gonna follow examples, I mean, I'm a man with a family. I'm loyal. You know, like if you guys gonna talk, I heard some guy just talking about girls and this and that. So I don't know. Maybe. Sir Vagabond being a love machine to the woman, that's fine.
Brilliant. Gemsy, I'm out here. I'm about to repopulate the earth. Fuck it. Like now that I know it's flat, I was like, oh, I can do as I wish. Fuck them. Like I don't care.
No, but
never lied to me. Like I'm not the guy to lie to, bro. Like now I'm taking this shit to the extreme.
Well, I mean, just to say to Skygazer's point, like well-oiled machines. Like to be fair, humans, the body is like a machine in its mechanical workings. If you feed it the right things and you treat it with respect, it'll treat you with respect back. It's like a car. If you rag it everywhere and you don't bother like changing the oil and you don't do all the good things that you're meant to with the car, it's going to break down. The body's exactly the same.
Agreed. Remember, the body was built on the car. Like the other way around. The car. Remember, the man.
Yeah, humans were designed based on car blueprints, right? That's what
cars were designed and based on humans.
So God looked at a Renault and he was like, "How can I?
Yeah, he was.
How can I use this to inspire the design of Adam and Eve?"
Like, I want to build a human version of like Ferrari. That's. Yeah. I think that's.
Yeah, you know what's crazy?
Right? Well, yeah, we got the synovial fluid. We got the synovial fluid for the joints, right? That's the oil.
I'm gonna share a secret with you guys. So,
don't say the joystick within that metaphor. That makes it weird. Sorry, go ahead.
I don't know. But like, I'm trying to say, like, basically, like, I have an idea, and I realized from being a flat Earth guy, I have a couple of businesses that I'm gonna launch just to make money and tuck some cash away and like get my boat and all that shit.
But I realized what I'm gonna do is like when I do like get to a level where it's like everything is secure, I'm gonna launch a company to build flying cars. But I'm gonna design the most beautiful flying car. All the mathematics will be done. And the thing is, I already know the FAA will never let me launch flying cars. It's almost like SpaceX. Like Elon Musk knows he cannot go to space, but perhaps he knew when he launched SpaceX and he put all these people into employ because he knew the watchers would be like, we gotta fucking give these guys
I want to
money.
burst your bubble.
Because he's gonna blow the lid on this whole shit.
Let me burst your bubble.
So I'm gonna launch a company with flying cars. I'm like, I already know there cannot be flying cars here. So
All right, wait there, guys. Guys, wait there. Someone's trying to come in.
Wait there. Let me burst your bubble about the flying cars. There's actually 3 companies already that have them in production.
I know,
which already tells you that it's going to happen.
No, it's not going to happen.
When I say flying car, I mean flying drone, personal drones.
No, but I would build the car. I would be doing like I'd be doing more like so think about like a helipad on the top of like an executive building. I'd be doing a car with like jet engines, like Star Wars type shit. I already know they would never let me build that.
Have you met the average person?
Lazarus exists.
Do you want the average person driving a jet car?
No. Remember, Senor, I'm in the Flat Earth server. I already know it's impossible. Because if people go too far and you can't control all of these flying cars, this lie will break.
Oh, no. I mean, I would move into Montana in a cave if people could fly jets everywhere.
Same. Oh my god, fuck that.
You wouldn't go to Antarctica? You want to go to
Yeah,
Antarctica?
but remember, it's all based on logic, right? Meme. So it's like, well, yes, that's meme speaking, right? So it's all based on logic. So at the end of the day, it's like, remember, there are going to be certain pitfalls that they're like, so what are we going to do about people that crash? What are we going to do if this happens? If you solve all of those problems flawlessly for the human mind, and they're like, wow, I can get to New York to LA in 2 hours instead of, you know what I mean? It's like, you're going to, so remember, you're giving someone so much benefit and you're going to create such a want. And I remember the powers that be, no, this is not something that they want. So I already know if I create the company and it designs such a beautiful machine and then I get engineers to construct how it will be built, I already know they will never let me build it, but they have to give me money to shut the fuck up.
Right. Well, it's like the same thing with the
Can I just say something very quickly? Very quickly.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
One sec, dude. One sec. Just very quick. I'll shut the fuck up. There's a company called Lazarus, and they make very, very beautiful motorbikes, right?
Okay.
And you should type them up quickly and just have a little look at it. They've made
I feel like I've heard of them.
Yeah, they make Lazarus or something like that. Yeah, and they make like a 4-wheeler, like ATV type thing, right? That's got a V8 engine in it, for instance, right? It's fucking insane. And then they make a couple of crazy ass motorbikes that have got like V6 engines and stuff like that, like really powerful bikes. Anyway, they've literally just made like a motorbike that you can fly.
Yeah. But it's going to be something like so think about if you rent a jet ski.
It's got jets, yeah. It's got jets on it. That's what it has. It's like
but think about that for a second. When you rent a jet ski, every time you rent a jet ski, they give you limit points. You can go to this buoy, to that buoy, in this distance. They keep you confined in a certain space, and yeah, you can rip it if you want within the certain space, but should you go outside that space, you're in trouble. It's going to be the same thing for flying cars. They're going to police the air, and then you can go from this point to that point. No.
Oh, no, I agree.
Should someone launch a company with these cars before they've even set up these boundaries, the conflict is going to exist. And then you're going to say, well, why can't I go any further? What if I just want to go east a little bit more? I can't fly them. Remember, people
within the air grid, basically the drone won't allow you to get out of the air highways.
To get out of the circle.
A drone you can't get that high.
Yeah,
you're not getting to 70,000 feet with a drone.
With any technology.
No, exactly.
They're doing the risk calculation, like they're seeing that because these tools and these technologies that's being released, of course, it helps them in their agenda, but it also introduces like a new level of technology to to the plebs, right? So like with the internet, it's like, yeah, you introduce the internet. It allows you to control and view the traffic and like understand the thoughts of the populace. But at the same time, for the inquisitive aspect, like the inquisitive portion of the populace, they'll actually use the tool to like seek out weird occult information and conspiracy theories. So it's always a calculated risk. Same was with the internet, the iPhone, and the drone technology. It's all the same because it's a double-edged sword for them all the time. I think they're always like, they can make mistakes, and sometimes they're risks. Sometimes
what percentage of people do you think are actual flat earthers? I'm not just interested in it, but like the real deal. What percentage? Maybe 1%, 2%?
Yeah, something
No,
like that.
I would be closer to like 20. Like, what do you define as a flat earther?
I mean,
1%, I'd say.
I'd say about 1%. Now,
well, what about what if you ask how many people are questioning?
Well, I don't mean questioning, because people have questioned authority throughout all history without doing anything, right? I'm talking about people who are questioning the fundamental basis for everything.
Yeah.
So they're questioning the global Earth model.
If that.
We don't just question the model, do we? We question everything that they've given us to question, right?
Every fucking thing.
Okay, so let me ask you this.
And we preach against it as well.
Okay, fine, buddy, go. So let me ask you this. Throughout all history, it's probably been about 1% of the population that's always been like this, maybe. No matter what the technology was, right?
I agree.
That's why
I disagree. I think it's a way higher proportion.
You think? No, I'm talking about. I don't know, man. Have you been outside? You talk to people?
Have you read the books back in the 1800s? Like one of the
I have.
Most selling books that were talking about, flat Earth being the nature of reality. They were preaching.
But it wasn't part of the. But that's the thing. They just change their plan whenever they need to. They didn't need it back then.
Well, I think the reality is that if you read the internet posts and the mainstream internet outlets, that is like the mouth of these entities, and your assumption is that 99% of people suck this thing up and nobody questions it. I'm the only one who questions it. Yeah, then you're going to say that there's only 1% who believes the truth. But I think the reality is that a lot more people are actually questionable, even in the normie population.
I don't mean questioning, though. Someone who's just not content is questioning. Like some people intuitively, I think most people intuitively know there's something wrong. On a fundamental level, most people, nearly all people, know something is wrong. But there's only ever been a very, 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 very small margin of people who are willing to actually buck that system.
I agree.
All right.
Well, what do you mean? I mean, there's
what
people...
I'm getting to.
Yeah.
That's what I mean. How many people are willing to change their lives?
Well, people can change their life just
depends how bad their lives are.
Questioning something.
Yeah, it does depend on how bad their lives are. But there are people with terrible lives who don't change it.
Yeah. Fact.
Yeah, but so
well, you also have to remember that a lot of people don't know how to change their life either.
Like, who is the enemy? Who is the real enemy? Is it the one that's pushing the lie? The one that's questioning the story?
Always yourself. Yourself is the only enemy.
Well, sure.
Yeah.
But I mean, rhetorically and apologetically, who's the enemy? I mean, I would think, I would say that, the people who question the validity of the moon landing, even though they might not subscribe to like a biblical flat earth model, I would still consider those closer to my set of allies. If you isolate yourself to, you have to accept my specific cosmology, you're weakening your stance, right?
That's not what you're saying, though.
Yeah, but that's not what I'm getting at, though.
But you're born into a world you didn't create, free, but you're your own enemy.
Agreed.
Yes.
That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, it does.
No, it does. He's saying, and it does
Perfect
make
sense.
perfect sense. Yeah.
You said you're
No
born into a
sense.
world. Hold
We
on, let me
are
make sure I got
what?
that right. You're born into a world that you didn't create, but you are your own enemy, right?
You are.
No.
So like, I
No.
believe that. Like at the end of the day, it's like
No.
if one doesn't take the account for themselves and what they're doing and what's going on around them, it's your fault. It has to be your fault. You
Well,
can't blame
think of-
anybody else because you couldn't
think of-
perceive something.
Think of
It has
Socrates'
to be
parable
your
of the cave.
Say it again. Yeah, exactly.
Think of Socrates' parable of the cave. Why does anybody wake up? It's
Well, no,
because there's something in them that is seeking it, regardless of if they have information or
Well
not.
said.
There's
Well
something
said.
in them
Well
that is
said.
seeking.
He had to be seeking. If he was not seeking, because remember, like think about like an animal like that goes like for like if I bring like a cat into my house, right? The cat is gonna like walk through every corner of the house and sniff everything. He's gonna go everywhere that he can jump on. He's gonna get every perspective, and then he's gonna get comfortable. Humans have that innate, disposition as well. But because someone told you what it is, and told you what that is, and told you the language, and he told you, and he told you, and he told you, you stopped your own seeking process. And we just
No.
didn't stop the seeking process.
No, you can only
said no.
speak for yourself.
No, of course I'm speaking for myself. But like I from what I observe, I realize
Don't sort of keep talking and like you know me and you know what I think.
No,
and-
I don't know you. I don't know you.
Right.
But I know like
There
what I'm
was
trying to say is,
actually
like-
a point I was going to get to, and it had to do with technology.
Sorry, ma'am. Continue.
It's all right. What it is I don't think they're. I think technology is more or less an organic, innovation after innovation after innovation, and I don't think there's a precise plan. They have a goal, but they don't have an exact plan, because it doesn't matter what technologies come out. You could give everybody the ability to fly to 100,000 feet and explore the entire world,
Exactly.
and nobody would do it.
I agree, because it already exists. End of.
Yeah,
right. At the
nobody
end of the
would do
day,
it.
it already exists. Memes, right? Like, end of it already exists. People can say it doesn't, but I'm sorry, the conceptual ideas for how to fly at 110,000 feet exist. Have you ever seen a U-2 spy plane? It's a pretty fucking rudimentary aircraft, believe it or not. It's just got an oxygen system. But I've literally been next to one. Like, they're made of basically paper.
And they're
Let me be
massive
clear.
too.
Yeah, like,
so
but
you guys are saying that there's not secret technology and they're not hundreds of years ahead of us.
I don't.
No,
think
we're
so.
not saying. I'm not saying.
I personally,
exactly that.
I don't think that. I don't really think they're ahead.
Yeah,
They're not listen, they're not hundreds of years
What
ahead.
would make
right?
you think that they're not ahead?
Listen, they're
What
not.
would make
no,
me?
no,
Hold on. What would make me think they are?
Yeah, yeah.
What would make you think they're not?
What would make you
But
think they are?
But
Because
that's
they
a
still get
negative.
on?
That's the problem. Is that that's a negative. I can't think something is not.
What if I
me
could
what
prove?
is.
What if I could prove to you they're well ahead?
How could you?
I,
Go for
I
it.
would accept
Yeah,
it. I would
I'm
accept
all
it
ears.
if you gave me some proof.
Yeah, I'm all ears.
Sure.
Yeah.
Right,
but
so
Maro,
where-
one sec. Let me say this very quickly, just before you start that.
But they're talking like they're the innovators.
No. Listen. Listen. Let me just say one thing a second. Very quick. Like, right. So there could definitely be things that would appear to look like they're hundreds of years ahead, right? But in the realm of, like, for instance, like the B-2 Spirit Bomber, right? That looked like it was so ahead of its time, right? But really, it wasn't, because it's a compilation of things that we actually understood quite well, right? It's just when they're put together, they seem to be very fucking far ahead.
Right. Application is 9/10 of usefulness.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Right. So
You know one thing that I'm terrified of?
when
is
there
like-
was when there was a split with Thomas Edison and Nikola Tesla,
Yeah.
right? The technology was far superior to what they rolled out to the public.
Of course.
Then they developed secret technology and went underground and privatized it.
But where is it? Who's using it?
It's all done in secret.
But,
Yeah, but
then
that
how would
doesn't
you know, though?
But that doesn't mean another man is
The
smarter.
iPhones are using a little bit of it.
Yeah,
But
that
what's
doesn't
using
mean
more
another
of it?
man is smarter than you. Like people have formed their
The
think
charging
groups.
ports from just by touching or being close. That's a little bit of that technology.
Well, I mean, but phones had that. So like
That's been
12
around
years ago.
years. Yeah, that's been around for years. Like,
okay, well that's just a
wireless
taste.
charging.
That's a little
I had a
taste.
phone where you just sit it on the little magnet and it charged it.
Yeah, there's also flashlights you just shake and they charge.
You know the
There's
Nokia
liquid,
3310? You remember the Nokia 3310? I don't know how old that phone is, but I put one on one of those wireless dock chargers the other day and it started charging.
But you have to remember, like, they're never going to give you the answers to free energy. Like, to be honest, like, I believe I'm smart enough to create free energy at the moment. Like, I see how, like, engines are created.
It's kinetic.
Yeah, kinetic. But, like, you know, if you have
Everything
like,
that moves, you add a copper plate or a bristle, and you get the connection. I mean, you add liquid on the top of your vehicle that goes down. It just tries to find, it goes down,
But what do you guys
down
mean when you say
naturally.
free energy?
What they would invest in is, like, those really high-end...
I mean, water and electricity.
Okay,
Hear me out
but
here.
when you say free, you don't mean monetarily free. You just
hold on a second. What I would say is that
I mean monetarily free.
People have like looked into like neodymium magnets and create an energy source for themselves. They will never teach you that. So they'll give you the charger to charge your phone because they know that's going to keep you glued to the fucking internet. But they'll never teach you how to like prepare free energy so that you don't got to pay them.
Everything is a magnet.
No, you're thinking about this wrong. I'm not.
Everything is a magnet. You create the magnet.
There were cars that came out in the early 1900s that could run on alcohol.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, Henry Ford had alcohol cars, and he had electric cars.
Right. So it's called it's called a drip feed. If they can't charge you for it, you're not allowed to be free in this realm.
Exactly.
How do you get alcohol?
But you can see it, like everything's patented and charged for.
Oh no, I agree with that part. But how do you get the alcohol?
Not free.
Not free.
It's gonna
and then
work.
You're using and you have to use food to make the alcohol, right?
Yeah, but you can produce it yourself.
At the end of the day,
that's true. That's why moonshine was made illegal, because farmers were making their own fuel, and that's why they became the natural moonshiners, is because they were already making alcohol fuel to run their tractors.
Yep. Well, so then you answer your own question.
Well, that's how NASCAR was made.
See, I'm not trying to poo-poo your guys' ideas. I'm just saying that, like, this generational thing.
I don't think anyone made that claim, but go ahead.
Well, I'm just saying this generational thing of wanting to be creative and be free. It's not like a new thing. You just got to be realistic about where you are.
Well, that's not what Meme was saying. Let me clear it up. That's not what Meme was saying, though. Meme is sort of saying that it's only 1% actually of the population, or lower, I would say even lower, that are willing to even fucking do a thing. And I would agree with that.
Well, how would you know? How would you even know that?
Because I know.
People will live.
What's the value? So you're gonna say you're gonna make a claim that like 10% of the population is like
no less.
That's a very bold claim to make.
Less.
I guarantee you, it's less.
Okay, and according to what authority? Your own mind, your own speculative mind.
Yeah.
Yeah, anecdotal, purely anecdotal.
It's just a statement.
Yeah, it's just
you either agree with it or not. You either agree with it or not. It's so simple.
I never presented it as like a diehard fact. I just said that's what I think. And that's what, from what I've experienced in like 5 years of doing this, that is what I think.
No, I would tend to agree with you. I think it's clearly there is a narrow path, and it's arriving at the truthful matter of things.
Yeah,
is a difficult thing to do. But
whether you like it or accept it or not, everything is regulated and controlled.
Yeah, there's a reality to the patent economy that a lot of people don't understand. Talking about these controlled levels of economies, people don't understand the life cycles of patents. That when the patent is filed, it lasts for like 120 years, and then when there's suddenly this seemingly organically booming new industry, it ties in with the expiration date of a previous patent. It's there's a lot of complexity in the material world.
I agree.
Well,
But if you thought about patents within themselves, what you realize is like, basically to protect myself, I need to give up my idea and put it on record. You think there are not people that are pouring through the patents that actually control the patent system? So as fast as the human mind can move and evolve, they're already ahead of you because you had to file a patent if you had a great idea. Someone's watching that patent. They can see where the human mind is going, and they know who filed the patent. They know who you are. So they know your level of intellect.
Do you have to file? Do you have
You don't have to.
You don't have to.
file. What happens if you invent something and then instead of filing a patent, you publish every single thing? What happens?
I don't
It
know.
becomes open source.
Well, that's what.
No one can
no,
patent it at that point.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, that's what the Bitcoin white paper is.
Okay, so let me ask you this: Why are people patenting things?
Because they want to make money.
Because they're and that's it.
Greed.
The moment you tell me you've solved that, taken that like sinful nature out of humans, hey, then you've solved it because we're our own worst enemy.
No, it's economic warfare is what it is. It's claiming the because I would say that in a Christian point of view, you know, the idea, like the creative idea that you come up with that, you know, gives birth to helping more people.
It's from God.
Giving them more access to resources or whatever it is. It's not derived from your own human intellect. And in reality,
from God,
it's a gift given to you. And you know,
No, I believe that. I think
so,
we should.
So the same way that Bach, the composer, you know, never claimed authority of his classical music works, he signed every single composition and he's like cited as the greatest classical music composer of all time, and he cites all of them as this work is not of my mind, it exists to give glory to God.
Yeah. And
so that to me seems to be the correct way to do things. That you know, these
the
inventions,
ethical way.
Yeah, it's the correct way to do things. It's not, you know, this patent thing is a very worldly matter, and you know, that's where we are. So that's the reality that we live in.
Kind of
I don't think it's the correct way to do
I
it.
was talking about like the actual advancement that's here now. I don't think I really honestly don't think they're that far ahead.
They're only 20 years ahead. They're only like 20 years ahead in the aeronautical industry, but that doesn't mean. But that's only because they have the means to put these things together to a point that makes it 20 years ahead. In the
I
sense
think their
of
efficiency models are 20 years ahead. Because
that's it.
Like
yeah.
I got friends in the military. They got the highest tech equipment in the world, and they're still losing signal
Exactly.
while in the middle of a fight.
Yeah, I know this to be a fact. Like that's literally
sucks.
So humans aren't ahead, but you've just realized you're born in a creation with potentially a dome, and you don't think something's ahead of you.
I think God is.
Right. So how far does it go? Is there a department down from God?
Well, I mean, I imagine he has a hierarchy.
Well, I think what you need to understand is that
do you think that though? Just let me finish my train of thought. So you think it just stops at humans and the next step up's God?
No.
Right.
But I don't think any human is above another one in any way, shape, or form.
But why would creation have stopped at us?
Stop at us. I don't understand what you're saying.
What does that mean?
I don't know what that means.
What does that mean? It means just because you don't know that there's a more advanced life form than you doesn't mean it doesn't exist.
Like blue whales, because they can
Do we need to go back in time and save the whales and get them to the cigar?
Yeah, but we're speaking about things that we have not perceived or seen on the world in present day. So at the
Where do you
current
think
moment,
technology comes from?
let me finish. I'm trying to say at the current day, from me looking around the world and everything I perceive through my eyes and my senses, humans are the most intellectual, significant life form that exists on the earth.
That you're aware of.
That I
Technology? Are we talking about
aware of.
technology or invention?
But I cannot go beyond what I can verify or what I am aware of. That is postulation.
Who created the sun?
Well, so you understand, like your own notion, like your notion of, like we can imagine, like the fact that we can imagine a more intelligent life form than humans is a testament to our superiority over the known life forms. You understand how that works?
Of course. It's humbling though too.
So, but it's not humbling because it's actually a path that you can fall into pridefulness, because through envisioning, like through your God-given imagination and creative abilities, you can imagine a life form that's more intelligent than you through your fantasia.
You're the only.
And this is not a testament to existence of a higher life form. You understand? What it is, it's a testament to your own creative ability that reaffirms the Christian notion that humans are the crown of creation.
They're not though.
Well, okay, explain then how it's not.
I'm confused by that.
Well, that's what he said about pridefulness, though, right? Is that, like, you know, you can almost become proud as well of the idea that apparently, you know, you're the only one with said knowledge of said extra powerful being.
Don't get me wrong. Human beings.
Just say what you mean, yeah.
Merlin, are you saying there's something, but maybe between human and between angels?
Definitely.
What
and
is it?
lower.
Like
and
an elf?
lower. No, I'm saying there's an underworld too. Demonic, satanic, dark forces.
Oh, this is old shit.
They're powerless.
This is old shit. This is like a 2,000-year-old cosmology right here. Of course there's demons. Of course there's
above and below, right? And in between.
Right, but your notion is that so how do you defend your claim that there's a higher being than human beings?
That's the realm of speculation.
No, it's not. It's not.
Remember, that's in the world of speculation. The world of speculation is not grounded. I don't disagree with you. Like, I do agree with you. But it is in the realm of speculation, and we have to distinguish between the world of speculation and the world of reality. What can we actually put our hands on and ground in reality and all agree on is reality. The world of speculation, and like I believe now that I've learned everything I've learned, like I do believe there are spirits. I do believe like people are affected by the spirits.
Hey, Serve.
But I cannot prove that.
Servaja Bond.
Yeah.
Your mic is strange.
It's not coming in clear.
No, it sounds good to me. Sounds good. Sounds good to me. High quality mic.
It's robot and like fuck.
Yeah, actually, I think it's you, Meme. You roboted a little bit there.
Okay. All right, hold on.
What's good, peeps?
What's
Yeah,
good?
chocolate, what up, brother?
What's good, bro?
Sometimes
Crackle, crossle, crackle.
What's good, bro?
Sometimes it's just too easy to say God.
Yeah, I agree.
It's just lazy.
What does that even mean, bro?
Well, so you've got the Earth.
It's easy,
right?
like home bake.
We've got the Earth. It's obvious it didn't just get here by itself for us now.
Why not?
Right. So it doesn't. Things don't just pop into existence. We don't witness that ever.
We do.
So you got to do a bit of work. Got to do a bit of work and think. Well, what created it then? Come on. Let's go.
Creator.
Wait there.
Right.
We do actually see things. We do
What's
actually
that?
see things. Wait there. We do actually see things just pop into existence though. Like I don't know what you mean.
Like what?
Right. It's called Jewish
Like-
Hollywood movies.
Well, no. Like have you ever looked?
Give
at
me 5
bacteria?
examples.
Bacteria under a microscope. literally
Right.
nearly instantly splits into two things, and they grow to the same size over time a little bit. This happens
So
very
it
quickly.
splits from something. So it
Wait
doesn't
there,
come from
one
nothing.
second, dude. I don't know why you're talking while I'm trying to answer. A sec. Wait there. And then
Wait there.
obviously, yeah, and then and you crypto. Wait there. And then babies pop out of the vaginal canal, right? You know, like we do see new creations sort of just come into existence, right? We in
Grew in
fact
the
are
worm
creating.
first, though, bro.
Listen, we're I know it grew in the womb first.
Grew in the
Worm.
worm.
Grew in the worm, mate. It's just info, mate. But yeah, like, you know what I'm trying to say? Like, you know, things in fact do pop into existence, as it were, right? Like, not like maybe instantaneously, right? But like, I feel like we as creators of our own kind, right? We do come into existence.
Can I give you an example of something popping into existence?
No. Yeah, of course you can.
Ideas, dreams.
Exactly.
Right? So it starts there.
Physically exist though?
Well, that's sort of consciousness and thoughts. They're not really physical, really.
So
But they don't
so much
require-
for the people that think there's no such thing as the immaterial.
Yeah.
How,
Well, there
how
you
do
go.
they think about that again?
Yeah.
Exactly.
I love it.
Do you need reality?
Brenda
or do you
BTFO.
You don't need physicality for thought.
Well, this is it. You wonder, can we think without a brain? I mean, that's a bit of a weird one, but you just wonder.
I mean
Well,
that's
mind's
like
not
the
there,
dumb
so-
dumb. That's like the dumb dumb Stephen Hawking type question. Of course, there's a separation between the physical and the thinking mind,
Metaphysical.
the mind of ideas.
The
The
mind
reality
and
is
the brain.
the reality is that yeah, you can have a
That's it.
thought that appears, and you can have a dream that appears, quote unquote, out of nothing. You know, the
Right.
Jewish psychiatrists like Freud, Jung, and Kant would tell you that no, these are simply a chemical concoction
Ego
of what you gathered
manifestation.
during the day, and this manifests as a mental, brain-based dream. The Christian theology would tell you that no, the dreams and the thoughts and the ideas that pop into your mind are actually guided by your own behavior and desires.
Well,
So
it actually says both.
Well, yeah. So
There's another scripture that says that you dream about the things that you thought about that day, or like
Right.
the things that were like the troubles or whatever. So
Right.
it is
And
it is the two. It is but it is your mind. It's not your brain.
It has to be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right, and there's a
Definitely a
complete
difference.
separation there. I mean, the whole notion of thoughts originating in the physical organ of the brain is complete.
I mean,
complete
all
and
of
utter
that.
nonsense.
All of that is all well and good, except it's 10 o'clock, which means it's ladies' night, so everyone shut up.
It is. It's 5.
Oh.
When does ladies' night start? 6?
Like
These
now?
might start now, isn't it?
Yeah, or half an hour. Well, but there's no. Where are the ladies? That's sort of the issue.
Where are they?
Yeah, like
here.
Like they're fashionably late, as ladies are. So
yeah,
They're in the bathroom. That's all.
What is it called? What is
doing
what is it called?
Kegels.
Puffing
You're in
the
the
nose.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Puffing the nose.
Doing Kegels, right? We hope so, right? You know.
There was a neurologist who wrote a book called Heaven is Real. It was about his experience experiencing the brain through his mind when he went into a coma.
I wonder how much shit he got for writing that book in the field of neurology.
And in the field of neurology, he didn't get blasted. He didn't get blasted
He was
because
experiencing his brain through his mind.
What does that
Is that
even
what you
mean?
What it
No,
means
no.
is,
I wrote this
have you-
book, dude. I experienced
Wait
it.
there.
Oh.
No, hold on. Let me
Hold on.
describe it before you jump the gun.
Let him finish.
What what he was saying is he took all these different near-death experiences where the brain had shut down. It was comatose, but people were still dreaming, and they were having dreams. They still had memories, but all their dreams and everything they were experiencing